William Morrow and Harper Audio present Calling All Blessings, a novel by Beverly Jenkins, performed by Kim Staunton. This book is dedicated to all who wish to move to Henry Adams. Prologue. Henry Adams, Heaven. Rachel Eddings, whose surveyor's skills helped found Henry Adams in the 1880s, was seated on the blue velvet settee with her friends, Daisy Miller and Lucretia Potter. "Are we ready?" she asked. Daisy and Lucretia nodded eagerly. "Who shall we check on first?" "When is our restaurant going to be finished?" Lucretia questioned instead. "Will you stop worrying about the restaurant?" Daisy scolded. She'd been the secretary for Henry Adams' first AME church. "It's opening soon." Lucretia, a milliner by trade and owner of the town's first seamstress shop, never liked being reprimanded. "As one of the three spinsters, I believe it's about time we were shown some appreciation. We helped build this town." "I agree. A restaurant is a fine tribute," Daisy replied. "And Henry Adams hasn't had a fancy sit-down place for a long time. Remember when—" Rachel cut her off. "Stop. The last time you took us down memory lane, we almost missed Bernadine and Mal's wedding. Focus, ladies. Now, who's first?" "Riley and Cletus," Lucretia offered, looking pleased. "No!" Rachel and Daisy shouted back. Rachel added, "To quote Riley's ex-wife, Genevieve, I don't want to see that hog again until he's turned into an Easter ham." "That's mean." "But true," Daisy pointed out. "Either a ham or the pokey. Take your pick." Lucretia's lips thinned. "Well, who do you suggest? And don't say Devon, because I'm tired of his antics." "Devon just needs understanding," Daisy explained. "And Riley doesn't?" Lucretia countered testily. "He had a terrible childhood." "And a hog that killed someone," Daisy shot back. "Besides, Riley's a full-grown man. Devon's a child." Rachel eyed them both. "Are you two done?" Lucretia and Daisy folded their arms and sat back in a huff. "Since you can't agree, I'm picking Tamar. Any objections?" In the century they'd been friends on earth and in heaven, neither Lucretia nor Daisy had ever won an argument with Rachel. So they chose silence. "Good. We'll begin with Tamar. I think she may need to call on a lot of blessings before this is over. Just so she doesn't wreck Olivia while driving like someone in the Indy 500, or wield that shotgun like she's starring on Gunsmoke." Rachel shook her head. "Okay, settle down. It's starting." Henry Adams, Kansas. The past. Tamar July's wedding day had finally arrived. 3 months had passed since Joel Newton's proposal, and for a woman in her 30s who never thought she'd find love, she was over her heels happy. Her parents were as well. They'd even bought her a new dress for the occasion. She viewed herself in the old stand-up mirror. Not even its cloudy surface marred how fine she looked in the blue dress, with her long black hair pulled back and knotted on her neck and a small amount of makeup on her ebony skin. Tamar lived with her parents, and to help make ends meet, she drove the school bus for the neighboring town of Franklin and hadn't had new clothes or shoes in a dog's age. Her father worked for the railroad, and her mother cleaned homes. Neither were paid much, and for them to spend their hard-earned pennies on the dress as their wedding gift, spoke to their love. "You look beautiful, Tammy. Joel's going to want to eat you up with a spoon." Tamar turned to see her best friend, Agnes Jefferson, standing in the bedroom doorway. Agnes had taken the weekend away from her studies at Oberlin to return to Henry Adams to be Tamar's maid of honor. "I can't believe I'm getting married." "Me either, especially at your age," Agnes joked before asking in a more serious tone, "Are you happy?" "I am." "Good. Hopefully I'll be next." They'd shared secrets their entire lives, but this was Tamar's first hearing about her having a new beau. "Have you met someone?" "I have, but we can talk about it later. Today is your day. Everyone's here and waiting. Are you ready to become Mrs. Joel Newton?" Tamar took a final look at herself in the old mirror and nodded approvingly. "Yes, ma'am." "Then follow me." The service would take place in the cleared field behind the July house, a homestead that had been in the family for nearly a century. The yard was filled with neighbors and a good-sized contingent of Julys from the Oklahoma clan. Tamar smiled, seeing her other best friend, Mabel Franklin, granddaughter of the founder of the town of Franklin, standing with another good friend, local farmer James Redding. Tamar knew their clan-supporting families were undoubtedly displeased by their attendance, but she was glad to have them with her on her wedding day. Holding a bouquet of spring flowers, she felt both shy and proud as applause broke out when she took her father Trent's offered arm for the solemn walk to the flower-laden wooden bower where Joel stood, looking so handsome in his dark blue suit. Her older brother Thaddeus, Joel's longtime friend, stood with him, as did Agnes and the Reverend Andrew Mosley, pastor of the local AME church. Upon reaching them, her father placed a kiss on her cheek and told Joel, "Treat my baby girl good, you hear?" The crowd tittered. They hoped Joel listened because they all knew Trent July wouldn't stand for any shenanigans from his new son-in-law. Her father stepped back, and Tamar and Joel faced the Reverend. The Julys were tall. Tamar herself stood just over 6 feet. Joel was shorter by 4 or 5 inches, but he didn't seem to mind the difference in their height. Much to her delight, because some of the few beaux in her past had. The Reverend began speaking the words. Tamar was focused on how wonderful she felt standing beside the man who'd soon be her husband, when a woman's voice rang out. "Joel Newton, what the hell are you doing?" Tamar turned. There stood an angry-looking brown-skinned lady with a little boy on her hip and holding the hand of a girl not much older. Flanking the woman were 2 scowling, burly men, wearing plain workman clothes. "Lisa?" Joel croaked, his eyes wide as saucers. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Confused, Tamar asked, "Who is she, Joel?" Before he could respond, the woman stormed forward. "He can't marry you, ma'am. He already has a wife and 2 children." Tamar's jaw dropped, and she spun back Joel's way. He refused to meet her eyes. Thaddeus wouldn't either. She grabbed Joel's arm. "Is this your wife?" "Look, let me explain." She raised her voice. "Is this your wife?" Lisa replied instead, "Yes, I am. So you might as well send these folks home. There'll be no wedding today. Joel, my brothers are here, and Daddy's in the car. Come on, you going home. Don't make them drag you." Humiliated, furious, and about to lose her mind, Tamar yelled at her brother, "Did you know he was married?" Tammy, whatever else he had to say was cut short by the right cross she hit him with that knocked him out cold. The brothers charged forward. Lisa shouted at Joel. Tamar's father roared and had to be restrained. Lisa's father came running up, pushing people aside, and the Oklahoma Julys met his bad manners with their fists. Chaos erupted. Tamar was sure she'd broken her hand, but the pain in her heart ached more. Hoping her father filled Joel's backside with birdshot and vowing to never be foolish enough to fall in love ever again, she struck out across the field. She heard her mother and Agnes calling her name, but she kept walking and didn't stop until she reached the banks of the creek at the foot of the July land. There, in the quiet silence, she made another vow to never speak to Thad again. Determined not to cry, she furiously dashed away the tears filling her eyes. Joel Newton could go straight to hell. He'd play no role in her future, or the future of his child growing inside. Chapter 1. Henry Adams, Kansas, April, the present. Tamar July awakened groggy and disoriented. Pushing the bedding aside, she sat up and slowly swung her legs over the side of the mattress and leaned forward to draw in a deep breath. She dreamt about her wedding again. The events of that awful day had been haunting her dreams on and off for the last few weeks, and she had no idea why. Not that she needed a reminder of the occasion. Her son Malachi was the spitting image of the man who'd sired him, and every time she saw Mal, she saw Joel. Having always been a believer in signs, she assumed the nightly trips back in time meant something. She just didn't know what. She dragged her hands down her sleepy face, pushed her feet into her slippers, and stood. In the kitchen, she started the coffee maker and walked to the patio door to draw open the blinds. But when she took hold of the strings, she hesitated. For the past few mornings, a large great-horned owl had been perched on the shed in the yard. Owls were nocturnal, so why it had been showing up at her place was anyone's guess. She finally went ahead and opened the blinds, and sure enough, there it sat, squatting motionless under the pale pinks and purples of the early dawn sky. As on each previous occasion, it turned its luminous eyes her way, and after taking a good long look, raised its magnificent wings and flew off. Owls, like hawks, eagles, and falcons, were raptors, and the Julys believed raptors were tied to their spirit. On a dream world visit a few years ago, Tamar encountered her great-grandmother, first Tamar, in the form of a huge harpy eagle. Present-day Tamar walked back to the coffee maker, wondering if the riddles of the owl and the dreams were tied. But of course, she had no answer. After breakfast, dressed and ready for her day, she left the house and got in her old green truck, Olivia. The day was sunny and bright, but it was mid-April, so the morning air still held the chill of the retreating winter. Driving slowly down the thin dirt road that connected to the paved one maintained by the county, she passed the 3 double-wides the town leased on her land. The first one housed town pastor Reverend Paula Grant. The second, recent arrival, Chef Thornton Webb. The third was home to the young family of Bobby and Kelly Douglas and their twin toddlers. Upon reaching the blacktop, Tamar sped up. For most of her driving life, she and Olivia cruised at 70 miles per hour plus. But after a plethora of speeding tickets and a firm talking to from Deputy County Sheriff DeVita Ransom, Tamar stayed nearer the speed limit of 55. In her alto voice, she sang Sammy Hagar's I Can't Drive 55. Upon approaching the road's long, racecourse-like curve, she was tempted to put the pedal to the metal. But that was usually where the deputy sheriff's cruiser sat waiting, so she kept an eye on the speedometer. And there was the cruiser. Feeling smug at outsmarting the young officer once again, Tamar waved. Davida smiled and gave her a thumbs up, and Tamar drove on. Although she grudgingly agreed with Davida about the dangers of driving like a bat out of hell, it didn't mean Tamar had to like it, so she pushed Olivia's speed up a few more notches for the remaining quarter of a mile. Reaching her destination, she pulled into the semi-full parking lot of the town's only diner, the Dog and Cow, co-owned by her son Malachi and longtime Henry Adams resident Rochelle Rocky Dancer James. Mal had recently married town owner Bernadine Brown, and although some people in the area couldn't understand why the newlyweds chose to sometimes live apart, Tamar saw nothing wrong with them wanting to hold on to their separate homes. She'd want her own space too, not that she planned to marry anyone. Last night's dream resurfaced in her memory, and she hastily shoved it aside. The morning rush hadn't begun in the diner, since it was still relatively early, so the place wasn't as packed as it would be in another hour or so. Sarah Vaughn was on the jukebox, and her familiar voice brought back how much Tamar's mother loved the great Sarah. Tamar's son, Mal, served as host most mornings, and upon seeing her smiled and said, "Morning, Tamar. You want to sit or you ordering to go?" He, like everyone else in town, knew she preferred to be addressed by her first name. "Morning. Think I'll sit." "Okay, follow me." He escorted her to one of the booths by the windows that looked out onto Main Street. "You want coffee?" "Please." "And how are you?" "Not bad. Be right back with your coffee." Although Tamar was not one to overtly show affection to her only son, she did love him. It had been difficult to do so, though. When he came back from Vietnam, overwhelmed by nightmares that made him seek refuge in alcohol. He'd been sober for decades now, and she was proud of the hard work he'd put in to reclaim himself. He returned with a pot of coffee and poured her a cup. "What can I get you?" "The usual. But bring me 2 strips of bacon instead of 3. The little girl who calls herself my doctor wants me to give up bacon altogether, but that's not going to happen." He studied her. "And don't look at me that way. 2 strips of bacon, Mal." "Got it." Shaking his head, he set out for the kitchen. She knew he wasn't happy with her stance, but she was 90 years old, give or take a few years, and if she wanted bacon, she should be able to have it without folks fussing or giving her looks. They should be glad she hadn't ignored the little girl doctor altogether and asked for her usual 3 strips. Knowing that getting agitated wouldn't help her blood pressure, she sipped her coffee and looked out the window at the sunny day. She also noted the other diners filing in for their breakfast. Thanks to the excellent kitchen staff, the Dog was well known for the quality of its food and drew in people from all over the county. Members of law enforcement, like Davida Ransom and her boss, County Sheriff Will Dalton, and now that the weather had warmed, the construction crews were back, competing for booths and tables with the local citizens and people who lived in the neighboring town of Franklin. Everyone ate at the Dog. "Hey, you want some company?" She looked up into the familiar ebony face of Bing Shepherd. Tamar was the town's matriarch, and Bing, being the oldest male resident, was the patriarch. "Please join me. How are you this morning?" "Not bad for an old World War II vet. How are you?" He took the seat opposite her and put his cane beside him. "I'll be better when I stop dreaming about my wedding." He stilled. He'd been in attendance that day. Tamar showed a wry smile. "Yes, that wedding. Not sure how to respond to that. Not sure how to respond to the dreams. Plus, there's been a great horned owl on my shed the past couple of mornings, too." The arrival at their booth of the waitress interrupted their conversation. "Morning, Tamar. Mr. Bing, do you want coffee and your regular breakfast order, sir?" "Yes to both." "Okay, be right back with the coffee. Tamar, your order's almost ready." "Thank you." She left them and returned promptly with his coffee, before leaving them alone again. Bing added his usual cream and sugar. "A great horned owl." "Yes." He took a sip of coffee and eyed her again. "You Julys and your raptors. What's it mean?" Tamar shrugged. "Your guess is as good as mine. Disconcerting is all I know." "Good scramble word. Disconcerting. Don't tell Mal. His head's already big enough." Mal was the town's reigning king of the Scrabble board. Bing's eyes sparkled with amusement. "I want to say maybe the dreams will eventually stop, but I know that's too simple." "Exactly. Something's coming. I just wish I knew what." "You'll figure it out. You always do." Tamar hoped he was right. Over at the Henry Adams subdivision, Devon July was in his bedroom getting dressed for school. Checking himself out in the mirror, he approved of his choice of the blue long-sleeved hoodie shirt and jeans. But one thing was missing. He picked up his hairbrush, and after running it over his short-cut hair a couple of times, he gently lifted his James Brown wig from its foam head and put it on. After adjusting the glossy hairpiece until it was just so, he viewed himself and gave his smiling reflection a thumbs up. He looked good, like he knew he would. He did a fancy spin and, facing the mirror again, gave himself an even bigger smile. He liked wearing the wig because of the dope swagger it gave him. His mom, Lily, had shown him how to wash it, blow-dry it, and use the curling iron so it stayed perfect. His brother, Amari, hated it, as did most of the other kids in town, but he didn't care. The haters could skate. The hairdo gave him the identity he craved. No one in town wanted him to be the preacher. He couldn't be Amari, and he didn't want to be the son of a mentally disabled mom who'd given birth to him after being sexually assaulted. That part hurt too much to even think about. So he'd rather be the Devon who reminded everyone of James Brown, because people all over the world loved James Brown. Devon entered the kitchen for breakfast and nodded good morning at his 16-year-old brother, Amari, already seated at the table. Their parents, Lily and Trent, were slow dancing by the stove again, and Devon cringed with embarrassment. The tune was an old-school one, Reunited by Peaches and Herb. He knew the title because they danced to the song a lot. Back in the day, they'd been high school sweethearts. When they graduated, she went away to college and broke his heart. During Devon and Amari's first summer in Henry Adams, the two reunited, buried the drama, and got married. Thus, the song. Devon knew they loved each other but wanted them to act like normal parents. When he had kids, no way would he be dancing with one arm around his wife's waist while holding a long fork in his free hand to tend to the sausages in the skillet on the stove. "Ew," Devon called out to announce his entrance. His brother rolled his eyes. "Quit hating." The dancers turned and smiled. "Good morning, Devon." Luckily, the song's last notes faded away and they parted, but not before his dad placed a kiss on his mom's forehead. On Mondays, Dad cooked breakfast. The usual menu was eggs, grits, toast, and sausage. He was a great cook, but his sons secretly enjoyed breakfast more when it was their mom's turn, because that meant soft, fluffy waffles, bacon, and lots of syrup. It was probably the only thing the two of them agreed on. As Devon took his seat, he saw Amari disdainfully eye his wig, but he was used to the hate, so he ignored it. Dad set the plate of sausages on the table and took his seat. "Devon, would you say grace, please?" Devon lowered his head and offered up a short verse of thanks. After the amens were said, they helped themselves to the food. "Anything special going on today?" Devon looked at his mom. "The band's rehearsing after school for the Franklin Town birthday party. It's next month. But we're starting practice early because Zoe wants us to be perfect. Y'all played great at the library's talent contest last week," his dad replied. "But they should have come in first, instead of behind the Taylor Swift singing girl and that kid that tried to cover Fast Car," Amari pointed out while putting salt and pepper on his scrambled eggs. Devon agreed. "I know. Zoe was really mad." "She should have been. I think the Swiftie girl is the library director's niece. She sang okay, but not good enough to win." "Thanks, Amari." "Anytime." Devon liked it when his big brother offered up praise. "I want Zoe to change our name." "What name?" "The band's name. I want us to be called Devon, the Anointed, and the Exodusters." Everyone paused. Amari chuckled. "Excuse me, what?" "Devon, the Anointed, and the Exodusters. I'm the star." Amari laughed. Their mom stared Amari into silence before asking, "Have you run this by Zoe?" Devon forked up another sausage and placed it on his plate. "Not yet. Going to do it today. It makes sense, though." "Why?" "People come to hear me, so my name should be out front." Amari said, "Way too early in the morning for you to be drunk, Devon." "I'm not drunk." "You must be if you think Zoe's going to change the name to that. Might as well call it Delulu Devon and the Exodusters." "I'm not Delulu." "Sounds like it to me." "Shut up." And that's what Zoe's going to say. "Time out," their dad said. "And Delulu means—" "Delusional," Amari replied, taking a sip of his orange juice and watching Devon with amusement. Their mom studied Devon. "But it's her band, honey." "She's just playing the guitar." Amari added, "And the piano, and writes the songs, and is so good at songwriting, she writes for people who win Grammys." "Yeah, well, I'm going to win Grammys too when I get older. But right now you're just a kid in a bad wig in Smallville." "Stop talking about my hair." "What hair? You have hair? Show me." "Amari," their dad warned. "I'm sorry, Dad. It was just lying there. I couldn't resist." The angry Devon resumed eating. He hated it when Amari made fun of him, but he was certain Zoe could be convinced. People always talked about how good he was on the stage. Zoe and the rest of the band were more like his backups. Without him, there probably wouldn't even be a band. Devon looked up from his plate to see his mom's concern, but he didn't respond. After school, everyone would owe him a big apology when he came home and told them Zoe agreed with his plan. His late grandmother claimed he was anointed, and the anointed were always right. After the ride to school with their mom, Devon and his brother entered the Marie Jefferson Academy with the rest of the arriving students, and his day immediately brightened. He liked school. The one he'd attended down south before moving to Henry Adams had been as poor as the community it served. There'd been no money for art classes, music, or laptops. The teachers had been dedicated and loving, but were forced to teach from old textbooks passed down from wealthier school districts, while doing their best to provide the classroom supplies struggling families could not. The academy didn't have those problems. In addition to all the perks, they did dope things like having star nights where they gathered outside and used telescopes to see planets and comets. There was also a large aquarium filled with all kinds of small, colorful fish that he and the students maintained. Each kid was assigned a week to look after it, and this week was his. He was proud to have earned a spot in the rotation. Students had to be at least 12 years old and pass the class Mr. James gave on how to do all the things needed, like checking the gauges, measuring the water temperature and oxygen levels. Devon also knew when the filters needed changing, how much food to sprinkle in the water, and what to do if any fish turned up dead. One of the final duties was to write all the gauge numbers into the aquarium's ledger. There was also a page for how many fish were alive each day. When he finished all that, he took a final look through the glass at his charges, smiled, and went to his classroom. Devon and the other kids his age were in the classroom taught by Ms. Clark. She was new. Their old teacher, Mr. Abbott, left after Christmas. Miss Clark was the stepmom of Tiffany Clark and her older sister, Leah, who was in the class taught by Mr. James. Amari and Amari's best friend, Preston, were also in that class. Devon and his crew would be moving to Mr. James's room in the fall. The first thing they did each morning was sing the Black National Anthem. Next came the Mexican National Anthem, played on the piano by Maria Acosta. Devon didn't think she was very good, but he kept his mouth shut and listened politely, because Zoe and the others would fuss at him if he didn't. He considered Zoe his best friend, and when they got older, he was sure they'd get married, even though they had a sometimes rocky relationship. She'd beaten him up twice in the past, but had also helped him paint Miss Marie's fence that time he'd gotten in big trouble for stealing money so he could go down south and visit his grandmother's grave. Yet another reason why she'd say yes to changing the name of the band. She always had his back. Over at the power plant, Bernadine Brown sat at her desk, poring over the lengthy prospectus detailing the terms of a potential partnership between Henry Adams and a data company called Dark Horse. The group handled cybersecurity, network services, IT consulting, hacking recovery, and more in a very hush-hush way for major corporations and governments worldwide. Bernadine had never heard of them until Mayor Sheila Payne brought the company to her attention, and according to Sheila, Dark Horse preferred it that way. Operating under the radar allowed them to conduct business nearly anonymously, thereby protecting their clients and the firm from unwanted scrutiny. Building a new facility in an out-of-the-way place like Henry Adams played into that anonymity as well. Bernadine thought back on the FBI thinking along similar lines when they secretly embedded a married couple in Henry Adams as part of their witness protection plan, and how well that went. But she set the debacle aside. Partnering with Dark Horse would be her town's first major step in its quest for growth. Logically, she knew the move was needed. Growth and expansion were necessary if Henry Adams wanted a future, but she didn't have to like it. She worried that an influx of new people would be detrimental to the town's soul and spirit. There was an old saying that men and babies didn't like change. She added town owners to that. "Morning, Bernadine." She looked up to see her admin, Devon July, standing in the doorway. Lily was both a colleague and a sister of her heart. Morning, Lil. How are you? I'm good. Have you heard from the good Reverend? The question pertained to town pastor Reverend Paula Grant, who was on a 10-day tour of Europe with her new beau, Chef Thornton Webb. Yes, got an email earlier. They landed in Florence last night and are going to see the statue of David today. Wonder if she knows he's 17 feet tall. I sure didn't the first time I saw it in person. Blew me away. Me too. I'm so glad she agreed to go with Thorne, though. So am I. He seems to be just the man she needs in her life. Hope they have fun. What's on your plate for the morning? The Dark Horse paperwork. Have you finished reading it? I did. Impressive. Seems like a good fit. Are there people still coming tomorrow to meet with us? As far as I know, yes. Sheila hasn't come in yet. She'll let us know if anything has changed. Things okay on the July home front? May need an ambulance at the school later when Zoe puts Devon in the hospital. For what? Lily shared Devon's desire to change the name of the band, and Bernadine sighed. He knows the band is hers, right? He does. That grandmother of his loved him to the moon and back, but she did him no favors, telling him he's anointed. Boy is way too entitled. That was something else Bernadine agreed with. What are we going to do with him? I'm hoping his quest with Tamar will be helpful, but who knows? When are they going? Toward the end of the month. Speaking of Tamar, I want to throw her a surprise birthday party. A surprise? You know there are no secrets in this town. How are you going to keep her from finding out? Lily shrugged. I don't know, but I'm willing to try. I'm not big on surprises, and I'll bet she isn't either. She's going to fill our behinds with birdshot. Oh, come on, Bernadine. Stop being a party pooper. We can figure this out. I'm going to talk to Sheila. I'm sure Madam Mayor can come up with a plan. What kind of plan am I coming up with? Sheila asked, suddenly appearing beside Lily in the doorway. Lily explained. Sheila took in Lily's enthusiastic face and the doubt on Bernadine's. I'm in. Lily grinned. That's the spirit. Sheila added, but when she pulls out her shotgun, I'm telling her this was all your idea, Lily July. Traitor. Say my name. I'm going to my office. See y'all later. Bye. Bernadine asked, so how old is Tamar? Trent thinks somewhere between 90 and 92. She was born at home, so there's no official birth certificate. He said they've always celebrated on January 1st, but you can't have a big birthday blowout in the middle of a Kansas January. True. Well, let's get the ladies' auxiliary involved and see what we can come up with. Thanks, Bernadine. We'll call it Tamar Day. We should give her flowers while she's with us, not after she's gone. You're right. Tamar was the keeper of all things Henry Adams, from its history to its traditions. Not to mention keeping the residents in line. Celebrating her would be a touching tribute, whether their feisty matriarch agreed or not. Lily headed to her office, and Bernadine went back to the Dark Horse packet. That the company had sought them out and not the other way around had been surprising. Even more surprising was that Henry Adams had been recommended to them by NASA Administrator Dr. Margaret Winthrop, the birth mom of Sheila's adopted son Preston. Winthrop recommended Henry Adams because of its state-of-the-art infrastructure and out-of-the-way location. Leafing to the back of the document, Bernadine studied a drawing of the proposed building. It was one story and very nondescript. Once built, there would be 50 employees on site initially. They and any family members would be housed in double-wide trailers the company planned to purchase until homes or apartments could be constructed. Lyman Proctor, mayor of neighboring Franklin, would be present at the meeting tomorrow because the increase in population would affect his town as well. Sheila had no plans to reveal the company's true nature to him, just that it handled data. Bernadine agreed that he didn't need to know more than that unless it became necessary. Sheila entered a short while later. "Can I talk to you about something?" "Sure, have a seat." She was dressed to the nines as always. Today's outfit was a gray wool pencil skirt paired with a silk blouse and fashionable black leather boots. She'd come a long way from the timid, mousy woman she'd been when she and husband Barrett first moved to town. "What can I help with?" "When we get together to plan Tamar's party, can we also plan a going-away party for Preston and Leah? Also, we haven't had a formal welcome circle for the Herman kids. Now that Gemma has them settled in, I think it's time for one." "You're right. And recognizing Leah and Preston is a great idea. Do we want to do everything on the same day?" "Not sure, but if we get Tamar involved with the planning for the going-away festivities and welcome circle, maybe that will keep her distracted while we pull her celebration together on the down low." "That might work." And if anyone could make everything come together, Sheila was the person. After Bernadine's purchase of the town 5 years ago and her investments in its infrastructure and residents, the election of Sheila as mayor provided the vision the community needed to take it to the next level. I think Dad's Inc. should be involved in the Tamar party. They can be trusted to keep a secret. Let's ask Lily to talk to Trent, but I don't think we should say anything to the kids about it, though. The moment they know, she'll know. So true. We'll have a hard enough time keeping it from her ourselves. Agreed. She'll give us that look, and we'll spill our guts. Bernadine smiled. I also wanted to know what you think about the partnership with Dark Horse. On paper, it looks great. But everyone knew Bernadine had misgivings about expansion. Don't worry about my buts. You keep riding point because you're doing an excellent job. Even though I'm whining like a toddler, your plans have my full support. Going to hold you to that. And Bernadine knew she would. Anything else? No. She got to her feet. Thanks for having faith in me, Bernadine. You've no idea how much it means and has meant. The women in this town have given me the courage to be the person I always wanted to be, and I'll be forever grateful. I like this new Sheila. She's so much better than the old version. Watching you transform yourself has been a joy. Thanks for helping me turn the world. You're welcome. As Sheila left her office, Bernadine admitted she liked this new Sheila much better, too. When she counted Henry Adams' blessings, she counted Sheila twice. Bernadine's next task was to send a text to her friend, Tina Craig. Tina was having a B&B built in Henry Adams. She was planning on coming to town to view the progress on the build, and Bernadine wanted to know if she'd set a firm date for her arrival. But as she picked up her phone, her 21-year-old daughter, Crystal, entered the office. Hey, Mom. Hey, Chris. Good morning. What's up? She sat in the chair Sheila had just vacated. I'm moving to Denver. What? The news caught Bernadine totally by surprise. She fought to keep her voice even. Really? Crystal nodded. Yes, my friend Mona and I are going to get an apartment. Bernadine had met Mona on several occasions and liked the young woman. She was also an artist. You have jobs lined up? Not yet, but we're searching online. That's good. What happened to the art store you wanted to open? I don't think I'm really ready to be tied down by a business right now. Does that make sense? It does. A business takes a lot of self-investment, and you're still pretty young for that if it's not your true passion. I still like the idea, but I want to check out being a young adult before I become a real adult. Understood. And I can't do that here. I love you, and this place will always be home, but it's real slow here, Mom. There's nothing to do if you're my age. Bernadine sighed inwardly. That nothingness was why the town's dynamic young teacher, Kyrie Abbott, left his position this past winter. He found the lack stifling. Being unable to provide outlets of any type for young people Kyrie's and Crystal's age was yet another reason Henry Adams needed to embrace growth. In Denver, I can go to concerts and see shows. There's an art museum and malls and people. All the things that aren't here. Yes, I'm sorry. No need to apologize. It's reality. When are you planning on moving? Our lease starts middle of next month. We already sent the landlord our deposit. So soon? Bernadine wanted to weep. Yes, she must have seen how Bernadine felt. Please don't be sad, Mom. It's only a little over 5 hours away, and we can always FaceTime. Moms are always sad when their kiddos leave the nest. You've been living on your own for a while now, but you're here. I could get a hug whenever I wanted. I can't do that if you're living in Denver. My being sad is not a reason to stay, though. It's time to spread your wings, Chris. Crystal walked over and gave her a hug. I love you so much, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. You gave me a life I never dreamed I could have. And you've been an awesome sidekick. Both had tears in their eyes as the hug ended. Bernadine grabbed a tissue from the box on her desk and passed the box to Crystal. You go and be the best Crystal you can be. That's the plan. I'll help with whatever you need. Just let me know. Okay, thanks. Crystal gathered her belongings. I'm going to be okay because you raised me right. I just guided and handed over the credit card. You did all the hard work. Crystal's affection filled her brown eyes. I love you, Mom. Love you back. Keep me posted on the move, okay? Will do. I'll see you later. She headed to the door. Bye, Chris. Bye, Mom. A second later, she was gone. Bernadine and her broken heart sat in the silence. Chapter 2. The Henry Adams kids in Miss Clark's class always sat together for lunch. The boys, Wyatt Dahl, Lucas Herman, Alfonso Acosta, and Devon, all 13 years old, took one side of the table. The three girls, lovingly dubbed the Supremes by Ronnie Garland, 12-year-old Zoe Raymond Garland, and 10-year-olds Jasmine Herman and Maria Acosta, claimed the other side. The oldest in their cadre, seated as far away from the others as the bench allowed, was 14-year-old Tiffany Adele Clark. By all rights, she should be sitting with her sister and the older teens, but Tiff wouldn't take school seriously, so she still hadn't been promoted to Mr. James's class. As they got situated and opened their lunches, Wyatt glanced across the room to where Leah and her classmates sat eating. Next year, we're taking their table. After Leah and Preston go away to college, Amari will be the only one of them left. He can't keep us from claiming it with no backup. Devon asked, Why do you want their table? Wyatt opened his juice pack. It's the seat of power. If new kids move to Henry Adams over the summer, they'll need to know who's in charge. Jasmine appeared skeptical. In charge of what? Everything, her brother Lucas explained. Like where you can sit in the cafeteria and at the dog. The older kids had their own booth there, and none of younger ones were allowed to sit with them unless invited. Zoe bit into a carrot stick and studied them. How are new kids going to know about this power if they've never been here before? Are you going to get in their faces and be rude if they sit in the wrong place? Lucas and Wyatt shared a look. When they couldn't come up with an answer, Zoe advised, "Y'all might need to put down those game controllers and go outside and touch some grass. This is a school, the Marie Jefferson Academy, not Call of Duty." "Zoe's right," Alfonso pointed out, surveying them through his owlish black-framed glasses. "But I like the idea of running things. I say we do it." His crew grinned and bumped fists. "Boys," Zoe muttered. Jasmine and Maria rolled their eyes in solidarity. Tiffany boasted, "If you were an influencer like me, you'd know how to show power." They turned her way. Tiff had a way of getting on everyone's nerves, and since she'd taken on the self-proclaimed persona of social media influencer, nerves were stretched even thinner. "Like the power of not being able to find Brazil on a map?" Wyatt asked. He, like the rest, refused to give her a break because she was such a major pain in the butt, and often mean. Nobody cares about Brazil. How about being able to pass a math test? Snickers followed. Influencers don't care about that either. Passing a math test won't increase your followers. "How about we talk about something else?" Zoe asked pointedly. "Devon, did you tell your parents we're practicing after school?" "You don't get to control the conversation, Zoe," Tiffany snapped. "I think I just did." Ignoring Tiff's resulting glare, Zoe waited for Devon's answer. "Yeah, I told him." And he wondered if now might be the time to discuss the name change, but held off until he gathered his courage. After discussing practice, talk moved to the latest challenges and dances on TikTok and opinions on whether the new streaming version of the show, based on the book The Lightning Thief, was any good or not. The answer was yes. At the next break in the conversation, Deb said to Zoe, "I got something I want to talk about." "Like what?" "I'll tell you at rehearsal." "Does it have to do with the songs we picked?" He shook his head. "Then what?" she asked curiously. He looked around the table, and seeing everyone's attention focused his way, the plan he'd felt so confident about at breakfast now felt less solid. However, he swallowed his misgivings. "I think we should change the band's name." Wyatt was the band's manager. "To what?" "Devon, the Anointed, and the Exodusters." Jaws dropped. Zoe stared as if he'd suddenly turned into Willy Wonka. "Why?" "Because I think people are really coming to see me, so my name should be first." "Really?" she asked in a voice as icy as her brown eyes. "Yes," he smiled, hoping it might smooth things out. "Do your parents know you're doing meth? Because that has to be the only reason you'd say something so dumb." "It's not dumb." "It's dumb, and you're dumber if you think I'm changing the name of my band to that." "Zoe, look." The buzzer sounded, announcing the end of lunch, and Zoe snatched up her belongings. "You go look for a brain, Devon July." And she stormed off. He saw no support on the faces of the others. In fact, each left the table without a word. Deflated, he gathered his things. He passed his brother on the way to the trash can. "Just saw Zoe," Amari said. "Sorry things didn't go the way you wanted." There was empathy on his face and in his voice. "Leave me alone." Taken aback, Amari studied him. "My bad for caring. Won't happen again." He walked away. Miserable, Devon headed to his classroom alone. For the rest of the school day, Zoe ignored Devon. She wouldn't look at him, speak to him, or acknowledge him in any way. When time came for dismissal, Instead of her waiting for him as usual, she got her stuff and left. Wyatt did wait, and as they exited the building and headed down the street to rehearsal, at the recording studio belonging to Zoe's mom, he asked, "You know you hurt Zoe's feelings, right?" "I don't want to talk about it." "You had plenty to say at lunch, Dev." Devon didn't hide his annoyance. "Zoe knows I'm right. People come to see me." "No. They come to see the whole band, and she's worked really hard to make it that way. It's not just about you." Devon disagreed. "Before you and Miss Gemma moved here, I had a lot of people wanting to be my agent. The only reason I don't have one is because my mom said no. And Zoe has had one since last year because of the tons of music stuff she does. All the things she's learned from her mom and her bio-rocker family about staging, sound, and performing makes us a better band. On her dad's tour last summer, she hung out with the roadies so she could learn how to get instruments ready so they don't get banged up when the bands travel, and how to store them on buses and planes. I know that. Then why try and take over?" "I'm not trying to take over. I just want respect for how important I am to the band." "You sing, Dev. That's all. There'd be no band without Zoe." "There'd be no band without me." "Hubris much?" Devon shot him a look. He hated it when Wyatt sounded like Amari. "As people say on the internet, you keep digging that hole," Wyatt advised sarcastically. They walked the rest of the way in silence. Zoe's bio-aunt, the leather-wearing Cassie Sullivan, produced and managed Zoe's famous mom, Ronnie Garland. Cass often helped with Zoe's band, too, and was in the sound booth when Devon and Wyatt arrived. "Hey, guys, how are you?" she asked in her lilting Irish voice. "Hi, Miss Cassie," Devon replied. "You look down, Dev. Are you okay?" He nodded. "Hey, Miss Cass." Wyatt removed his coat and took his usual seat on one of the stools in front of the soundboard. Zoe came in and gave Devon a withering look. "Did you go see the wizard about a brain?" "You're the one needing a brain. You just don't want to admit that I'm right." "You wish." Cassie looked between them. "What is this about?" "Ask him," Zoe replied, folding her arms tightly across her chest. "You're the one with the problem. You tell her." "It's your stupid idea. Own it." Cassie turned to Wyatt. "Interpreter, please." "Devon wants to change the band's name." "To what?" "It's stupid," Zoe interrupted angrily before Wyatt could respond. "No, it's not," Devon replied. "Yes, it is." "Both of you hush." "Wyatt?" So he told her. Cassie raised an eyebrow. Zoe said, "See? Stupid. He thinks the only reason people like our band is because of him." "I've learned not to weigh in on a band's internal issues," Cassie explained. "So you guys settle this. I'm going to the kitchen and make myself a sandwich. Come get me when you're ready to rehearse." "There's nothing to settle," Zoe countered. "I'm not changing the name. If he doesn't like it, he can bounce." "Change the name, or I quit." "Bye." His eyes widened. "Wait, She leaned in. "Bye. If you're all that, start your own damn band." Devon looked Wyatt's way and received a shrug and a slow shake of his head that said, "Told you so." He turned to Cassie, who answered softly, "I'm not in this. Once you two cool off, I'm sure you'll find a solution." "I'm not changing the name," Zoe repeated firmly. "Let's start rehearsal, Aunt Cass." Devon didn't know what to do. He didn't really want to quit, but he wasn't about to beg Zoe to let him take back what he'd said. "I'm going home, then." Without commenting, Zoe exited the booth. Through the glass, he watched her walk over to where the other members were waiting with their instruments. Devon angrily picked up his coat and backpack. When the band began playing the opening chords of Olivia Rodrigo's driver's license, he left. Devon arrived home to find his dad seated on the sofa, viewing his laptop. "Hey, Dad." He looked up. "Hey, Devon. Rehearsal over already?" Devon flopped down on the sofa beside him. "Zoe kicked me out of the band." That wasn't the truth, but it made him feel less bad about the real reason. "Why'd she kick you out?" "Because she thinks my idea about changing the band's name is stupid." "The conversation didn't go well, I take it." He shook his head. "Sometimes friends disagree on things, Devon. And she did start the band." Devon leaned back against the cushions in frustration. "I'm so tired of people saying that. Just because she started it doesn't mean she gets to control everything." "Why not?" Devon wondered why everyone kept agreeing with Zoe and not him. "Because my idea and reasons are better. If a friend buys a car, you don't get to declare ownership just because you think you can drive it better or get it repainted to a color you like better. This is her car, son, not yours." "But what about what I want? Shouldn't that count for something?" "When you have your own car, yes. Now, all you can do is suggest." "So unfair." "Maybe, but in reality, 9 times out of 10, the idea we think is so much better really isn't." Devon didn't want to hear that either. "Growing up is hard, Dad." "I know, but at least you're in a place where you're supported and loved. You have a nice home, food in the fridge, great friends and family. Some kids don't have those things." "I guess." He knew he was lucky in many ways, but still. "Will you and Mom talk to Miss Ronnie and Doc Reg about making Zoe let me be in the band again?" "No." He turned to view his dad's face. "Why not?" "Because parents don't do their kids a favor by cushioning them against the angst of growing up. It would be different if this band thing was life-threatening or dangerous, but it isn't. Life isn't always going to be how we want, Dev. And the sooner we realize that, the sooner we learn how to negotiate the valleys when it gets hard and what really matters." Devon sighed. Why didn't anybody care about how he felt? His grandmother always took his side. Were she alive, she'd fix it so he'd be back in the band and make Zoe change the name. At least, that's what he told himself. Amari entered the room. "Hey, Dad." He didn't acknowledge Devon. "Hey, son. Are you just going to ignore your brother?" "Yes. He prefers it that way, right, Dev?" Sheepishness crept over Devon from his Nikes to his wig. "Explain that, please." Amari shared the encounter in the cafeteria before adding, "And Zoe texted me a few minutes ago to let me know James Brown's mini-me here demanded she either change the name or he'd quit." "Guess what happened?" "You said Zoe kicked you out?" "Lying to Dad. Such a dumb move, Dev," Amari said. "I'm going to my room. Back for snacks in a few." As Amari exited, Devon shot daggers his way. Amari ignored him. In the silence following Amari's exit, Devon warily took in his dad's unhappy features. "Devon, sometimes when things get tough, we lie to save face, especially when we screw up. I get that. Everybody does it, so I'm not going to yell at you for that." Devon relaxed a bit. "But in the cafeteria, your brother was trying to help you navigate that valley we just talked about." "I know. I should probably apologize." "That's up to you. I never had a brother, and neither did my dad. I grew up with great friends and teammates like Mr. Clark, but I wanted a brother. I thought back then and even now that having one was pretty special, even when you're on the outs, like you two now. He's going to laugh at me if I do. And if he does, you'll at least have the satisfaction of knowing you took the high road. But the apology has to be sincere. You don't apologize just to make yourself feel better. Devon let that sink in. And as for the band, you and Zoe have butted heads before, but you're also good friends. I'm sure you'll figure things out. Devon wasn't so sure, but kept that to himself. He stood. Thanks, Dad. I'm going to go apologize to Amari. Sounds like a plan. And Dev? Yes? Your mom and I love you very much. We're always here for you, okay? He nodded. Upstairs, Devon knocked lightly on his brother's open bedroom door. Amari was at his desk with his laptop and turned around. Upon seeing Devon, Amari met his eyes, but sat silently. Came to say I'm sorry for dissing you at school. Appreciate that. Silence. Devon pushed past his discomfort. Dad said he never had a brother but always wanted one because he thought it would be special. I never had a brother either until he and Lily Mom married and I got you out of the deal. Do you hate me? No, Dev, I don't hate you. You're my brother. I think you're a dumbass sometimes, but so am I sometimes. Dev showed a small smile, and Amari responded with one of his own. I really am sorry, Amari. It's okay. You might want to apologize to your girl Zoe, too. Devon stiffened. No? Amari asked. Chin raised. Devon didn't reply. Okay. Keep doing you. Good luck. When Amari turned back to his laptop, Devon knew their talk was done. Wallowing in self-pity and lost in the mess he'd made, Devon went to his room and plopped down on the edge of his bed. When the tears rolled down his cheeks, he let them fall. Heaven. Poor Devon, Daisy said sadly. Poor Devon, my foot, Lucretia countered. That boy didn't listen to a word Trent said. At least Zoe isn't putting up with his foolishness. Amari was correct. Devon is Delulu. Amari's such a good big brother, even if Devon doesn't seem to appreciate it, Rachel noted. Because for Devon, it's all about Devon, Lucretia huffed. Show him some grace, Cretia, Daisy advised. I'd rather Zoe show him a solid right cross. She's good at making him come to Jesus that way. He needs understanding, not violence. He needs a brain, just like Zoe said. Rachel glanced between her bickering friends. Let's get some supper so you two can calm down. We can return after. Glaring at each other, Lucretia and Daisy grudgingly agreed. Chapter 3. Leaving the office for the day, Bernadine drove to the dog to have dinner with Mal. After their meal, he'd be playing bid whist with his buddies, so she'd be spending the evening at her place without him. Their plan to live separately and together had gone well so far. They spent some days and nights together, and some alone. They met for lunch or dinner daily, many times both, and not a day went by that they didn't greet each other by phone to begin the day or end the day without a call before bed. Granted, there were people who thought the arrangement made no sense, seeing as how they were recently married, but the only opinions that mattered were hers and Mal's. Everyone else could kick rocks. The jukebox was playing Ain't Nothing Like the Real Thing by Marvin and Tammy when she entered. To her, the song could have been about the relationship she and Mal shared, because what they had was real. Granted, their journey to love hadn't always run smoothly, but they'd overcome the challenges, and she couldn't ask for a better life partner. She mentally sang along with the lyrics as she waited in line for her turn to be seated. The place was crowded, as always. She and a few of the women in town were investing in a new, fancier restaurant they'd named the Three Spinsters. How it might affect the constant crush at the dog during the dinner hour was yet to be seen, but she had a feeling the locals would continue to flock to the dog even if the town built 3 more eateries, because the place felt like home. Her turn came, and she was escorted to the booth she and Mal called theirs. He wasn't there yet, so she assumed he was either in the kitchen, helping Rocky and the crew, or upstairs in his apartment, and would arrive soon. Sure enough, he entered the dining room through the kitchen doors, and as their eyes met, his smile evoked a soft rush through her blood that warmed her from head to toes. "Hey, doll," he said, when he reached the booth, and greeted her with a kiss on her cheek before taking his seat across from hers. "How'd your day go?" "Crystal is moving to Denver." He paused and studied her. She didn't pretend to put a happy face on the news. She knew she could be her true self with Mal, and he could be the same with her. "I'm going to miss her, big time." "We all will. Why Denver, though?" She explained. "Oh, she's trying to get away from Henry Adams' fast-paced life?" Exactly. He had a gift for making her smile. She continued, "Yes, everything moves so quickly here, she's having a hard time keeping up." "Denver isn't that far away," he pointed out. "I know." She said the same thing. I was okay with her wanting to go away to school on the East Coast or wherever else she planned to go, but her moving to Denver hits different. Feels like an apron strings cutting kind of moment. I'm not sure I'm ready for her to move on with her life on a permanent basis. Not that what I want matters." He reached out and placed his warm hands gently over hers. "It'll be okay." She sighed. "I know. She's come such a long way." I'll never forget how buzzed she was about decorating her bedroom and finding out she'd been sleeping on the floor. "Before or after she decorated?" "After. She said the room was so pretty she didn't want to mess it up." Their first few years had been memorable on so many levels. The waiter brought them water and took their orders. Bernadine looked around the diner and saw Jen and her husband, T.C., sharing a booth with Marie Jefferson. Gary and Nori were seated in the back with Leah and Tiffany. Ronnie was home after a weekend gig in L.A., and she and Reg were enjoying each other's company in a booth by the windows. Seeing the Garlands made her wonder if Zoe had left Devon alive or dead. Mal asked, "Why the smile?" "Thinking about Devon. Lily said he wants to change the name of Zoe's band to Devon the Anointed and the Exodusters." Mal laughed so loud people seated nearby turned and stared their way. When he recovered, he took a sip of water. "That boy is a mess." "True. I didn't see a mushroom cloud over the school, so I guess Zoe let him keep living after he told her. If he told her. No way is she going to change the name to that." "Not in 1,000 years." He shook his head. Devon, what are we going to do with you?" She had the same question, as did everyone else in town who loved their resident James Brown impersonator. "What did you do today?" "Spent most of it helping Clay and Bing set up a game room in what used to be Riley's bedroom. They have a new 55-inch flat screen, new sofa and chairs, a good-sized table for us to play bid on, and stack snacks on while we watch the games. As the kids say, the room is sick. She chuckled. Sick? S-I-C-K, the sickest. I'm scared of y'all. Has anyone heard from Riley? No, and we don't say his name to keep him from being conjured up. Their food arrived. Baked chicken and steamed veggies for her, fish tacos filled with air-fried cod and tasty coleslaw for him. She offered up a softly spoken thanks for the meal, and their amens followed. Bon appetit, he said, toasting her with his raised water glass. As they began eating, she brought up Lily's suggestion about honoring Tamar. Sweet idea, and a well-deserved one, he replied. But how are you going to keep her from finding out? The question of the day. And if she finds out, will she kneecap everybody involved? No good deed goes unpunished, you know. I do, she shrugged in response to the question. We'll all take a pledge to keep it on the down low. Definitely can't tell the kids, though. Nope. Amari in particular. He'll sell us all down the river for his beloved Tamar. Bernadine agreed. Amari, Flash, Steel, July couldn't be in on the secret, no matter what. Not sure when you want the party to be, but you might want to have the first planning meeting the weekend she takes Devon on his spirit quest, Mal suggested. They should be going sometime soon. Great idea. I love you so much. It was a perfect plan. He grinned. Always a joy to hear you say that. Simply stating the truth, sir. Spent the day missing you, too. Aww. She was moved by the affection in his eyes and tone. They'd spent the weekend at his place where they'd watched movies and old cartoons, took a late-night drive, had food delivered, listened to jazz, and played Scrabble, which he won, while talking more trash than the good Lord allowed, as usual. Going home to her own space Sunday night and being alone with herself and the quiet reinforced the rightness of their decision to choose an unconventional married life. It allowed them the freedom to continue embracing the person life had led each to become, while the added bonus of love served as icing on the wedding cake. How about we stay at my house this weekend? I'd like that. And if I start missing you before then? The mischief sparkling in his eyes made her blush. You know what to do. I do. Sometimes they acted like love-struck teenagers and trashed the schedule they'd planned. The spontaneity kept the relationship fresh and exciting. After dinner, he walked with her out to her truck. Are you all breaking in the new game room tonight? Yes, hoping to whip some butt, too. Bing and Trent are on a winning streak that needs to stop. Hate them both. Aw, poor baby. Keep hope alive. His smile lifted his mustached lips. I'll text you a good night before I turn in, if it's not too late. Okay. Have fun, outlaw man. Will do, pretty lady. Give me a kiss. She complied, and as it deepened, she heard Ronnie's voice call, Get a room, you two. This is a public parking lot. Laughing, Bernadine and Mal parted. Mal called back, Stay out of grown folks' business, young'uns. Grinning, Ronnie and Reg entered their vehicle and tooted their horn as they drove away. Nothing like living in a small town. Bernadine climbed into baby. Have fun in the game room. Love you. And she did, with all her heart. Love you, too. She backed out of her parking spot, gave him a wave, and headed home. Later, lying in bed, she closed the book she'd been reading. Time for sleep. Big meeting tomorrow. She reached out to turn off the lamp on her nightstand when her phone chimed. The name on the display made her smile. Game room awesome. Butt kicking not so much. Sweet dreams, Mrs. July. She typed her reply. Poor baby. You'll get 'em next time. Sweet dreams, Mr. July. He sent back a thumbs-up emoji. Placing the phone on the nightstand, she turned off the light, got comfortable, and closed her eyes. Chapter 4. Tamar awakened and realized she hadn't dreamt about her wedding overnight, or if she did, she didn't remember, and she was okay with that too. When she drew open the blinds in the kitchen, there was no owl staring at her from the roof of the shed. That was fine too, even though it only added more fuel to the riddle of why the bird kept showing up in the first place. Instead of worrying over it, she made breakfast, got dressed, and she and Olivia left the house to begin the day. She drove to the outskirts of town. Reaching her destination, she shut off the engine and got out. Her grandson, Trent, who'd already arrived, did the same. Today was the 118th anniversary of the death of her great-grandmother, First Tamar, the woman she'd been named after, and the founding matriarch of the July clan. Thanks for coming with me, she told him solemnly. You're welcome. Together they stood at the edge of the old Henry Adams Cemetery. Green shoots were emerging from the soil after their winter sleep. By summer's arrival, the native grasses and wildflowers would all but obscure the aging gravestones. Now, however, the markers stood out like weathered sentinels. Many were so ancient the names of the dead could no longer be read, while others, like those belonging to her parents, remained visible. The passage of time had taken its toll on First Tamar's too. Even from a distance they could see the simple memorial, blackened by the ravages of age and the harsh Kansas winters, was listing to one side. Even if all the stones disappeared, she'd still know each ancestor's resting place, because she'd been paying homage here her entire life. I'll come back and reset her stone, Trent reassured her. Thank you. She scanned the open field and felt the presence of those interred as surely as she felt Trent standing at her side. I always thought I'd be buried here, but now... The county had closed the cemetery over a decade ago. No more of Henry Adams' dead would be allowed to rest there. We've never talked about where you want to be buried when the time comes. Do you have a preference? I don't want a burial. Cremate me and spread my ashes right here. I don't care what the county has to say. Won't be the first time a black Seminole defied the government, and probably not the last. She met his eyes, and in them saw the young boy she'd helped raise. Promise me. I promise. Can't have you haunting me for the rest of my life and beyond. And you know I will. She looked back out at the field. I'm going to go pay my respects. I'll wait here. Wandering slowly, she paused every now and then to run a gentle hand over the tops of the stones of her parents and others who'd lived during her lifetime. Rocky's parents, Clay's parents, Bing's wife, and each received softly spoken words of remembrance. Walking farther in, she sought out the graves of her grandparents, Neil July and his wife Olivia. Nearby were the ancestors of Marie and Agnes Jefferson, schoolteacher Cara Lee Jefferson, and her husband, town sheriff Chase. The headstones belonging to the town's founding citizens, like the three spinsters and Sophie Reynolds, were amongst the oldest and most difficult to read, but she knew them by heart and sight, too. She was the town griot, the keeper of traditions, history, and lore. She'd passed the knowledge down to Trent, and they were doing the same with Amari. Many Black families in the United States no longer knew the stories of who and what came before. Many had never known, but she wanted to ensure Henry Adams and the Julys never forgot. She stood the longest at the grave of first Tamar, a woman of magic, strength, and mystery. People scoffed at the idea that she had the ability to walk through her descendants' dreams, but Amari knew that to be true, as did the present Tamar, because she'd visited them both. First, Tamar made the long walk from Oklahoma to the Mexican border with Seminole chiefs Wildcat and John Horse to escape slave catchers and tribal enemies, the Crow. She also raised 2 of her husband's sons by other women, in addition to the 3 children he'd sired with her. She'd been an incredible woman, and Tamar was honored to bear her name. Walking back to the truck, she asked Trent, "Have you brought Devon out here?" "Not yet. I want to wait until after you have your weekend with him. After seeing him pour out his grief on his grandmother's grave when we took him down south, I'm not sure how he'll react to another cemetery." She understood. Death was hard at every age. "We'll give him time. When are you planning to do his spirit quest?" "I want to wait until the weather settles down. I don't want us to be in a tent and wake up to 8 inches of snow. Let's give it another 2 weeks and we'll set a date." "Okay. I should have him practice raising a tent in the meantime, then." "Good idea. Putting up the tent gave poor Amari fits, but Devon, being a country boy, may already know how." "True. I'll talk to him about it. I doubt he and his grandmother had modern equipment, though, so he may need to practice anyway." Tamar agreed. She hoped the spirit quest would set Devon on the road to finding himself and also build a bond between the 2 of them. No one would replace his beloved grandmother in his heart, but she wanted to become as close to him as she'd come to be with Amari. Trent asked, "Are you heading to town for the big meeting this afternoon?" "Not yet. Since I'm out this way, I'll swing by and see Jimmy, then drive back." "Tell him hello. If he needs anything fixed in his place, let me know." "Will do." He kissed her cheek. "Drive safe. I'll see you later." 2 rusting red Cadillacs flanked the olive-green farmhouse of her old friend, James Redding. 50 years ago, the crimson and chrome convertibles had been the envy of everyone around, but were now weed-filled, decayed hulks that hadn't been driven since the Clinton administration. Turning off Olivia's engine, she stepped out and saw with alarm Jimmy standing on a ladder, fiddling with a portion of the gutter. At his age, he had about as much business being up there as she did, and the sooner he came down, the better. Seeing her, he smiled. She didn't smile back. "If you fall off that thing, who's going to call 911? The Elton John gang?" He had 2 cats named Levon and Benny. Amused, he turned his attention back to the gutter. "Good morning to you, too, Tammy." "Don't you good morning, Tammy, me. Do you at least have your phone in your pocket in case you fall?" "No. Don't have the old people alert bracelet on either. Thing makes me itch. Please come down." "Or what? You going to whip me? Spank me? Make me write bad checks?" She couldn't suppress her snort. "You are such a mess. And had I been born black, I'd be your mess. Been in love with you since the first day you came into old man Casey's classroom." That turned her to stone. "What?" "You're hard of hearing now?" he asked. Tamar looked up into his aged, sea-green eyes and for the life of her didn't know what to say. "Hold the ladder for me, Tam. I'm coming down." Stunned, she steadied the ladder and watched him make a slow descent. In his youth, he'd been hearty and hale. Now, in his worn jeans and KU blue sweatshirt, he was scarecrow thin. Once he was safely on the ground, she asked, "Why in the world would you tell me that?" "Because we're both knocking on heaven's door, and I don't want to cross the threshold without you knowing the truth." He imitated Bob Dylan's off-key voice, singing "Knocking on Heaven's Door." "Jimmy, come on inside and have some coffee. The girls sent me a Keurig for my birthday." Still struggling to make sense of his revelation, she followed him into the house. She was immediately met by the two cats he called his boys, a ginger named Levon and Benny, a calico. She reached down and stroked them both, and they purred hello. The home's interior was tidy. The sofa and upholstered chairs were as old as the Cadillacs, but clean and still comfortable. The wooden coffee table gleamed from years of care. Each wall held a small watercolor painted by his late wife, Muriel. In the kitchen were the framed high school graduation pictures of his three daughters, Kathy, Peggy, and Diane, named for the Lennon sisters from the popular Lawrence Welk show. "Have a seat, please," he said to her. She sat and absently stroked the boys on her lap while he prepared the coffee. "This machine has to be one of the world's best inventions ever. I don't have to make a full pot and worry about it going to waste." She loved hers as well, but was still stuck on his disclosure. When the brew was ready, he brought 2 filled cups to the table, along with a sugar bowl and cream he took from the fridge. Sitting, he silently fixed his the way he liked it, while she put the cats down and did the same. He took his first sip. "Never known you to be so quiet, Tammy. Never had you tell me what you did outside. That's fair, but it's the truth. Wouldn't lie to you about something like that, and no feeling bad about not loving me in return. Okay? I know you consider me just a friend, but a good, lifelong friend. Appreciate that. But you never hinted you had feelings for me. Did my best to keep it hidden because of the times. The first day I met you, I told my daddy when I grew up I was going to marry you. And he dragged me to the barn and whipped me until my back bled rivers." She stiffened. "Missed a week of school because I couldn't even put on a shirt. I was hurting so bad." "Oh, Jimmy, no," she whispered. He was silent for a moment as if thinking back. A few days later, my mother explained why he'd done it. "You know, he hated your people." She did. His father, James Redding Sr., had been a proud member of the local clan. "He said he'd kill me if I even looked at you again." Her lips tightened in response to such cruelty. "So, I loved you from afar and never told anyone until Reverend Paula this past winter." "You told Paula? She never said anything to me." "She's a priest, Tam. She's not supposed to spread folks' business." "You're right." He chuckled softly and sipped in silence. Tamar still found his confession shocking. "Does Mabel know?" He shook his head. "Telling her would be the same as telling you. She can't keep a secret any more than we can fly." He was correct, of course. Mabel Franklin was her best friend, and Tamar vividly remembered 16-year-old Mabel letting the cat out of the bag about the fancy diamond necklace her father planned to give her mother for their wedding anniversary, and how angry he'd been upon finding out his wife knew about the gift beforehand. Mabel had spoiled surprise birthday parties, baby showers, and Christmas presents. Not because of evil intent. She just seemed incapable of holding information inside. Jimmy asked, "Have you spoken with her recently?" "I have. She fell and broke her hip about a month ago and is in rehab in a fancy assisted living facility. She said it's so nice she might just move in permanently. Those places can put a person in the poorhouse, but Mabel has the money." "Yes, she does. She was the granddaughter of Franklin's founder. The family's wealth was built on the selling and leasing of land swindled from the native tribes. Mabel tried to balance that injustice by giving as much money as she could to organizations that helped people. Her late husband had been a Klan member too. Every time he and his hooded goons burned a cross or engaged in some other intimidating activity, she gave money to the NAACP. It made him furious, but she held the family purse strings, so there was nothing he could do but fume. "But you loved your wife." "I did. Muriel gave me my 3 beautiful girls, and I loved her with all my heart. But you, I loved with my heart and soul. There's a difference." The seriousness in his gaze filled her with emotions she couldn't name. Nothing had ever rattled her so completely. "When the truth about Joel Newton came out on your wedding day, I wanted to tie him to a saddle and drag him to Topeka and back. I confronted Thad later that day, and he and I wound up in a fight that left him with 2 black eyes and me with a broken nose. I was so furious at him. Newton was his friend, but you were his sister." Her heart stopped. "He told me Daddy gave him that licking because of Joel." "No, it was me. We didn't talk for quite some time afterward either." Another astonishing piece of information. My goodness. "I'd have taken on the world for you that day. You deserved better." She didn't know whether to weep or run from what he was making her feel. "I often curse the times back then because I'll never know what might have been had this country been open to letting me express my feelings for you. Granted, you probably still would have turned me down flat, but at least you'd have known." She didn't reply. She didn't know how. "My apologies if this is making you uncomfortable, Tammy. That wasn't my intent." She waved him off. It was all she had. There was no sense in speculating. Marrying outside the race just wasn't done. "How about we talk about something else?" "Please," she replied, her voice lacking its usual strength. She wondered if she'd ever recover from this conversation. So instead, they talked about family. Jimmy about his girls and grandkids, Tamar about Bernadine and Mal's unconventional living arrangements, before moving on to Reverend Paula and Thorne's trip to Europe, and when the Three Spinsters restaurant might open. He asked, "Is this going to be one of those fancy Dan places where you get a sprig of parsley, 2 carrots, and a sliver of meat the size of a French fry for $500? She laughed. "I hope not. Paula's beau will be run out of town if it is. And we should go to dinner there after it opens." I'd like that. And it was the truth. They'd been friends a long time and always enjoyed each other's company. Today's revelation hadn't changed that, even if she was still left reeling. They talked a short while longer about the political shenanigans in Washington, D.C., then it was time for Tamar to head back. He walked her out to Olivia. "You be careful driving home. And you stay off that ladder. I'll send Trent out to take care of whatever that gutter needs." "Yes, Mom." Laughing, she started the engine. He smiled. "That motor still purrs. It helps to have your own personal grandson mechanic. When are you going to get rid of those Cadillacs?" "The day you stop asking me when I'm going to get rid of them." She shook her head. "Goodbye, old man." "Bye, Tammy. Give the Scrabble King my regards." "Will do." She backed Olivia down the drive, threw him a wave, and drove off. As she turned off the dirt road and onto the black top that led to Henry Adams, she still didn't know what to do with what he'd just shared, or how it made her feel, because she'd never been truly loved in that way. Due to Joel's betrayal, she'd refused to open herself to such heartbreak again, and convinced herself that the love of family and friends was more than enough. Now she could only wonder what she might have missed, not necessarily with Jimmy, but with any man. His voice rose in her memory. "I would have taken on the world for you that day." She was certain she'd remember those words for the rest of her life. Bernadine looked around the conference room approvingly. The sandwiches and small bites provided by Rocky and her minions at the dog were nicely displayed, along with water, soda, coffee, and tea. Plates were stacked and at the ready, as were cups, glasses, flatware, and condiments. According to Sheila, there would be 3 people representing Dark Horse, and depending on how many of the town's executive committee members showed up, Bernadine thought 12 chairs at the long table would be enough. There was a chair positioned at each end, one for Sheila, and the other for whoever the Dark Horse power holder turned out to be. Usually Bernadine would be in one of those seats, but this was Sheila's baby, and she had no intention of undermining her authority. Her last action was to take a moment to silently call on all the blessings, so the meeting would be successful, and so Dark Horse would be a good fit for her little town and its future. Sheila breezed in, clipboard in hand. "Are you ready?" "I am, Madam Mayor. Preston and I set up the electronics last night, so we should be good to go with the slides and the rest. Everyone is RSVP'd. The only person who didn't was Tamar, but I just saw Trent, and he assured me that she's coming. Can't take the town forward without her input." "Or her blessings," Sheila added. Over the next few minutes, the Henry Adams Executive Committee members arrived, along with Franklin's Mayor Proctor. As they mingled and waited for the other side to show up, Sheila received a text from the town's driver, T.C. Barber. "They're here. T.C. just pulled into the parking lot. I'll go and meet them at the door." She made a quick exit. Reg said, "I hope they're not tech bro jerks." Luis Acosta raised his coffee cup. "Hear, hear." Reg sort of got his wish. They weren't bros. Sheila returned with 3 women. Whether they were jerks remained to be seen. Bernadine knew Dark Horse's founder was a black woman, but didn't expect her team would be all women as well. She was pleasantly surprised, and like Reg, hoped they were about business and not about being insufferable. Sheila introduced the visitors. Company founder Paige Summers was short, curvy, and wearing a dark blue business suit. She appeared to be in her mid-50s. Her glittering cat-eye glasses were purple. Marie Jefferson, standing across the room, sporting a similar pair of her own signature eyewear, but in red, sent Bernadine a surreptitious thumbs up. COO, Felicia Cisneros, tall with dark hair and a gray widow's peak, nodded in response to being introduced. She, too, was dressed for business in a snow-white suit. Because Bernadine liked playing Dolly Levi, she checked out Luis's reaction, which told her nothing. But she wondered if Ms. Cisneros was married. She was certain Ana Ruiz, his mother-in-law, would want that question answered, too. The last woman was CEO Abby Maxwell. Red hair, blue highlights, green eyes, and a black suit. Cisneros and Maxwell appeared to be in their mid-30s. As a group, the threesome carried top-of-the-line handbags and laptop cases, and their footwear could have come straight out of Bernadine's own closet. They admittedly looked great, but that was not why they were there. Sheila directed those gathered to the food and beverages. Once everyone had a plate and was seated at the table, the meeting began. Paige spoke first. I'd like to thank everyone for taking time out of your schedules to meet with us. Mayor Payne, can you introduce your people, please? Of course. Sheila went around the table. Representing Henry Adams were Bernadine, Lily, Trent, Barrett, Reg, Luis, Rocky, Marie, and Gary. Then she introduced Mayor Proctor. Sheila also explained the roles her people held in town, while Paige and her group took notes. Done, Sheila was about to start the PowerPoint when Tamar entered. Sorry I'm late. I'm Tamar July, town matriarch. And she looked the part, with her silver hair flowing down her back, her red and black caftan resembling a robe for royalty, and the ton of silver bangles adorning her wrists. Paige appeared pleasantly surprised and a bit caught off guard. Pleased to meet you, Ms. July. Felicia and Abby took her in from head to toe. Looking somewhat wary, they greeted her as well. Tamar replied in turn, Pleased to meet you all as well. While Bernadine wondered what they thought of Tamar's towering presence, Trent stood and pulled out an empty chair. You can sit here, Tamar. Thank you. She walked over. Can I get you something to eat or drink? No, I'm good for now. Go ahead with the meeting. Sheila nodded, but before she could begin, a Hollywood handsome brown-skinned young man rushed into the room. Bernadine guessed him to be in his late 20s. Sorry to be late. I'm Jermaine French. What have I missed? Not much, I hope. Although he was a stranger to the Henry Adams people, he was apparently not a stranger to the Dark Horse group. Paige stared coolly at him over her purple glasses and asked tersely, What are you doing here, Jermaine? He'd already placed his coat and laptop case near an empty place at the conference table and was helping himself to the food. I told you I was coming, and I told you you weren't needed. True, but as a member of the finance department, I'm still on the fence as to the costs and the feasibility of Dark Horse building in this location, especially since it's out in the middle of nowhere. Bernadine saw Felicia and Abby share a look so full of daggers it should have set off metal detectors county-wide. He added, With that in mind, I felt it was my duty to evaluate the location personally. Tamar asked, Are you in charge here? Her tone resonated with so much power the room went silent. He turned to see who the voice belonged to. The intensity in her gaze startled him so badly, he almost dropped his plate. Tamar asked again, Are you? Well, yes or no? The Henry Adams people waited to see if he had the testicular fortitude to lie. He didn't. "No, ma'am." "Then get your plate, take a seat, and speak only if asked to." Paige tried to hide her smile. Felicia crowed, "That's it. I'm all in. Paige, I vote we break ground this afternoon." Laughing, Abby gave her a high five. "Hell yeah!" Germaine had nothing further to say. "Welcome to Henry Adams, Germaine," Bernadine thought to herself. After Sheila's PowerPoint on Henry Adams' history, infrastructure, Bernadine's purchase of the town, and its commitment to its children, she asked if they'd like to take a tour. "We'd love one," Paige replied on behalf of her group. It was decided that she and her people would ride with Sheila in her Jeep, and they'd make stops around town at the workplaces of everyone at the table. They'd then drive to take a quick look at Franklin and then out to the parcel of land where their building would tentatively be built. Once that was accomplished, they'd reconvene at the power plant to answer any questions or concerns the women might have. Tamar announced, "Germaine will ride with me over to the rec center." His eyes widened. She gave him a smile that didn't meet her eyes. "Since you aren't needed on the tour, but expressed your concerns about this place, maybe you'll feel better knowing how we prepare for tornado season. I'm doing an inventory of our supplies. I'm sure you'd love to assist me." He looked to Paige for help. "I think that's a wonderful idea, Germaine. Thank you, Ms. July." "Call me Tamar." "Yes, ma'am." Bernadine almost felt sorry for him, but not really. She did wonder how long he'd been with the firm, and if his showing up at the meeting today was his first act of insubordination or just one in a series of many. If it was the latter, why was he still employed? The answers would come eventually, she supposed, but only if he survived his time with Tamar first. Sheila's voice refocused her attention. "We'll begin here at the power plant. I'll text the rest of you when we're on our way to your offices." The plan set. The Henry Adams contingent and Mayor Proctor offered their see-you-laters and exited the conference room. After a tour of the power plant and explaining its function, Sheila and Bernadine drove to the firehouse, where Louise showed off the spanking new fire truck and gave a short talk on the mutual aid partnerships Henry Adams had with some of the nearby municipalities. "Our firefighters are made up of mostly volunteers," he explained. "They're all well-trained on both the equipment and the latest firefighting techniques. I make sure we stay ready and up to date." Bernadine added, "We had a terrible arson fire a few years ago, and all we had to fight back with were handheld extinguishers. 2 people died, and many others were injured. It was heartbreaking. I was determined we'd never be caught like that again. We're not a big operation, but we're much safer now because of Luis's commitment and expertise." "Thanks, Bernadine. Just telling the truth." Felicia had a question for him that she asked in Spanish. Paige and Abby turned and stared at her. Luis appeared to blush. "No." He continued his reply in his native language. Felicia smiled, added to her reply in Spanish again, and ended it with "Gracias." Smiling shyly, he nodded. Back in the Jeep, Abby said, "Girl, you did not ask that man if he was married." "I did. I wanted to know. Do you not see how fine he is? Had to shoot my shot." Abby chuckled. "Can't take you anywhere, Cisneros. You know me. I am not shy. Is he a nice guy, Miss Bernadine?" "He is. My last marriage stank with abuse. I'm looking for kindness." "We all deserve that," Sheila responded. Bernadine agreed. If Felicia and Luis actually clicked, Anna was going to dance with joy. She, her three sisters, and Luis's own aunts and sisters had been trying to find him a new love for some time. He'd met their good-natured attempts with amusement and respect, but hadn't followed up with any of the candidates. Bernadine couldn't wait to see how this played out. He was a good man. He deserved kindness, too. The tour continued at Clark's grocery. Gary asked assistant manager Gemma Dahl to do the honors. Henry Adams is a phenomenal place, she told them in her office after showing them around. I grew up in Franklin but moved back here with my grandson after my daughter lost her life in Afghanistan. The way the people here embraced us. Bernadine saw the tears forming in Gemma's eyes and whispered, "Don't you make me cry in front of company, Gemma." Smiling, Gemma pulled a tissue from the box on her desk and dabbed at her tears. "I'm sorry. I know you're all here about your business, but moving here changed my life in ways I couldn't have imagined. It will change yours, too, just so you know." Sheila said, "Definitely changed mine. I think it might be something in the water." The Dark Horse women studied one another, and Bernadine wondered if they thought she and her people were oddballs. She supposed they were, in their own Henry Adams way, and she was okay with it. After leaving Gemma, they walked down to Barrett Payne's office, where he filled them in on the town's security measures. "If you do decide to move here," he said, "I'd like to get with your security people so we can discuss what things we may need to cooperate on. I won't want access to any of your proprietary workings, but say a tornado comes through and we all end up in the dark. We may need to be on the same page as to how recovery is handled and who you'll need to talk to first responder-wise." "Makes sense," Paige said. "Once we make our final decision and everything is signed, sealed, and delivered, we'll meet and talk." "Sounds good." Leaving the store, Sheila drove them on. "Any questions or comments so far?" "The info on the town we received from you looked intriguing," Paige replied. "But seeing it in person and meeting some of your people has been exciting." "I agree," Abby said. Felicia added, "You have a real comforting kind of vibe here. I like that. Chief Acosta is a bonus, too." Smiles showed. "That's the church over there," Sheila pointed out as they drove past. "Our priest is on vacation. We'll stop at the rec center next. Hopefully your Jermaine is still alive." "Tamar is kind of scary," Paige confessed. Bernadine agreed. "True, but she's all heart. Plus, she's a descendant of train-robbing outlaws, so we've learned to stay on her good side. She's also my mother-in-law." Paige stared, as did Felicia and Abby. "Really?" Abby asked. "Yes, I'm married to her son, Malachi. You'll meet him at some point. He co-owns our diner." Inside the wreck, they found Jermaine seated at a table. There was a mountain of flashlights stacked in front of him, and he was inserting batteries inside. His mutinous face reminded Bernadine of Amari's, Preston's, and Crystal's every time Tamar put them to work during their first summer in town. Tamar smiled at their entrance. "Welcome." Felicia walked over to where he sat. "How's it going, Jermaine?" He didn't respond. His displeasure was evident. Tamar said, "He's doing important work. If we lose power during a storm, the flashlights will come in handy. He should have that last 100 done in no time." Anger contorted his pretty boy features, but he picked up another flashlight and kept at it. Bernadine figured he'd think twice before showing up anywhere else uninvited. Kneecapping hubris was a Tamar superpower. "While Jermaine works on the flashlights, let me show you around," Tamar offered. "We're so proud of this building. It's one of Bernadine's many blessings." The women were impressed by all the rec had to offer, from the indoor and outdoor tracks to the pool and basketball court to the state-of-the-art kitchen facilities. The community college uses the facility for track teams training, and the local Red Cross uses the pools for senior and toddler swim classes, Tamar said. They also conduct CPR classes here. Tamar then talked about movie night and the town's annual Las Posadas celebration during the Christmas season. Upon hearing that, Felicia declared, "Okay, Paige, if we decide to build at the other location, I'm still moving here. I haven't been to a Las Posadas gathering in 1,000 years." "I may join you," she replied. Sheila and Bernadine were pleased to hear that. Henry Adams was competing with a small town in upper Wisconsin. Paige and her people would be visiting it the next day with the hopes of making a final decision shortly after. "How do you know about Las Posadas way out here?" Felicia asked. "Luis's family introduced it to us," Sheila said. "We're all about culture." "His family? He said he isn't married." "He isn't." She appeared confused. Abby said, "Read the room, Cisneros. They're being polite. They're not going to put the man's business on blast. You'll have to find out on your own." "Oh, makes sense. Now I'm even more intrigued." Bernadine was thankful for Abby's insight and gave her a nod to acknowledge it. Eyes twinkling with amusement, Abby responded in kind. The rec tour done, they returned to the area where Jermaine sat still working on the flashlights. Paige asked him, "Did you take an Uber from the airport or rent a car?" "I rented a car. I charged it to my company account." She sighed. "We're flying out in the morning for Wisconsin. You won't be needed, so go home. I'll see you when we get back because we need to talk." "About what?" Bernadine thought someone else needed to read the room. "Let's wait until we return to the office." "No. If you have something to say, I'd rather you say it now." He pushed his chair back and stood. He was a good 6 inches taller than Paige, and by the smirk on his face, he saw that as an advantage. Abby, standing beside Bernadine, growled softly. Paige didn't appear intimidated at all. In fact, her icy smile reminded Bernadine of the one Tamar displayed before she chopped someone's head off. "You know, Jermaine, you've been with us for 6 months. I hired you as a favor to your Aunt Nadine, whom I love dearly. She said you'd just gotten your MBA and were having trouble finding a job. I took you on, and in return, got a person some of our clients now refuse to deal with because you're either condescending, rude, or both. You've been trying to throw your weight you don't have, and pissing off colleagues all over the company. I've brought this up with you several times before, have I not?" He looked away and didn't respond. "I'll take that as a yes. You've been late for work way too often. You've undermined your boss in meetings and insist upon telling her how to do her job. The Ivy League arrogance you see as a gift to the world stinks like sushi left in the sun." Felicia, standing on the other side of Bernadine, whispered, "Kick his ass, Paige." "So," Paige continued, "you showed up here today knowing you weren't invited, like maybe you run this joint. You don't, Jermaine. I built this company. I sign the checks. I hire and I fire. That got his attention. Out of my love for Nadine, my plan was to speak with you privately one more time about your conduct when we got back to Boston. But you can clean out your desk instead. You're no longer an employee of Dark Horse." His eyes went wide. "What? Why?" "Because you stood up and loomed over me like maybe it would make me shake in my boots. I've gone toe-to-toe with 5-star generals, Jermaine. If I can stand my ground with them, I can most certainly handle you. Go back to Boston and clean out your desk. Security will be notified that you're not to be in the building after you're done. Your last paycheck will be sent direct deposit, and don't expect a recommendation from me for any potential employers, because I will tell them the truth." He was visibly shaken. His eyes pleaded. "Any questions?" "No." It was a defeated whisper. "My last piece of advice, wherever you're hired next, check your arrogance and entitlement at the door, or you'll find yourself in the same situation again. Safe travel home." She turned to Sheila. "Mayor Payne, where are we headed next?" Bernadine placed Paige Summers' name next to Tamar's on her people not to mess with list. Jermaine French had been whittled down to nothing. Jermaine left for the airport, and the women moved on to the school. Paige and her people were blown away by the Marie Jefferson Academy. Returning to the Jeep, Paige voiced her reaction. "What an amazing facility." Felicia added, "Our personnel with school-age kids will love it." "Another of Bernadine's blessings," Sheila pointed out. "Love the aquarium," Abby said. Bernadine was pleased by their takes. Henry Adams was very proud of its school, staff, and students. After driving the short distance to Franklin and taking it in, Sheila drove out to the area where Dark Horse would potentially build their campus. Trent and construction boss Warren Kelly would meet them there. The undeveloped land was a 17-acre parcel owned by Bing Shepherd. Sheila conducted the initial talks with Bing about the possibility of a sale. If Henry Adams was chosen, Bernadine's lawyers would handle the negotiations on his behalf. Bing was one of the area's largest landowners, and Bernadine had no idea what portion he was offering until Sheila stopped the Jeep and they all got out. The familiarity set off a load of mixed emotions. It was where she and Mal flew their kites. Logically, she knew there were many other places with open land suitable for their shared hobby, but the spot held a special place in her heart. Trent and Warren were already there. Sheila introduced Warren, and he and Trent expressed their initial thoughts on the viability of the site. Some were good. They were only a few miles from town. And bad. It was going to be expensive tying the property into the county's sewer and water lines. You'll have to dig before you can lay pipe. You can run solar for your power needs, but neither operation is cheap. Paige asked, "Can you send me a guesstimate as to how much it will cost?" "Sure." The surrounding land was wide open, not a tree in sight. "You'll be totally exposed out here weather-wise," Trent told them. "We're in a partnership with manufacturers testing new building materials that can withstand EF3 and higher tornado winds. If you want your complex added to the contract, we'll talk to them about it." "I'd appreciate that. We can't serve our clients if a tornado sends us to Oz." They talked a bit more about timelines, building codes, and the mountain of permits needed. The women listened intently, asked a few questions, and when they seemed satisfied with the responses, thanked Trent and Warren for their time. Trent said, We'll get those estimates to Mayor Payne as soon as possible so she can forward them to you. Sounds good, Paige said. The men offered their goodbyes and with a wave, drove off. On the drive back, Sheila asked, Paige, I'm curious. How did you get into this business? Well, let's see. In the early days of tech, I started out working for what's now one of the largest tech firms on the planet. Loved coding and everything else that went into it. When the culture began chasing profit, the mission changed, and so did the mindset of the people running the ship. So I cashed in some of my stock and started a one-woman operation, concentrating on data security. My main thing was busting hackers, and I was good at it. I started small, but word got around about my success rate. And one day, about 10 years ago, the FBI called and wanted me to find some hackers who'd breached a government facility. Can't tell you which one because it's classified. It took me about 6 months of slogging through the dark web, searching chat rooms, and turning over rocks because the hackers I was after covered their tracks so well. But I found them. The government was so pleased, Dark Horse was added to the U.S.'s network of white hat firms. What happened to the hackers? Bernadine asked. Did they go to jail? They were tried and convicted, but I convinced the Department of Justice to let me hire them instead of locking them up, because they had mad skills. It took a lot of arm twisting and begging, but Justice finally agreed. Do they still work for you? Yes. One's back here sitting on my left, and her partner in crime is on my right. Bernadine's jaw dropped. Sheila almost drove off the road. Abby and Felicia laughed. Abby explained, We're from South Central L.A. Our moms are single parents and lifelong friends. We've been BFFs since kindergarten. Back then, they worked in the USC laundry, and we were in community college. We didn't mind going to jail because when the FBI and Homeland Security showed up on their jobs saying they were going to arrest us, we knew once our moms were done with us, there'd be nothing left to arrest. Just bury. Paige saved our lives. My goodness, Sheila said. Speechless, Bernadine turned in her seat to see them. Paige said, Best employees a woman could have. Before Bernadine could respond, she heard her phone buzz. It was a text message from Paula. Thorne and I are married. He's the man I want to come home to each day. We'll talk to Trent about building us a house when we return. Love you. Good Lord, she whispered, smiling. Sheila looked her way. What's up? Paula and Thorne are married. Good for them. She agreed and couldn't wait for them to get back so the town could celebrate. Seeing the curious faces on their visitors, she gave them a brief rundown on the call and its ramifications for the town. Looking forward to meeting them, Paige said. After grabbing something to eat at the Dog, Paige and her people were ready to leave. TC, with Genevieve riding shotgun, eased the town car to a stop by the door, where they were all standing and saying their goodbyes. He'd be driving them back to their hotel in Topeka so they could catch their flight to Wisconsin in the morning. Bernadine didn't want him to make yet another round trip that day, so she was treating him and Jen to a nice hotel room for the night. We had a wonderful time, Paige told Bernadine and Sheila. We did as well, Sheila replied. Enjoyed showing you around. Felicia looked up and down Main Street. You have a sweet little town here. Not sure how Wisconsin is going to top it. Abby agreed. I can't either. Thanks for everything. Bernadine's phone buzzed with another text message. This time it was from Luis. Please show this to Ms. Cisneros if she's still in town. The rest of the message was in Spanish, but she recognized the digits of his phone number. Pleased, she passed the phone to Felicia. Felicia read it and smiled as she typed the number into her phone. "Thanks, Miss Bernadine." "You're welcome." It was time for them to leave. Always the gentleman, TC handed them into the car and closed them in. "Be safe," Bernadine told him. He gave her a nod. A blink later, he drove out of the lot, and they were gone. "Been a day," Sheila said tiredly. "Been 3 days. I think they liked us." "I agree. Now, I'm going to go home, take off these shoes and this bra, and have a nice glass of wine." "I'm going to do the same. I'll see you later." She headed for her Jeep. "Sheila," she stopped and turned. "Great job." "Thank you." Chapter 5. Usually after school, Devon and his friends would ride their bikes home as a group. On the way, they'd laugh, talk about school, share plans for their evening, and whatever else came to mind. Today, he was pedaling alone. Zoe was having band practice, and she'd also invited the other kids to sing background vocals on a demo she was working on. She'd never asked for their help on anything that awesome before, and he wanted to be included so bad, but she made it clear he wasn't invited because she didn't have time to be arguing with him about his wanting his name all over everything. She'd said this while they were at lunch, leaving him heartbroken and embarrassed. Now, however, he had a plan, and Zoe Raymond Garland could kick rocks. When he reached home, he parked his bike in the garage and went inside. His mom was in the kitchen. "Hey, buddy. How are you? How was the day?" "It was okay." He told her about the background singing situation. "I'm sorry you and Zoe are still on the outs. Hopefully it'll be fixed soon." "I don't care about that anymore." "Really? Why?" "Because I'm going to start my own band, and it's going to be better than hers." She was silent for a few moments. He asked, "Will you help me?" "Sure, as much as I can. Do you know what you need to do first? Because I don't have a clue." "No, but I'm going to look it up on the internet." "Sounds like a plan." "Thanks, Mom." "You're welcome." "And can we not talk about it at dinner? You can tell Dad, but I don't want Amari to know yet because he'll laugh." "Understood." Buoyed by her support, he smiled and left. True to her word, she kept his secret, and later after dinner came up to his room. "Have you had a chance to do your search?" "Yes." She entered and sat on his bed. "What did you find?" Taking the chair at his desk, he read from the notes he'd written down. 1. Choose band members. 2. Get good instruments. 3. Pick a band name. 4. Begin songwriting and develop a sound. 5. Set up practices. 6. Book gigs. "Do you think that's doable?" she asked. "Yes. What do you think?" "I think it might be harder than you envision, but if you put your heart into it, it can be done. I'll help with whatever you need. Dad will too." "Thank you." He got up and gave her a big hug. All the kids in town love their moms, but his was the best. "You're welcome. Do you think you can help me make flyers so people will know I'm looking for band members? I think I'll put them up at school, the rec, maybe the dog, and the library." "That's a great idea, Dev." He turned to her excitedly. "Maybe some of the kids who were in the library talent show will want to join." "Another great thought." "You think so?" I do. Good. Because I want my band to be better than Zoe's. She paused. Is that the only reason you want to do this? To get back at Zoe? He went silent for a moment, wondering if he could admit the truth. A little bit, yeah. Because she thinks people are coming to see the band and not just me. Honestly, thinking it's all about you is pretty arrogant, Devon. The band's good because it's a collective effort, not an individual one. But still, Mom, just pointing out stuff the way a mom should. He nodded. Will you still help? Yes, that's a mom's job, too. Any idea what you want to put on the flyer? He mulled that over. Can I think about it? Yes, and if you need help creating it, let me know and we'll work on it together. Keep the 4 W's in mind, though. That confused him. She explained the who, what, where, and when for the auditions. The flyer should have all that information on it. Oh, okay, I get it now. Do you think Tamar will let me use the rec for that? I don't see why not, but you should ask first. Devon thought some more and was already imagining Zoe's face when his band blew hers away. She asked, how soon do you want to get started? As soon as possible. Then you'll want to have a date in mind when you talk to Tamar about the auditions so you can put it on the flyer. The idea of forming his own band filled him with joy. Okay. I'm sure your dad will want to help too, but I'll let you tell your brother. Who knows? He may be more supportive than you think. He doubted that, but kept that to himself. She stood. He looked up. Do you really think I can do this? I think you can do whatever you set your mind to if you want it badly enough, and put in the work. He liked the sound of that. He wanted this a lot. Let me know when you're ready for help, okay? I will. Thanks, Mom. You're welcome. She left his room, and Devon sat on his bed, once again imagining the look on Zoe's face when she found out he was forming his own band. Heaven. Does he even play an instrument? Lucretia asked, looking confused. Not that we've seen, Rachel replied. Then how is he going to form a band? How will he hold auditions? Maybe he'll surprise us, Daisy told her. He's destined for failure, Lucretia declared. Daisy disagreed. There's no such thing as a failure, Cretia. There are victories and there are lessons. He's looking at a big lesson then, Rachel said, which he needs, quiet as it's kept, because this band thing is all about his ego, nothing more. He's so exhausting, Lucretia said. Have a little faith, Daisy said. As Rachel said, this may be just what he needs, and we may all need a brandy before it's over. That said, they returned their attention to Henry Adams. The next day after school, Devon rode his bike to the rec to talk with Tamar. Inside, he found her sitting at a table covered with a small stack of flashlights and packages of batteries. Hi, Devon. What brings you by? Hi, Tamar. I have a question. Okay, grab a chair and you can help me fill these flashlights while we talk. He looked askance at the flashlights. Filling them was not why he'd come, but being put to work whether you wanted to or not was always a possibility with her. He pulled up a chair, and she showed him what needed to be done. Once she was certain he was inserting the batteries correctly, she asked, So what's your question for me? Is it about the spirit quest? No. I'm going to start a band. Can I use the rec music room to hold the auditions for the kids who might want to be in it? She studied him so long, he thought she might say no. Do you have a date in mind? Not yet. I want to make sure I won't be interfering with anything happening here first. Thank you for being considerate. You're welcome. Do you want to hold it after school or a Saturday? Maybe a Saturday. Might be easier for kids to get their parents to bring them. That's true. Is this your response to quitting Zoe's band? He paused. Her dark eyes pinned him, and he swallowed in a suddenly dry throat. He nodded, then replied quietly, Yes, ma'am. He wondered how she'd known about him quitting the band. Then again, Tamar knew everything. Okay. What about a week from this coming Saturday? That will give you time to get the word out. I'd like that. Thank you. After the auditions are done, we'll choose a date for the quest. Okay. You just put that battery in upside down. Startled, he glanced down, removed it, and put it in correctly. She had him so rattled he'd lost focus. Sorry. No apologies needed. Stuff happens. Admittedly, Tamar scared him. In the years since he'd moved to town, most of their personal interactions had centered around her checking him on his behavior, like the time she'd made him wash dishes and help with cleanup because he'd been hating on Bobby Douglas's tattoos. He'd originally wanted a spirit quest because Amari had gone on one. Back then, he'd wanted to be Amari, and like his brother, also wanted to be looked upon as a true member of the July family, not just an adoptee. But the idea of actually spending a weekend alone with Tamar made him want to maybe reconsider. With a date for the audition secured, he debated how to leave. He was way too nervous to get up and walk out, or to ask Tamar if he could. Instead, he stayed until the last flashlight was done. Thanks for your help, Devon. You're welcome. See you later. Good luck with the band. He nodded and exited. Filled with relief, he mounted his bike and rode for home. When he arrived, his dad was there. Hey, son, how was your day? Okay, I guess. He had a lot on his mind but didn't want to share it yet. How was yours? It was good. Bobby and I took in our first job, so we're pretty excited. Devon took off his backpack. That's great. I stopped at the rec to talk to Tamar about a date for my band auditions. Lily told me about the auditions. Here to help if you need me. Thanks. Now that I have a place for the auditions and a date, she and I can make the flyers and put them up. Sounds good. You know your quest is coming up, too, and raising a tent is a part of what you'll be doing. I thought maybe you and I could practice. I've changed my mind. I don't want to go anymore. His dad studied him for a brief moment, and he inwardly squirmed under the scrutiny. Can you tell me why? He shrugged. I just don't want to. You'll have to come up with a better reason than that. I can change my mind if I want to, can't I? You've been begging Tamar for 2 years to take you. So no, you don't get to change your mind without a valid reason. Devon sighed. I just don't want to. Can you pitch a tent? Yes, me and my grandma slept in tents when we went to revivals. Do you know how old those tents were? Were they new? I don't think they were. Then it might be best to practice. New tents are different. But I don't want to go. You said that. Silence followed. Devon wondered why nothing was going the way he wanted. First Zoe and the band, and now this. If you don't want to practice, fine. But you're going, Devon. Tamar set this up because you asked her to. To suddenly turn round and back out is disrespectful and rude, especially when you don't have a legit reason. Devon's lips tightened. You can pout, get mad, doesn't matter, but you are going. Fine. Watch that tone, son. You don't want to be painting Miss Marie's fence and have all your electronics confiscated too. Devon knew he'd crossed the line and that his dad wasn't playing. Painting the fence was the last thing he needed. Sorry, he whispered sincerely. A nod acknowledged the apology. Go on up to your room and chill. If you change your mind about the tent, let me know. Okay, he said softly. He picked up his backpack and rather than stomp off like some bratty kid on a TV show, he exited respectfully. He'd painted the fence once and never wanted to do it again. As he sat in his room, he tried to come up with a way to back out of the quest. Could he fake being sick? Probably not, he decided. His parents would call Doc Reg, who'd find nothing wrong unless he drank or ate something that actually made him puke, and he wasn't desperate enough to do something that dumb. Maybe he could convince his mom to call Tamar and cancel on his behalf. That wouldn't work either, because his dad already laid down the law, and his parents always supported each other's parenting decisions. He heard Amari come upstairs and wondered if he could help. He gave his brother a few minutes to get settled, then went to his room and knocked on the open door. Hey, Devon, can I talk to you for a minute? He watched Amari evaluate him. Sure, what's going on? I don't want to go on the spirit quest, but Dad says I have to. And? How do I get him to let me stay home? Why don't you want to go? I just don't. Wrong answer. Why don't you want to go? Devon looked away for a moment, then told the truth. I'm scared. Of what? Tamar. Makes sense. I was too. Devon's eyes showed his surprise. You were? Yeah. Tamar scared me to death when we first moved here. Always knowing everything. Always putting us to work. Always watching us like hulks. She had everybody terrified, and anybody who can terrify Crystal is not to be played with. Was she scary on your quest? In a way, but the quest was how I got to really know her, and now I'm not scared of her anymore. Do you know she used to go to clubs? When she told me that, I was like, what? What kind of clubs? Nightclubs, like the ones in the videos where there's music and drinks and you talk to the honeys. Why would Tamar want to talk to girls? Is she a lesbian? Amari stared, confused. What? No. Then he paused as if thinking about the question again. I don't really know, but who cares? Forget that part. What I'm trying to say is she's just Tamar. She and I are way closer now, and it's because of the quest. What kind of things did you do? I can't tell you. Why not? Because it's personal and private. You don't share what happens, just like Dad and OG didn't share theirs. Oh, he'd hoped for some clues. But you can learn stuff about yourself and life and things that make you think. She helps you figure things out along the way, even though I wound up having to get stitches after that hawk stole my fish. I'm glad I went. Devon weighed what he'd heard. So you were scared for real before you went? For real, Devon. I wouldn't lie to you. Okay. Devon couldn't think of anything else he wanted to know. Do you know what kind of service project you're going to do? Service project? Yeah, I had to come up with a way to honor the ancestors as part of my quest. That's where the idea for the August 1st parade came from that Brain and I had that year. Nobody told me about that. Maybe you won't have to do one, but start thinking about it just in case. Devon sighed. Okay. He didn't need more stuff to do or think about. He had more than enough already. "We good?" Amari asked. Devon nodded. "One last thing, though. I had to put up a tent, and even after Dad and I practiced, it still kicked my butt. You might want to practice." "I know how to put up a tent." Amari viewed him skeptically. "Okay." Still worried about the quest, but not as much. Devon thanked him and returned to his room. After dinner, he and his mom worked on making the flyer on the laptop in her she-cave. Once they settled on the wording and the design, she printed it out on nice paper. It had the who, what, when, and where, and a picture of himself wearing his wig and a big smile. He liked that edition a lot. He viewed the finished project. "This is great, Mom." "I agree. How many do you think you'll need?" He shrugged. "What do you think?" 10, maybe, for now. If we need more, we can always print more." He nodded. "When can we put them up?" "Whenever you'd like. If you want to post some in Franklin, your dad or I can drive you over. I definitely want to put one up on the community events board at the library." "That's a good idea." Taking in his smiling face on the flyer, he thought about how awesome it looked and the other places he might want to post it, like the events board at school. He couldn't wait to see Zoe's reaction when she found out she might not have the only band in town. "Thank you, Mom." "You're very welcome. Do you need anything else?" "No." "Okay." He took the 10 flyers up to his room and set them on his desk. He was finally on his way to starting his own band. Later, when he got into bed and turned out his light, he was still smiling. Biking to school the next morning, he told his friends, "I have something I want to show you when we get to school." Zoe asked, "What is it?" "You'll have to wait. It's a surprise." She shrugged. "Okay." He wasn't happy with her lack of further interest. He thought she and the others would be bugging him nonstop to tell them what it was about. Instead, they talked about the fun they'd had singing background on Zoe's demo. Because he hadn't been there, he had nothing to contribute, so he kept peddling, knowing they'd have plenty to say to him once they got to school. Once they arrived, he had them all follow him to the events board in the lobby. He very carefully removed the flyer he'd placed inside a large Ziploc from his backpack. "Close your eyes." He could tell they didn't want to, but they all did as he asked. He quickly put the flyer up and said, "Open your eyes." They complied. "Check me out," he said, with a smile that matched the one on the flyer. "The surprise is that you're starting a band?" Zoe asked skeptically. "Yes. Awesome, right?" "If you say so." She turned to Marie and Jasmine. "Let's go." And they left for their lockers. It was not the reaction he'd imagined, but he chalked it up to her being jealous or mad or both. Wyatt, Alfonso, and Lucas stuck around. Wyatt asked, "Do you have a name for it yet?" Finally, some interest. "Not yet." "Do you know how to start a band?" Alfonso asked. "Not really, but Zoe didn't either when we started Exodusters." "True," Wyatt said. "Good luck," Lucas told him. "Hope you get a bunch of people at the audition." "Thanks." They headed to their lockers, and he was left standing alone while the rest of the arriving student body flowed around him. At lunch, the conversation turned to the demo again, and Devon swore if he heard one more word, he'd scream. Zoe looked his way and said nonchalantly, "Somebody drew a mustache on your flyer." Stunned, he froze, then ran to the lobby with laughter trailing his exit. Sure enough, someone had used a black marker to draw a large mustache with curled up ends across his lips. They'd also added a beard. Angry, he snatched it down, balled it up, and threw it into the first wastebasket he passed on his way back to the lunchroom. Returning to the table, he asked Zoe, "Do you know who did it?" "No, and it wasn't me." He turned accusatory eyes on the rest of his cohort. Lucas said, "We're your friends, Dev. We wouldn't diss you like that." All offered silent shows of reassurance. "Just put up another one," Jasmine told him. "So they can do it again?" "No." He was embarrassed and hurt. The perpetrator made him look stupid, and he wasn't setting himself up to be played a second time. "Have you put them up anywhere else?" Wyatt asked. "No, but I wanted to after school." Now he wasn't so sure. "Just put them up," Zoe said. "Either you're a boss or you're not." "She's right," Maria added in agreement. "Don't let the haters win." Their support made him feel better, even if he wasn't convinced they were all innocent. "And if you want to come back to the band, just say so." He stared at Zoe. "What?" she asked. "We're family, Devon. Sometimes you're a dumbass, and you quitting the band is one of those times, but you're still my brother." Even though all types of emotions filled him, he wasn't giving her the satisfaction of his surrender. "Thanks, but I'm not coming back," he said firmly. She shook her head as if she still found him too dumbass for words. The bell signaled the end of lunch. They gathered up their things and joined the exodus back to their classrooms. Devon made a quick detour and tacked up another flyer. The haters could skate. The next evening, Bernadine entered the dog for the monthly town meeting to the sounds of Frankie B. and Mays singing Golden Time of Day. Many of the residents were already there, helping themselves to the buffet and hanging out with one another to catch up on the latest news, rumors, and gossip. Although she still sat at the head table, she no longer helped run the meetings. That chore now belonged to Mayor Sheila. Bernadine contributed to the agenda when necessary, but realized she was okay having another hand turning the world because Sheila did it so well. Mal wisely pointed out to Bernadine that learning to loosen her hold on the reins was good for her sanity and blood pressure, and she agreed. After all the attendees had their plates and seats, Sheila opened the meeting with a bang from her gavel. The diner quieted. "We usually open the meeting with prayer, but Reverend Paula is busy with her new husband." People stared, confused for a moment, and then Bing called out, "I knew he was going to marry her. Good for them." Cheers broke out. Smiling, Sheila added, "Bernadine sent them our congratulations. We'll celebrate when they return." She then caught them up on the visit from Dark Horse. "It went well. I think they'll be a good fit for us. They have another town to visit. We should know soon if they choose Henry Adams or not. Keep your fingers crossed." Bernadine saw people nodding in agreement. Her fingers were crossed as well. Sheila looked out at the crowd. "Jack, you wanted to speak?" He stood. "I do. I've an announcement to make." Bernadine prayed he wasn't resigning. "Go ahead," Sheila replied. "I read an article recently that gave me a lot to think about, and I came to a decision. I've already talked this over with Marie and Nori, and we've decided to no longer assign homework." A buzz filled the place. This was Bernadine's first time hearing of this, and from the confused looks on everyone's faces, particularly the parents of the students, They'd had no idea this was coming either. Amari and the other kids were staring wide-eyed, as if he'd just proven Santa Claus was real. Let me explain why. Our nation's school kids are the only demographic outside of first responders and medical professionals, and some teachers, who don't get to go home and relax after working all day. Why is that? He paused to see if anyone had an answer. No one did. School is their job, and it requires them to be on their grind 5, 6, sometimes 7 hours a day. Then they go home, get dinner, and have to go back to work to handle homework instead of resting, recharging, and catching their breath like everyone else working a 9 to 5. They're kids. Their brains are still forming, and they need to disengage. But they can't because of how schools are structured. I want to wreck it like Ralph and let our kids breathe. Bernadine saw smiles in response to the use of the movie title. We have a very non-traditional curriculum at the Academy. It's rigorous and can be stressful. I don't want to add more by giving our students more to do when they get home. Navigating life as a young person is stressful enough. Academically, our kids can hold their own against any other kids nationwide, and this new policy won't change that. If our students believe they need to brush up on facts and figures at home for, say, a test or an essay, of course they're encouraged to do so. They're smart. They know when they need to do more. And honestly, if I can't teach them all they need to know over the course of a term without giving homework, then I need to find a new job. He took his seat, and the room erupted with applause. Preach, teach, Bobby Douglas yelled. Bernadine saw the kids giving each other high fives. Marie stood in the back with a smile on her face. Jack was an extraordinary teacher, and they all trusted him to know what was best for his students. He'd also given everyone a radical new way of viewing homework. She knew he might get pushback from some parents, but they could always look for another school if they were that unhappy with this new, unconventional approach. Sheila stood. Thanks, Jack. You're welcome. Anyone with questions or concerns can catch me after the meeting. Sheila moved on to her next topic. Okay, we've been looking for ways to bring more people to our little corner of heaven, so I want to run this by everyone here. August 1st is a traditional holiday for us, and a few years ago, Amari and Preston threw an awesome parade. I'd like to resurrect it and make it an annual affair if possible. Bernadine saw interest. All the components Amari and Preston had, like the pet races, the choir competition, and the rest, are on the potential activities list, but I've also been talking to traveling carnival companies and food truck vendors about participating. A buzz of excitement flashed through the assemblage. Bernadine loved that Sheila stayed busy on Henry Adams' behalf. If you have a fun activity in mind or an idea we might consider adding, please let me know. Tamar, is it okay if we put up an idea sheet at the rec? Of course. Rocky, how about we have one here too? Not a problem. Great. Thanks. We'll also need lots of volunteers to pull this off. So if you want to help, sign one of the sheets and write volunteer beside your name. She paused for a moment before asking, Does anyone have anything else they want to bring up or discuss this evening? The question was met with silence. Her gavel sounded. Then this town meeting is officially closed. Thanks, everyone. Bernadine thought the meeting had gone well, and from the myriad conversations and interactions, it seemed she was not alone. The kids were in the back talking excitedly, she assumed, about Jack's no homework edict. A few of the Franklin parents with children at the academy were talking with Jack. Sheila, who'd left the head table, was surrounded near the windows by a small group of people. They were too far away for Bernadine to hear the discussion, but she knew their mayor was capable of handling whatever it was. Lily, the meeting's acting secretary, was putting her laptop away and said to Bernadine, "I like the idea of the no homework. Jack made it make perfect sense. We're so blessed to have him here. And I agree with Sheila on the parade," she added. "We had big fun the last time. Hopefully we won't have a repeat of the church choir fight, though." Bernadine chuckled at that memory. Hopefully not. Zoe, Maria, and Jasmine approached the table, and Bernadine asked, "What can I do for the Supremes?" Zoe smiled in response to their nickname. "We want to volunteer for the parade." Maria added, "And be in charge of the kids' stuff." "And maybe the pets part, too," said Jasmine. She owned 2 cats, T'Challa and Simba. Bernadine looked at Lily. "I don't see why not. Do you, Lil?" "No, no one else has asked yet. And they asked first." Bernadine agreed and turned back to the Supremes. "When Mayor Payne sets up the first organizational meeting, we'll let you know when and where." "Thanks, Ms. Bernadine." Pleased and chattering excitedly, the Supremes walked away. Bernadine watched them go. Love their initiative. We're raising them right. Yes, we are. Now that the meeting was over, some people began saying their goodbyes and heading for the exit, while others, the kids included, helped with the cleanup. Mal restarted the jukebox, and the sweet opening strains of Regina Bell's "Baby Come to Me" filled the air. Mal looked her way. She smiled and left her seat. He met her in the middle of the cleared floor, and when he opened his arms, she stepped into the embrace without hesitation. She loved dancing with him, savored the closeness with which he held her, and the feel of his lean strength against her soft curves. This was one of their favorite songs. Apparently, they weren't alone. They were soon joined on the floor by Trent and Lily, Reg and Ronnie, Sheila and Barrett, Nori and Gary, Jack and Rocky, and Jen and T.C. Bernadine saw love in the eyes of each couple as they moved to the iconic lyrics and the slow, hypnotic beat. "See what you started?" she said to her husband. "Bunch of copycats." She chuckled. With her cheek resting against his shoulder and his arm positioned tenderly on the small of her back, she let Ms. Bell's voice take her away from everything except him, and she was grateful to have him and his love in her life. When the song faded away, he placed his lips against her forehead. "How about we break the rules tonight?" She liked the sound of that. "The last time we used my place. Yours this time?" His smile told her all she needed to know. "I have some things to handle for Rocky before we can close for the night. Shouldn't be too long." "For you? I always have time. I'll be here." "Thanks, doll." He headed to the kitchen, and she took a seat to await his return. Upstairs at his place, they sat outside on his balcony, watching the moon rise. The night was clear, and the stars sparkled against the darkness like tiny diamonds. "Beautiful night," he said to her. "It is, but kind of chilly. And how about we go inside and play How to Warm Up Bernadine?" She snorted a laugh. "Have we played that before?" "Not sure, but you'll enjoy yourself, I promise." Later, after the game was over and she snuggled beside him in bed, she had to admit he'd been right. She'd enjoyed herself very much. Grateful once again for his presence and his love in her life, she closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Bright and early the next morning, Sheila breezed into Bernadine's office with good news. dark horse has chosen Henry Adams." Bernadine cheered, "Yah!" and meant it. If the town had to grow, at least they'd start off with a company headed by an outstanding owner. Paige said she knew the other town wasn't going to be a good fit when the mayor and the all-male town council's first question was why Dark Horse hadn't sent any men to speak with them. Yikes. Exactly. She countered by asking if they would have asked about women representation had Dark Horse sent an all-male contingent, and the mayor accused her of trying to bring a woke feminist agenda to their town. Things went downhill from there. I'll bet it did. Good grief. Their ignorance is our gain. Bernadine agreed. So what's next? Paperwork, contracts, lawyers, and signatures. Paige still needs the guesstimate from Trent, but she's pretty much made up her mind, no matter the cost. This is pretty exciting, even for a town owner who doesn't like change. It truly is. There's still a lot to do before everything's signed, sealed, and delivered, but I am very pleased. You should be. Keep leading us to the promised land, Ms. Mayor. Doing my best. And doing it well. She stood. Paige and I are meeting on Zoom in a few to get the ball rolling, but I wanted to tell you the good news first. Feel free to tell Lily when she gets here. I'll send texts to everyone else once Paige and I are done. Sounds good. Thanks, Sheila. She shot Bernadine a thumbs up and exited. Very pleased indeed, Bernadine sat back in her chair and smiled. Henry Adams was on its way. Over at the Marie Jefferson Academy, Devon and his classmates were not pleased. Ms. Norrie was out in the hallway listening to Mrs. Keene's complaints about the new no homework policy, while they worked on their geography assignment until she returned. No one could concentrate, however, because Tiffany was talking to her followers on Instagram. I hate that the evil stepmother is also my teacher, but she's out in the hall right now, so I get to hang with you until she comes back. Devon and his classmates stared in shock at Tiffany's disrespectful description of Ms. Norrie. School is such a waste of time, she added. How is geography going to help me be a better influencer? Anyone out there know? Wyatt snapped. Put your phone away, Tiffany. You may not care about learning, but the rest of us do. Shut up. She refocused on her phone. Haters everywhere I turn. They just don't want me to be great. Zoe said, Your 0 on this assignment will be great if you don't put that phone down. You can shut up as well. Shifting attention back to her phone, she said, Notice how kindly I said that? Never let trolls make you angry. Anger will give your face all kinds of ugly lines, and what man is going to want a woman with lines on her face? Devon looked up from his tablet. Put your phone away. I can't concentrate with you talking. Learn to multitask, my man. Did you ever find out who drew the mustache on your dumb flyer? Yes, my friends, he's trying to start a band. Never mind that he plays not one instrument and wears a stupid-looking James Brown wig 24/7, but someone drew a mustache on his face. I want to give the person a medal. Devon cut her a look and saw his anger reflected on Zoe's face and on the face of nearly everyone else in the room. It was a cheap shot, but Tiff obviously didn't care. She was too busy being influential. Lucas said, Put the stupid phone away or I'm going to get Ms. Norrie. She sneered. Snitches get stitches. Zoe countered, Not from you. You can't even spell snitches, let alone kick somebody's butt. Do you hear this? She asked the phone. This girl, whose mother was an alleged crackhead, is threatening moi? Zoe was done. She jumped to her feet. Nori re-entered her classroom just as Zoe angrily shoved Tiff's chair sideways and off its legs with Tiff still in it. Tiff let out a scream of surprise as she and her phone took flight. She and the chair hit the floor in a tangled mess. "I got your crackhead," Zoe yelled. "Stop this!" It was the first time Devon had ever heard Ms. Nori raise her voice. "What is going on here?" Tiffany finally got up and snapped, "I'm suing you for assault." "Only if you can spell it," Zoe tossed back. Ms. Nori looked at the pleased faces that appeared after that and asked, "Zoe, why'd you push her?" "She called my mother a crackhead." Maria, apparently not letting Zoe go down alone, added, "Ms. Nori, I know this may hurt your feelings, but Tiff was on Instagram while you were gone and called you the evil stepmother." Devon noted a quick flicker of sadness in Ms. Nori's eyes before she glanced Tiffany's way. Tiffany had the nerve to look defiant. "Thank you, Maria." Jasmine added, "And we couldn't concentrate on the assignment because she kept talking on Instagram, even though everybody asked her to put the phone away." "Tiffany, hand me your phone." Alfonso saved her the trouble. The phone was on the floor by his feet. Tiff tried to beat him to it, but he was closer. He was also much taller and held it above Tiffany's angry jumping and handed it over to Ms. Nori. "Thank you, Alfonso." "Give me my phone," Tiff demanded. Ms. Nori ignored that and asked instead, "What's the school policy on phone usage?" Tiff folded her arms. "I don't have to answer to you. Give me my phone," she yelled. Devon tried to remember if Tiff had ever painted Ms. Marie's fence, because he was pretty sure that was where this was headed. "You're not getting it back, so calm down." "Don't tell me to calm down. You're not my mom." Apparently, Tiff's yelling had been loud enough to be heard in Mr. James's classroom, because he came in looking concerned. "What's going on in here?" Leah appeared behind him. "She took my phone. Make her give it back." Leah asked, "Why'd you have your phone out?" "Instagram," Wyatt replied. Leah rolled her eyes. "Of course, Tiff, you know you can't be on your phone in school." Lucas added, "Wait until you hear the part about her calling Ms. Nori the evil stepmother." Leah's eyes went wide. She stared at her sister, then swung her attention to Ms. Nori, who, from where Devon sat, appeared amazingly calm. "Apologize," Leah demanded. "You don't tell me what to do." Leah took her phone out of the pocket of her jeans and typed out a text. A few seconds later, she said, "Dad's on his way." Tiff's eyes went wide. She quickly went back to trying to look tough, but everyone could tell she was faking. Her dad wasn't going to be happy with her acting out. Visibly angry, Leah told her sister, "Tiff, you can diss me all you want, but Nori has been nothing but kind to us since she married Dad. How dare you talk about her like that? What's wrong with you?" Tiff didn't answer. Mr. James turned his attention for the first time to Zoe, who was still seething. "Zoe, are you in this too?" "She called my mother a crackhead, so I shoved her," Nori said, which is when I entered the chat. Tiff had the nerve to try and correct her role. "I said alleged crackhead." Mr. James's jaw tightened. Leah's tightened even further. Mr. James announced, "Okay, Tiff, Zoe, Nori, come with me. We'll wait for Mr. Clark in my office." He glanced around at the remaining students. "Can I trust you not to burn the place down while we're gone?" "Yes, sir." They filed out. Devon, glad he wasn't the one in trouble, went back to work. At dinner, he retold the story to his parents up to that point. "Zoe and Tiff didn't come back to class, so I don't know what happened after." "I do," Amari said. Leah was at the meeting. She told me and Brain that Ms. Ronnie and Doc Reg were called, and once they showed up, they all talked. Tiff gets to paint the fence for breaking the rules about phones in class and for being so mean to Ms. Norrie and everyone else. What about Zoe? Trent asked. Zoe was still so mad, she told the adults she didn't care if she had to paint the fence, and for Tiffany to keep her mom out of her mouth. Goodness, Lily said. Amari continued, but Mr. Clark had her back. He said she was provoked, so he didn't think she should have to do fence duty. He also made Tiff apologize. Mr. James gave Zoe 2 days of in-school suspension, which means she'll be in a classroom by herself for 2 days. She'll also have to eat her lunch alone. Zoe's such a social butterfly in school. Suspension will probably kill her, Lily noted. Amari agreed. I think that's why Mr. James did that, so maybe she'll think twice next time. Ms. Ronnie said she understood why Zoe went off on Tiff, but that Zoe needs to handle her anger better. They'll be talking to Reverend Paula about renewing Zoe's anger management stuff when she gets back from her trip. Devon asked, so does Tiff get to keep her Instagram? Are you kidding? Mr. Clark said she can't have a phone again until her birthday. When's that? February. Whoa. Yeah, and if he catches her with a burner, he'll add another year. Leah said he was real angry about the entire mess, and especially her dissing Miss Norrie. What is going on with that girl? Lily asked seriously. Amari replied, according to Leah, Tiff said she's acting out because she wants Mr. Clark to throw up his hands and send her to live with their mom. Apparently, she saw some girl on TikTok who did that to her mom, and the mom got so sick of the drama, she let her go live with her dad. Is Mr. Clark going to do that? Devon asked. No. Leah said her dad told Tiff he loves her too much to do that to her. He's got such a big heart, Lily replied. Colleen's made it clear she doesn't want those girls, but she's got Tiff so messed up she can't see straight. And poor Norrie, I'm guessing it's pretty tense at their house this evening. Trent nodded. You're probably right. Not the way to start a new marriage. On the one hand, I feel sorry for Tiff, Amari said. I know what it's like to have a mom who doesn't care about you. But for Tiff to tell people Miss Norrie is an evil stepmother? That's not right. Lily said, Tiff is just modeling what she saw growing up. Colleen has been manipulative and hateful her whole life. She's always demanded the world dance to her tune or else. I've never met a person so entitled before or since. Trent added, sounds like Gary needs to see about some family counseling. Maybe Reverend Paula can help when she and Thorne get back. Devon hoped so. That night, as Devon lay in bed in the dark, he thought back to Tiff's drama and the discussion his family had about it. What stayed with him was his mom's description of Tiff and Leah's mom, Colleen. She's always demanded the world dance to her tune or else. I've never met a person so entitled before or since. If he were being honest with himself, could those words also apply to Devon Watkins July? He knew he wasn't as entitled acting as that, but he wondered if his friends still saw him that way. Hadn't he admittedly thought of himself as anointed, and that being anointed made him always right? Hadn't he felt he had the right to make Zoe change the band's name because it was what he wanted, and even when his parents and everyone else pointed out how misguided that thinking was, he continued to insist he had the right? He didn't like where this train of thought was leading. Amari said part of the spirit quest was to make you think about stuff. Did the questions he just asked himself qualify as that? He thought the quest wasn't supposed to begin until the actual day he and Tamar set out. Had it somehow started now, without his knowing? In one of Reverend Paula's sermons, She said God puts people and events in your life when you need them. Did God also do that with thoughts? He didn't know, but he sensed the importance of this internal conversation despite how uncomfortable he found it to be. He didn't want to look behind the curtain of himself like in The Wizard of Oz because he didn't know who he'd find there. Something told him he was going to have to, though, whether he liked it or not. As the month of April wound down and spring arrived for good, life returned to what passed for normal in Henry Adams. Reverend Paula and her chef husband, Thorne, returned home, much to everyone's delight. After the town celebration of their marriage and catching up with all the goings-on with Bernadine, one of the first things Paula did was contact Gary and Norrie to set up a counseling session for their family. Tina Craig's B&B began taking shape, as did the new fancy Three Spinsters restaurant. The construction crews estimated both buildings would be ready for occupancy by the beginning of June. Over at the academy, Zoe survived her in-school suspension. Tiffany stopped showing her behind like it was on sale and actually began completing her assignments. Her classmates also noted the respect she was now showing Ms. Norrie. They figured it had a lot to do with Norrie showing up every day before and after school to help Tiff paint Ms. Marie's fence. Devon posted the rest of his flyers. No one drew mustaches on any, and he clung to the hope that the auditions would go well. On the last Friday of the month, the community gathered at the Rec for movie night. The features were Enter the Dragon and Porgy and Bess. The dads were behind the tables doling out snacks and drinks, freeing the members of the Ladies' Auxiliary to be a part of the audience. Grateful for that, Bernadine found seats as the auditorium slowly began to fill. Mal was still working his shift at the dog and would be joining her eventually. She settled in with her popcorn and pop. She always enjoyed movie night and the chance to catch up with people she knew and be introduced to those she didn't. Lily came over to where she sat and said, "I want you to turn to the doors very slowly." "Why?" Bernadine asked warily. "Just trust me. Here, hand me your drink. I don't want you to drop it." Chuckling, Bernadine handed it over, then very slowly turned to the doors. Seeing Luis Acosta entering with Felicia Cisneros from Dark Horse, her jaw dropped. OMG! Exactly! How cool is that? Bernadine thought it was very cool. With them were Alfonso and Maria and his smiling mother-in-law, Anna. How pleased do you think Anna is? Very, I'll bet. Bernadine watched as Luis introduced Felicia to some of the people near the top of the stairs. Entering farther, his kids left the adults to join their crew up front. Felicia looked around the room and upon seeing Bernadine and Lily, waved happily. Then she returned her attention to Luis and Anna, who were introducing her to Reverend Paula and Thorne. They make a nice couple, Bernadine noted. Both were tall and lean with dark hair and eyes. They really do. Anna's probably already ordered the wedding cake. Bernadine agreed. Luis and Felicia finally wound their way over to Bernadine and Lily. "Surprise!" Felicia cried out and gave them both a hug. "Welcome back," Bernadine said. "It's wonderful to see you again. Hey, Luis, Anna." He nodded. Anna did too, but couldn't seem to stop smiling up at the taller Felicia. "Isn't she lovely?" Anna exclaimed. Felicia appeared embarrassed. "Anna's been very kind. Everyone I've met here has been. It's one of the many reasons we chose Henry Adams." Lily replied, "And we're so glad you did." Bernadine had dozens of questions, like where was she staying? How long was she staying? Were she and Luis serious? But decided It was too early to grill the young woman, and that the answers would be revealed in time. Instead, she said, "Go get your snacks and a seat. We can chat later if we get a chance. Movie starts shortly." Lily added, "Great to see you, Felicia." "Good job, Louise." He chuckled and led Felicia and Anna away. Bernadine watched them go. "Do you think she'd like a storybook-type wedding?" Lily eyed her. "Don't even go there. You have no say in what happens. None." "I'm just asking." "Uh-huh. Here's your soda back." Laughing, Bernadine took the cup, and Lily departed with a smile. Chapter 6. Tamar dreamt about her wedding again, but this time everything was different. Instead of a beautiful sunny day, it was tornado dark, and lightning crawled snake-like across a stormy, turbulent sky. The spring flowers on the bower were dead, and the owl from her shed sat perched atop it. Beneath the bower, there was no Joel, Thad, or Agnes awaiting her approach. Instead, Jimmy Redding stood beneath it, and with him was his father, James Sr., mercilessly plying a whip across Jimmy's bare back. Each strike tore stripes of flesh and a raw scream from Jimmy's throat. Powerful winds blew against his father's hooded white robe and the matching attire of the assembled, jeering crowd. Jimmy's wife Muriel and their 3 daughters were dressed in black and on their knees crying out their heartache and despair. With each crack of the whip, thunder boomed and the ground shook. Jimmy turned her way. Anguish filled his green eyes. As his father brought down the whip again, Jimmy howled her name, and Tamar bolted awake. Seated on the bed in the darkness, shaken, her heart and breath racing, she fought to calm herself. "My goodness," she whispered emotionally, and ran her trembling hands down her face. The glowing dial on the small clock on her nightstand showed 4:35. A flash of lightning filled the bedroom, and she jumped, startled, as rumbling thunder answered the lightning's flare. A storm, she realized. Only then did she hear the wind and rain pelting the roof and windows. She picked up her phone to check for alerts and saw a thunderstorm warning on the weather app. Not a tornado. The unsettling dream continued to replay in her mind. Leaving her bed, she walked to the kitchen for a glass of water. Storms usually helped her sleep, but she was certain this one, coupled with the vivid nightmare, would keep her awake for some time. When she woke up again, it was 9 a.m., and the rain was still falling. Seated at her kitchen table, eating breakfast and sipping a cup of coffee, she thought back to the dream. She assumed the nightmarish events had been triggered by Jimmy's description of the terrible whipping he'd received from his father. She still had trouble wrapping her mind around his confessed feelings for her. "I would have taken on the world for you that day." Would her parents have allowed such a relationship? Probably not. His certainly wouldn't have. Had she loved Jimmy too, would their commitment to each other have been strong enough to withstand the backlash inherent in a small, segregated town on the plains of Kansas? Or would they have been forced to move somewhere more tolerant? She couldn't see herself living in a big city like Los Angeles or Chicago. Once again, she had no answers to the myriad questions his confession gave rise to. Her phone buzzed, interrupting her musings. Picking it up, she read a text from Amari. "Would you like to make pizza with us today at Uncle TC's?" At first, the question caught her so off guard, she had no idea how to respond. It tickled her, though, because she'd never been invited to Pizza Saturday at Terrence and Genevieve's place. She didn't know the story behind the tradition's beginning, only that Terrence initiated it a few years ago when he first came to town and was living with his nephew, Gary Clark, and great-nieces Leah and Tiffany, before Gary and Nori married. Tamar thought hanging out with the kids might be a good way to spend a rainy day and help her shake off the lingering remnants of her nightmare. She texted back, "Thanks for the invite. I'd love to." She confirmed the time, and when she set the phone down, the gloom began to lift from her psyche and the day. "I wish the sun was out," a glum Devon said to his mom. She was driving him to the rec for the auditions. It was cold, windy, and pouring rain. Better weather would be nice. Nobody's going to come. You never know. You may get a ton of people. Think positive. He knew she was trying to cheer him up, but if he had to choose between going out in weather like this or staying home where it was nice and warm, he'd choose home. The ride to the rec was a short one, so they were pulling into the parking lot before he could become more depressed by the ugly, dreary day. Inside, the building was warm and the lights were on. He didn't see Tamar but assumed she was in the building somewhere. He and his mom walked down the hallway that led to the music room. They passed a room where Miss Jen was conducting a literacy class for people learning to read, and in another, Miss Gemma and Miss Anna sat with 4 ladies sewing quilts. He saw OG and his friends holding some kind of ceremony in the auditorium where the community had movie night. There were flags at the front of the room, and all the men were wearing their blue Buffalo Soldiers uniforms. The lights were off in the music room, so his mom turned them on, and he looked around. When Zoe first formed the band, they often used the space to practice. There was a big piano, a small stage with a drum kit in the center, and floor speakers on each end. After Zoe's mom built her recording studio, the band moved their practices there. Devon thought back on the fun they'd had, how excited everyone had been while rehearsing for their first real gig, a birthday party at a kid's house in Franklin, and how he was no longer a part of it. "Are you okay?" his mom asked softly. He nodded, took off his parka, and carefully removed the bonnet he'd worn to keep his wig dry. He looked up at the big clock on the wall. It was 9:30. Auditions were scheduled to begin at 10 and end at noon. He just hoped somebody would come. At 11 a.m., he and his mom were still alone. Devon tried to hide his disappointment, but it was hard. His mom said consolingly, "With the weather being the way it is, people are probably running a little behind." He desperately wanted to believe that, because he dreaded the thought of confessing to his friends that no one came. "Is this where the auditions are?" Excited, he turned and saw a woman and a girl about his age entering the room. His mom answered, "Yes, come on in." As they approached, Devon thought the girl looked familiar, then realized she was the one who'd come in first place at the library's talent contest, even though she'd sung the Taylor Swift song off-key. He wasn't sure he wanted her in the band. The woman introduced them. "I'm Meredith Shaw, and this is my daughter, Brenna." Devon walked over to join them. "Hi, I'm Devon. I'm the person starting the band." The mom was medium height and stout. The thin daughter had a ton of makeup on her face. Both had wet blonde hair. Brenna looked him up and down. "I remember you from the talent show. Do you wear that wig all the time?" Chin raised, he answered, "Yes." "Where's the other people that were in the band with you?" "I'm not part of it anymore. This is a new one." The mother asked, "Is Ronnie Garland going to be here?" He wondered why she'd brought up Zoe's mom. "No." "Do you know Miss Garland?" his mom asked. "I don't, but I'm sure if she hears Brenna sing, she'll be impressed. My daughter is very talented, as you probably already know. She took first place at the contest." "I remember." "I wanted to ask Miss Garland how to get Brenna a recording contract." With the right connections, my Brenna could be the next Taylor Swift. Ah, his mom replied. She met Devon's eyes but kept her face neutral, and he did the same. Miss Shaw then asked, "What about the aunt, Cassie Sullivan? Google says the whole family's music famous. Will she be involved with the new band?" "No. Honestly, the only reason we came was to talk to them. How much will the band be paid to perform?" "We perform for free," Devon said. The Exodusters never charged, and neither would he. Miss Shaw shook her head. "My Brenna has way too much talent to not be paid. Good luck with your band, Devon. Let's go, Brenna." And they left. Devon watched their exit and sighed unhappily. His mother gave his shoulders an encouraging squeeze. They're not the kind of people you want anyway. He agreed, but was still saddened. A few minutes later, 2 more people arrived. He recognized the boy as one of the new kids at school. His name was Ellis Keene, and he was short with brown skin. His family just moved to Franklin a few weeks ago, and his mom had volunteered in their classroom a couple of times. Devon's hopes soared. "Hey, Ellis," he said. "Hi, Devon." "Hello, Mrs. Keene." "Devon?" She viewed his wig disdainfully. He ignored it. "I'd like you to meet my mom. Mom, this is Mrs. Keene." Lily stuck out her hand. "I'm Lily July. Pleased to meet you." She didn't take her hand. "I've never seen you at the school. You know, our black children do much better when their parents are involved in their classrooms." "Really? Having grown up here, gone to school here, and married a man whose family has lived in this black town since the 1880s, I know nothing about how black children or black people achieve. School me, please. I'll wait." Uh-oh, Devon thought. He hoped he wouldn't have to call his dad to keep his mom from beating Mrs. Keene's butt. From his mom's cold smile to the icy glare in her eyes, Devon figured she was about 2 seconds away. Mrs. Keene must have thought the same because she took a quick step back. Well, She sent his mom a wary glance before saying, "Tell us about the band, Devon." He did so, then asked Ellis, "Do you play an instrument?" "Yes, piano." Devon smiled. "That's great. His band would need a piano player." Mrs. Keene asked, "How much gospel will you be performing?" "We probably won't be playing any." "Why not?" Devon paused. He wasn't sure how to phrase what he wanted to say, but did the best he could. Not many people ask to hear gospel at a kid's birthday party or sleepover. "Well, they should. Ellis is only allowed to play spirituals, and not that mess passing for gospel these days." Devon's happiness died. Oh, she took her car keys out of her purse. "This is not what I want my child to be part of. Come, Ellis." Ellis appeared as crestfallen as Devon felt. "Bye, Devon." "Bye, Ellis." As they exited, Devon heard his mom sigh loudly. "Did I say something wrong, Mom?" "No, honey, you didn't. Your answer was perfect. She has the right to think however she wants about things, but I wasn't having her telling me I was a bad parent just because she'd never seen me at the school. She's obviously new here. I thought I was going to have to call Dad if she made you any madder." Mal walked into the room. "How are the auditions going, buckaroo?" "Not good." "Sorry to hear that. Hey, Lil." "Hey, why are you all dressed up in your blues?" Devon liked seeing him and his friends in their Buffalo Soldiers outfits. "We had a community service award ceremony." He turned back to Devon. "Did anybody show up?" "Yes, the first person was the girl who won the talent show at the library." The Taylor Swift wannabe? Devon nodded. At the library, she had Taylor's can't dance moves down, but her voice? No way should she have won. Devon agreed. Her mom was with her, and they only came to the audition because they thought Ms. Ronnie might be here. Mal looked confused. Why? His mom answered, to ask Ronnie how to get the daughter a record deal. Lord, Mal said and shook his head. Folks are delulu. Devon continued. The other people who came just left. The mom made my mom really mad. What happened? They took turns telling him the story. When they finished, he asked, How fast did she run out of here, Lil? Not fast enough. She stayed just long enough to tell us her son only played spirituals and to call today's popular gospel music that mess. She sounds like fun. Is it too late to audition? A male voice asked. They looked to the doorway and saw a thin, older man with gray stubble on his face holding the leash of a scraggly little dog with graying patches on its fur. In fact, the man and dog bore an almost comical resemblance to each other. It's not too late, Lily said. Come on in. Devon hadn't envisioned having an adult in the band, but at that point he was open to anyone. The dog, wet from the rain, shook itself and sent water spraying all over the floor. Devon wondered if Tamar would insist on him mopping it up, since he was responsible for the room. But the man took a towel from the duffel he had slung over his shoulder and wiped up the water. I'm sorry about that. Devon liked him right away. My name is Devon July, and this is my mom and my grandfather. Do you play an instrument? Sure do. Banjo. He reached into the duffel and took out an old but well-polished banjo. Did you know that the banjo originated in Africa? No, I didn't, Devon said in reply. Well, it did, and American music is all the better for it. I'm Hector Frank, and this here's Ralph. Say hi to the nice people, Ralphie. Ralph barked. You do know you're auditioning for a kids' band? Lily asked. By the smile on her face, Devon thought she liked Mr. Frank, too. Ralphie doesn't care. He'll sing with anybody. They all paused. Mal asked, Are you both auditioning? No, just Ralph. Devon's eyes went wide. Mal hid his laugh with short coughs. Lily blinked with surprise. He loves to sing, don't you, buddy? Ralph barked in agreement, and Hector gave him an affectionate pat on the head. Mal gave up on hiding his grin. Let's hear what you got, Ralphie. Stunned, Devon looked at Mal as if he'd lost his mind. Hector began strumming the old American classic, Home on the Range, then sang the opening verse. When he reached the refrain, Home, home on the range, Ralph threw back his head and howled along. Lily and Mal laughed joyously. Devon found nothing joyous about it. He was not letting a dog be in his band. With that in mind, he interrupted the singing of the second verse by saying politely, Mr. Frank, I don't think Ralph is right for my band. He stopped strumming. No? No, sir. He appeared disappointed. That's okay. We thought we'd give it a try. Thank you for coming. Thanks for listening. We appreciate it, didn't we, Ralph? Ralph barked a cosign. Hector placed the banjo back into the duffel. Good luck with the band, Devon. Here's Ralph's card, in case you change your mind. Devon took it and saw that it read Ralph the Singing Dog and listed Mr. Hector as manager. It included a phone number and the domain @singingralph.com. Thank you. Nice meeting you all. Same here, Mal said. With a parting wave, Hector and Ralph exited. Mal laughed. Now that was something. Lily agreed. It truly was. Devon looked up at the clock. It was 12:15. Auditions were scheduled to end at noon. Can we go home now, Mom? She turned his way, took in his somber face, and replied with a quiet, "Sure." On the ride home, Devon was even more glum than he'd been at the beginning of the day. "Sorry the auditions didn't go the way you hoped." "Thanks," he said, his voice mirroring his mood. "Now what do I do?" "That's up to you. I really wanted a lot of people to come." She looked his way. "I know you did, but if you really want this band to happen, you shouldn't give up." "I guess," but he didn't see a way forward. "Zoe said I could come back to the band any time I want." "Are you considering that?" "No, and I told her no. I don't want her to win." "From my mom's seat, it seems like the only person who thinks this is a battle is you, Devon. Zoe isn't fighting with you." "But she is. Not if you look at this honestly and not with your ego. Why should she change the name of her band? Notice the pronoun, baby. Her band. Not Devon's or Wyatt's or mine. Her band. You don't get to covet someone else's dream and then stomp your foot like an angry toddler when they don't let you take it. Life doesn't work that way. What's for Zoe is for her. How many of your own blessings are you blocking by believing it's okay to take hers?" A part of him knew she was right, and he thought back to his inner conversation about being entitled, but his pride wouldn't let him acknowledge it, at least not out loud. Parts of himself still clung to wanting life to work the way he wanted it to, because it always had when he lived with his grandmother. He wished she was still alive. During his weekly sessions with Reverend Paula, she said his grief will always be in his heart, and for him to place it in a special place so he could move forward to what the future had in store. But he didn't want to. He wanted to stay the Devon he'd always been. He didn't know how to be anyone else, and honestly, he was a little afraid to try. "I know you're disappointed, but it's Pizza Saturday, right? That will cheer you up." "I don't want to go. They're going to ask me about the auditions." "And? What am I supposed to say?" "The truth. You're going to have to fess up sooner or later, so why not just get it out of the way and be done?" "They're going to laugh." "Maybe, maybe not." They were now in the driveway. She turned off the engine, and silence filled the interior. Her next words were spoken gently. "Facing fear is hard. Lord knows it is. But learning how to do it makes you stronger inside. Running away just leaves you anxious and exhausted, baby. I learned that the hard way when I decided to divorce my first husband." "Davis's father?" Davis was her oldest son. He was in his 20s. He and Devon FaceTimed a lot and got along well. "Yes, I spent months being too scared to confront him about his cheating on me, and the longer I waited, the sadder and more anxious I became. I couldn't sleep, couldn't concentrate, messed up on my job. I finally had to have a come-to-Jesus moment because I didn't want to spend the rest of my life that way. So I got up one morning, put my fears behind my heart, and kicked him out." Devon had never heard the story before. I was happier, baby Davis was happier, and so was my life. But I don't want to be laughed at. No one does, Devon. We all suffer embarrassment at some point. It's a part of living. We learn to deal with it, get past it, and move on. She reached over and softly cupped his cheek. "You will too." As her hand fell away, he thought back on all she'd done for and with him in the 5 years they'd been family. She was patient and loving, tough when she needed to be, but very rarely angry with him. And she wasn't angry now, just being his mom. She asked, "Pizza or angst?" He still wasn't ready to face his friends, but agreed that getting it over with was pretty much all he had. "Pizza, I guess. I need to change my clothes first, though. Making pizza's messy." "Understood. Let's go inside and I'll drive you and Amari, if he's here, when you're ready." She opened her door. "Mom?" She stopped. "Yes?" "Thanks for everything." "You're welcome. Things will work out. You'll see." Heaven. "Lily's right," Rachel said. "Things will work out, but Devon needs to get out of his own way." Daisy agreed. "Yes, he does. He should have taken the olive branch Zoe offered and been done. But no, with him it's pride before the fall." That conversation he had with himself about the Wizard of Oz may be changing his thinking. "We can only hope," Daisy replied. "I liked Ralphie," Lucretia said, smiling. Her friends chuckled. They'd liked him, too. "I didn't like either of those moms, though," Daisy pointed out. "We saw the talent show. The daughter can't sing. So I doubt there'll be a recording contract in her future." "But you had to admire Lily's restraint," Rachel said. "Absolutely," Lucretia replied. "How dare that keen woman step to her that way? As Lily and the young people say on the internet, she must not go here." Rachel smiled in response. "She definitely does not." Hopefully she'll find out who Lily is and be more respectful in the future. Fingers crossed, or Lily might have to give her one of Zoe's right crosses. Lucretia asked, "Did you two find Tamar's dream as disturbing as I did?" Both of her companions nodded. Rachel said, "I hope she'll get an explanation soon. Otherwise, she may start being afraid to go to sleep. I know I would." "As would I." Daisy said, "Okay, Pizza Saturday is next on our menu." Her friends groaned at the terrible play on words. Laughing, they settled in to watch. Tamar's doorbell rang promptly at 2 p.m., and upon answering it, she found Leah and Amari standing on her porch. "Right on time," she said, pleased. She looked past them and saw Preston's Taurus. "Is Preston driving?" "Yes, ma'am," Leah replied. "Can he drive without an adult now?" She watched Leah and Amari share a look. Amari answered, "Technically not yet. He still has 2 months to go, but the colonel said as long as he doesn't drive on the county roads, it should be okay." "Never knew the colonel to skirt the law." Leah said, "I think he's just tired of having to be the designated adult whenever Preston wants to go someplace, since Mrs. Payne is so busy being mayor." That made sense. Amari added, "If you're not comfortable, you can always drive yourself. It's okay." "I think I'll do that, but not because Preston's not legal. But if I want to come home early, he won't have to bring me back, especially if he's not ready to leave when I am." Amari nodded. "Understood." After grabbing her purse, keys, and the cookie sheet Amari said she'd be needing, Tamar followed them out, and she and Olivia let Preston and his Taurus lead the way to Jen and TC's home. When they entered and the kids saw her, eyes widened, and you could hear a pin drop on cotton. Amari announced, "Tamar is my special guest, so stop staring. Nothing to see here." She chuckled. TC and Jen gave her a welcome hug and took her jacket. "Hey, Tamar," the kids said one at a time, and she acknowledged the greetings with a smile. Everyone was there except for Tiffany. She turned to Leah. "Where's your sister?" Tamar knew about the school drama from Marie. "She's at home." Since it was raining this morning, she didn't have to paint. Dad let her sleep in, and Nori took her to Kelly's earlier to get all the paint stripped from her hair. It was a mess. TC asked, "Have you ever made pizza, Tamar?" "No, but I'm ready to learn." TC asked the kids, "First rule? Wash your hands," they said in unison. Smiling, Tamar went to the powder room to wash her hands. Upon return, she was given an apron. The kids, working in teams, were spread out around the large kitchen and using the cleared countertops and kitchen table as their workstations. It was crowded, but not in a confining way. She was given a spot between the Supremes and Amari and Devon. Having made yeast rolls her entire life, she expected a lengthy process, but the dough was simple. Flour, salt, quick-rise yeast, olive oil, and warm water. That was it. And once the ingredients were well mixed, the dough was given a quick 5 to 6 minute knead and let rise for 10 minutes more. "I thought this would be more complicated," she said, eyeing her finished ball of dough with pride. Zoe said, "If a bunch of us kids can make it, you know it's pretty easy." "I see. Easy and fun," Maria added. And it was fun. As they worked on the dough, the kids talked about everything and nothing. Zoe asked Devon about the auditions. He hesitated at first, then confessed only 3 candidates showed up, and that one had been a dog. A dog! They stared, and then the giggling followed. Devon ended up smiling too as he told the story. Once he was done, Maria announced, "My dad has a girlfriend." "Was it that lady he was with at the movies last night?" Leah asked. She nodded. Wyatt said, "She's real pretty, almost as pretty as Zoe." Zoe blew out a breath. "Stop harassing me, Wyatt. Don't make me get a restraining order." "We're going to get married, Zoe, so it's not harassment." Devon jumped in. "She's not marrying you. She's marrying me." "I'm not marrying either of you trolls, so talk about something else." Amari asked, "Wyatt, how many times has Zoe told you to back off of this marrying her stuff?" He grinned and shrugged. "Dozens of times." "Then why are you still doing it?" The kitchen got real quiet. Tamar saw TC viewing Amari with approval. Amari continued, "Do you think she's just playing hard to get or being cutesy or what?" Wyatt wouldn't meet his eyes. "What about you, Devon? How many times has she told you to stop?" Devon looked down at his dough. Tamar found this fascinating and wondered how long this marriage conversation had been going on, because Amari seemed to be as sick of it as Zoe apparently was. Tamar glanced at Jen over at the stove, keeping an eye on the simmering pizza sauce, and saw her watching Amari with pride. When a girl tells you no, or to back off, or to get out of her face, do it. It's about boundaries. Not every girl finds you as down as you think you are. No means no, always. And you don't get to crash past her fences like the Hulk. It's disrespectful to her, and it makes the rest of us guys look bad. He looked between them. "Can we not have this convo again, please?" Both boys nodded and mumbled, "Sorry," to Zoe. "Good." Zoe said, "Thanks, Amari." "You're welcome." Leah gave him a solemn high five. And Pizza Saturday continued. As the kids began rolling out the dough, adding the sauce and mozzarella, and picking out their favorite meats and veggies from the trays of choices Uncle TC always provided, Jasmine asked, "Tamar, did you eat pizza growing up?" "No." I think pizza came with the Italian and Sicilian immigrants who settled on the East Coast and in places like Chicago. Out here, we ate what was regular for us: corn, squash, collards, potatoes, sometimes rice. Meat was mostly pork, chicken, and beef. Just like now, Lucas said. Yes. Did you and your friends play games? Devon asked. She smiled. Yes. Kickball, baseball, hide and go seek. We shot marbles and threw jacks. Leah looked her way. Amari said you used to go to the clubs. She laughed. I did. What kind of dances did you do back then? There was the Lindy Hop and the Freeze. And the first line dance I remember doing was called the Madison. Do you remember how to do it? Maria asked. No, but I bet you can find the Lindy Hop online. I'm going to Google it when I get home. You're going to be real surprised when you see it. I'll bet. For the rest of the afternoon, they ate pizza, asked Tamar 1,000 questions. And when they were done with the questions and the eating, they cleaned up, returning Jen and Uncle TC's kitchen back to its pristine state. Tamar had a wonderful time. When she was ready to leave, Amari walked her outside to Olivia. Thanks again for the invitation. You're welcome. Did you have a good time? I did. Good. May I ask you this, though? Why'd you invite me? She watched him weigh the question for a moment before he replied. I want the other kids to be as close to you as I am. She wasn't sure what she expected his answer might be, but this one surprised her. Some of them are scared of you, Tamar. She gave him a smile. And you can be scary, not going to lie, but underneath you're pretty awesome. And they needed to see that. That's why I invited you, so they can get to know you better. His kindness filled her heart. I appreciate that. Do you think you accomplished your goal? Not sure, but I think they had fun with you, and that's a start. She agreed. I liked your talk about boundaries with Wyatt and Devon. You're a great big brother. It was either that or start a GoFundMe for Zoe's bail. She's been tired of them for a while. I sense that. You did good. Thanks. Keep being you. The world needs the man you're growing up to be. He looked down at his Thames for a moment as if embarrassed by the praise, but she thought it well earned and deserved. Olivia and I are going to go. Thanks again. You're welcome. Give me a hug. He didn't hesitate. She loved him like she loved breathing. As they drew apart, she said, I'll see you later. Drive safe. Yes, Dad. He laughed. She waved as she drove off. On the drive home, Tamar thought back on the amazing Amari. He showed her that in addition to being raised by the adults in the Henry Adams village, the kids were also raising one another. The boundary talk had been powerful, one that Wyatt, Devon, and the other boys would no doubt remember for some time. As she'd noted, her great-grandson was going to be a force when he reached true manhood, and she was extremely proud that he was a July. She parked Olivia in her usual spot and got out. The sun was finally peeking through the clouds, and she smiled until she spotted the big horned owl perched like a feathered gargoyle on her roof above her door. She stopped. It eyed her for a long moment before raising its wings and flying away. Its presence put a damper on what had been a fun afternoon, but refusing to let it alter her mood entirely, she climbed the steps and went inside. Chapter 7. Tamar placed her purse on the living room chair, only to hear her phone buzzing inside. Fishing it out, she saw it was a text from Trent. Jimmy R. evacuated to Topeka by medcopter. Bing and Reg with him. We'll drive you to hospital now or in the morning if you want to go. Call me when you get this. Her heart pounding, she called. An hour later, she was riding shotgun with Trent to the hospital in Topeka. During the ride, he told her what he knew. One of his daughters called him this morning, as they do every morning, but he didn't pick up. When she still hadn't talked to him by noon, she called Bing and had him go by the house. Bing said he could hear the cats yowling as soon as he got out of his truck. Her lips thinned. He found Jimmy unresponsive on the floor. He called Reg. Reg drove over, assessed him, and immediately called the medical chopper for transport to Topeka. He and Bing flew there with him. Kathy met them at the hospital. Diane and Peg are flying in as soon as they can get flights. Jimmy's oldest daughter, Kathy, lived in Topeka, middle daughter Diane in Syracuse, New York, and Peggy, the baby, in Austin. Has Bing or Reg called to say how he's doing? Only that the doctors think he had a stroke either early this morning or late last night. He's in intensive care. I had Lil book us some hotel rooms. We can stay as long as you want. Bing, too. Okay. Thank you. Such terrible news. She was so worried. Reg was already scheduled to fly from Topeka to D.C. tomorrow afternoon for a conference. He had me pick up his suitcase from Ronnie. I'll drive him to the airport if he needs me to. Good. When she was with Jimmy a few weeks ago, she never imagined it might be the last time she'd see him well. Calling down blessings from all the ancestors, spirits, and saints in her pantheon, she prayed he'd pull through. Jimmy's eldest daughter, Kathy, greeted Tamar with a big hug and tears in her eyes. Thanks for coming, Aunt Tammy. You knew I'd be here. How's he doing? Not good. Doctors think he's just holding on to say his goodbyes. No, she whispered emotionally. She wasn't prepared for this. He's been asking for you. Let me find out if it's okay for you to go in and see him. Kathy walked to the nurse's station a few feet away, then returned. They said yes, but not to stay too long. I'll go with you. Tamar nodded. He's hooked up to a bunch of machines, so don't be surprised, okay? Okay. Inside, the silence of the room was gently ruffled by the soft sounds of the machines. There were IV poles, quietly beeping monitors, and thin, transparent tubes hooked to his nose so oxygen could be pumped into his failing lungs. His eyes were closed, and he appeared so gaunt and small against the white hospital bedding, she had to place her hand over her mouth to muffle her gasp of despair. Kathy hugged her waist and said softly, I'll come back in a few minutes. If you call his name, he'll open his eyes. Kathy left, and Tamar was struck again by his frailness. She leaned over the bed and called gently, Jimmy, it's Tammy. His eyes remained closed. She started to call again, only to have his eyes slowly open. He gave her a small smile. That you, Tam? His voice was just above a whisper. It is. Guess I should have worn the old people's bracelet after all, huh? He still had his sense of humor. Maybe. Don't you dare die on me, old man. We're supposed to be going to dinner, remember? I do. Reverend Paula's new man's fancy place. Yes. Maybe next lifetime. Tell her I'm leaving her my boys. They like her a lot. Will you tell her for me? Tamar's throat filled with emotion. I will. I promise. Good. His eyes closed again. She thought he'd drifted back into sleep, but they slowly opened once more. The once bright green eyes were now visibly dulled as he looked up at her. "Thanks for being in my life, Tamar July." Unable to hold back the tears, she placed a brief kiss on his forehead. "Thanks for being in mine, James Redding, Jr." She gently wiped away a tear that had fallen on his brow. Eyes closed, he sang in a barely audible voice, "Don't cry for me, Argentina." She smiled through her grief. Only he would find humor at such a moment, but her heart was still broken, and her tears fell freely as she left the room. His daughter Peggy arrived from Austin at 9 that night. Diane got in from Syracuse at midnight. The doctors were right about him hanging on until he said his goodbyes. At 1 a.m., he passed away peacefully in his sleep. A memorial service was held a week later at Henry Adams' church. Reverend Paula led the service. Benny and Levon solemnly flanked her procession up the center aisle. Bing gave the eulogy. Jimmy's daughters, along with their husbands and his 6 grandkids, sat in the front pews. Behind them sat the Julys, including Thad and Griffin, area farmers and business owners who'd called Jimmy friend, came from all over the county and told Jimmy's stories to the packed sanctuary that garnered both laughter and tears. A small table, covered by a lace-edged white cloth, was placed at the foot of the altar steps. In the center stood a framed photo of a younger, smiling Jimmy leaning against one of his red Cadillacs. After the service and repast, courtesy of the Redding family and the dog, Tamar said her goodbyes. She then drove home. Jimmy's passing weighed heavy on her heart, and she wanted to crawl under the covers and shed more tears, but instead she called longtime friend Mabel Franklin down in Florida, who'd been unable to attend the memorial due to her broken hip. She'd loved Jimmy very much, too. When darkness fell, Tamar had one last thing to do, so she stepped outside, walked a short distance out into the surrounding field, then stopped for a moment to view the stars and moon in the clear, breezy night sky. As the winds lifted her silver hair and the hems of her dress and flowing coat, she reverently raised her hands to the heavens and recited the prayers for the dead in the old tongue she'd learned growing up. She voiced words that reached back to the Black Seminole villages of Florida before the wars and after the removal west. Words chanted during the Middle Passage to soothe fears and impart strength. Words born when both the world and its children were young. Over the decades of her life, she'd forgotten many of the phrases and songs, but hoped what she did remember would be enough to gently propel Jimmy's journey from this plane to the next. And when she finished, she lowered her arms, offered up a final thanks for having known him, and slowly walked back to the house. In the days that followed, a pall seemed to settle over Henry Adams. It was as if the town was in mourning, too. The atmosphere at the Dog lacked its usual exuberance. People were quieter, somber, and stories about how James Redding positively affected the lives of his neighbors were told everywhere. "I wish I'd known him," Bernadine said to Mal as they sat on lawn chairs and watched their high-flying kites dance in the wind. "I feel as though I missed out by having never met him. Once he stopped driving, he rarely left this place, but you would have liked him." Listening to all the stories people told at the memorial, I agree. I'll always be grateful to him. When I lost my vet license, he continued to let me look after his animals. Said he didn't trust the young vet the county hired. She turned to him. "Was allowing you to still work legal?" "No. But Jimmy didn't care. He knew what he wanted, and it wasn't a kid too young to shave. His words. She found that amusing. And the story the woman told about being born in his Cadillac? He smiled. Yes. Her mom, rest her soul, went into labor while her husband was working in the Oklahoma oil fields. They lived not too far from Jimmy. So she called him to take her to the small hospital that used to be in Franklin. Something else I didn't know. Franklin having a hospital. Focus, sweetheart. She playfully punched him in the arm, and he reacted with an exaggerated groan. Finish the story, she said, laughing. He rubbed his arm. Violent woman? Like you, the baby didn't know about the hospital either and decided being born in the back seat of a Cadillac was the way to go. Mom named her Caddy and chose Jimmy as godfather. That's so sweet. What's going to happen to his land? Bing said one of the daughters wants to move back and live there. They plan to keep the land in the family, which is great. A classic car collector down in Wichita wants the Cadillacs, so Trent and Bobby have been hired to restore them. Trent can't wait to get started. She could only imagine how pleased he was. Is there anyone else around here I haven't met? He shrugged. Not sure. I'll have to think about that. Not many of the elders left. I kind of wished I'd known Cephas Patterson before he died. Him leaving Zoe his gold was amazing. That old hermit could have gone through life content to not know any of us. Him taking a liking to Zoe surprised everybody. They sat silently for a few moments and watched the kites. She thought about Dark Horse building their campus on the surrounding land. I'm going to miss coming out here to fly kites. Me too. But we'll find another special spot. Lots of memories here. He leaned closer and placed a soft kiss on her brow. Thanks for making them with me. Thank you for showing me how much I needed them. We're a good team. The love in his eyes filled her heart. Yeah, we are. When the sun began to set, they reeled in their kites and stored them in the bed of his truck. They'd be going back to her place for the night, and she looked forward to extending their time together. On the ride back to town, her phone sounded. The name on the caller ID made her sigh. Who is it? He asked. My sister. She opened the call. Hey, Diane. Hey, how are you? I'm fine. What do you need? Bernadine still hadn't forgiven her for her antics at the wedding or the awful disrespect she'd shown Crystal. I just got laid off, so I'll need to move back in with you until Bernadine cut her off. Not going to happen. What do you mean? I'm sorry you lost your job, but you're not moving back in with me. Why not? Bernadine glanced at Mal. He shook his head at Diane's well-known sense of entitlement. Because I'm done bailing you out, especially when you don't appreciate it. But I'm your sister. Mama would want... Don't you dare bring up Mama. You've spent your entire life showing me who you are. Have you apologized to Crystal for what you said at the wedding? Well, I'll take that as a no. Are you planning to? It's not that serious. Stop tripping. I was just upset that you chose her over me. Okay, I'm done. Good luck. She ended the call and fell back against the seat in anger and frustration. Tears mirroring both emotions filled her eyes. She wiped them away. The phone sounded again. Diane calling back. Bernadine silenced it and stuck the phone back into her tote. I'm so done with her. I understand. Did I tell you how she showed her behind at our wedding? Surprise filled his face and voice. No. She gave him a quick rundown and added, I didn't tell you because I didn't want her to ruin your day the way she tried to ruin mine. Her parting words were something like, she hoped you'd rob me blind. Wow, nice woman. Are you sure you were raised in the same house? Have been asking myself that for at least 50 years. When she demanded that she walk me down the aisle instead of Crystal because Chris wasn't my real family, I almost lost my mind. She's quite a piece of work. And now she's out of work. Nice coupling, babe. Bernadine smiled. Mal was good for her blood pressure. Diane was not. I always wanted us to be close like sisters on TV or some of the families in our neighborhood, but she was all about herself, period. She always had to be the center of attention. I wanted siblings growing up, preferably a brother, but being an only is okay, if they were going to turn out like your Diane. I don't see Tamar putting up with a child with my sister's behavior. She would have checked Diane the very first time that ugliness showed itself. You're probably right. But my parents fed that side of her for a long time. They didn't realize how awful she was until the night she stole my prom date. That opened their eyes, but she and I were in high school by then, too late for a leopard to change its spots. He pulled into her driveway and turned off the engine. My heart broke for you when you first told me that story. Broke mine, too. In some ways, it always will, I guess. She stared out the window, knowing she had to let the memory go. A part of me wants to let her move in, but I know it'll just come back and bite me in the butt. Good thing I've been talking with Paula. It's helped me set boundaries, and Lord knows I need them to be as tall as the pyramids when dealing with Diane. Paula's been worth her weight in gold to a ton of folks here, and I'm a member of that ton. I definitely call her one of our blessings. How about we go inside, call the dog for some dinner delivery, and then I can whip you at Scrabble for the 18,000th time. You are so not a blessing. I try, though. Get out of the truck, she demanded and laughed. Only if you kiss me first. Smiling, she complied, and they went inside. After the pizza delivery, she indeed got whipped at Scrabble, and again for the 18,000th time. It was okay, though, because later, when they finished loving on each other, she couldn't spell her name, and neither could he. The ladies' auxiliary initially planned to hold the welcoming circle for Lucas and Jasmine Herman in late May, but they moved the date up, hoping the celebration would counterbalance the town's sadness over Jimmy Redding's passing. The first circle had been held when Bernadine paired the 5 original foster kids, Crystal, Preston, Amari, Devon, and Zoe, with their new foster parents. It took place in Tamar's front yard. This one would be Friday at the Dog, and Tamar would lead the ceremony. Friday evening, Tamar parked Olivia in the Dog's lot and went inside. The dining room was quiet. Rocky's crew was still setting up. None of the other participants had arrived yet. Being alone gave her a few moments to gather her thoughts and reflect on the evening to come. The sadness tied to Jimmy's death continued to linger. She knew he'd be glad that the gathering would be one of joy, because he was so filled with joy himself. She doubted she'd ever forget him singing from Evita when she saw him for the last time at the hospital. But it was such a Jimmy moment that even now she couldn't suppress her smile. She did a slow tour of the buffet, nodded at the waitstaff, going about their jobs, and thought back to that first circle. Her BFF, Marie Jefferson's mother, Agnes, had been alive then. Zoe, who'd been so tiny and undernourished, had flipped Bernadine's script on being placed with the Paynes and grabbed Reggie's hand instead. Amari had been over the moon about being paired with Trent. Preston, on the other hand, had been underwhelmed at the idea of being raised by the hard-assed Marine, Colonel Payne. She remembered Devon in his little suit and clip-on tie, grinning from ear to ear, learning he'd be living with his Miss Lily. And Crystal, and her awful gold weave, couldn't believe Bernadine actually wanted her as her daughter. The kids in the town had come far in the years since. Tamar hoped to be around long enough to see what else Bernadine's life-changing blessings would bring. At 7 p.m., everyone began arriving. They were dressed in their Sunday best, and as the elders used to say, all looked prosperous. Tamar let them chat and mingle for a few minutes before she moved to the center of the cleared floor. A hush fell over the room. "Please make a circle. Families stand together." Once that was accomplished, she said, "We, the descendants of the exodusters who fled the blood and violence of redemption, gather to welcome our newest residents, Jasmine and Lucas Herman. Will you please join me? Gemma, you and Wyatt, too." The 4 members of their small family complied. Jasmine and Lucas appeared solemn. Gemma stood beside Jasmine, and Wyatt beside Lucas. Tamar said, "Lucas and Jasmine, you've suffered a terrible loss. We know it's not something you'll ever forget, just like you'll never forget how much your parents loved you. I firmly believe they led you to us to be here for you in ways they no longer could be. I also believe they picked Gemma and Wyatt to give you a home filled with safety, love, and caring, so you could recover and learn to thrive and grow to be all your parents wanted you to be." She saw Jasmine reach out and take her brother's hand. Both had tears standing in their eyes. Tamar's voice softened. "They will never forget you and will always love you. Always. We will love you too and stand with you in ways that will let your parents know they made the right decision to send you here to us. So welcome to Henry Adams. Gemma and Wyatt, thank you for loving them and making them family." Tamar saw teary eyes all over the room. "I want you all to stand behind me now." They stepped back. Lily handed them tissues for their tears as Tamar continued. "Genevieve and Terrence, a.k.a. Uncle T.C. Barber, please come forward." Both looked so surprised. Smiles appeared on everyone's faces. As Jen and her husband stepped into the circle, Tamar said, "Genevieve, you've been looking for a partner worthy of your love for some time now, and you found him." Applause followed. Jen kissed her husband's cheek. Tamar added, "I was invited to pizza Saturday and found out that not only is Terrence a superb driver for Henry Adams, he's also taught our kids to make some pretty mean pizza. Also, they seem free to be themselves when with him, and more importantly, are helping to raise each other." She looked Amari's way, and he smiled in response. "I'm hoping to be invited back for more pizza making soon. In the meantime, thanks for loving our Genevieve, and welcome to Henry Adams." Cheers and applause followed. He bowed, wiped at his eyes, then he and Jen moved to stand with Gemma and her crew. Tamar surveyed the circle. "Reverend Paula and Chef Thornton Webb, come on down." They stepped inside, and she said to Thorne, "We love this woman madly. She's our spiritual leader, our healer, our blesser, our sister, and our friend. Honor her love for you." "I will. I don't want you treating me like a lamb-a-gear." "Because you know I will." "Yes, ma'am. I do." "Welcome to Henry Adams, Chef." "Thank you." Paula shook her head and smiled. Tamar saw the confusion on the faces of the kids. Everyone under the age of 40, take out your phones. They appeared wary, but complied. She spelled out Lamagir for them. Google the word. Amari asked, "Why are you giving homework at the welcome circle?" "Because all in life is a lesson." He sighed and typed. As the definition appeared on their phones, their startled expressions made her smile. "Any questions?" "Nope," Preston said. "I don't want you on me like a lamagir either." Good. She surveyed the room again. Seeing Rocky standing next to her husband, Jack, she asked, "Where's Randy?" "Kitchen." "Can you ask him to join us, please?" Rocky appeared confused at first, then, as if she'd figured it out, smiled and hurried away. She returned with the dog's chef in tow. He looked confused, too. "Is something wrong? Food okay?" "Would you come stand by me?" His confusion turned to outright wariness. "Am I in trouble?" Soft chuckles sounded. "No." "Okay, good. Last thing I want is to be on your bad side, Tamar. I like it here. I don't want to have to find another job." "And we like having you here. Hand Rocky your apron." He did as she asked and entered the circle. "Randy Emerson, I hear Rocky and your staff in the kitchen call you Big Texas." He grinned. "Yes, ma'am. When our beloved chef Sis moved to Miami, we didn't think we'd find anyone who could fill his shoes or our hearts the way he did. But guess what? You showed up with your tat sleeves of meat and vegetables and filled those shoes as if they were made for you. We thank you for feeding us and caring enough to make sure we eat well. And often," Bing called out. Laughter. Tamar cut Bing an amused look. "You have become family." Like the others being celebrated, there were tears in his eyes. Ana Ruiz added, "And I thank you for adding the food my family and I grew up with to the menu, because you do it with such homegrown style. I can taste the love." "My stepmom is Tejano and can trace her roots back to Spain. She married my daddy when I was 6, and I've been eating her food ever since. She's the one who taught me to cook. Being able to cook and eat the food I grew up with while I'm here helps me not miss her and home so much." Luis said sincerely, "Tell her you're representing her well." "I will." He wiped his eyes. "Damn, Big Texas isn't supposed to cry. I have a reputation to maintain. Not fair, Tamar." "All's fair with family. Give me a hug." He stepped into the embrace, and applause rained down. When they parted, Lily handed him a tissue, and Tamar directed him to stand with the others. She looked around. "As we welcome the people beside me, we'll be saying goodbye to others. Crystal, Preston, and Leah, join me." Preston said, "Oh, Tamar, I don't want to cry. My pops will make me do push-ups, and I'm too dressed up for that." He and the other boys were wearing suits and ties. Everyone laughed, including Barrett, but Preston stepped forward and joined Leah and Crystal. Zoe's eyes went wide. "Crystal, where are you going?" "I'm moving to Denver." "No," she cried. "You can't leave." Her mom, Ronnie, rubbed Zoe's back and said softly, "Zoe, no. Crystal can't move away. Miss Bernadine, make her stay." Tamar hadn't anticipated this. Bernadine's heart broke. Crystal walked over to Zoe and knelt down. Zoe, this was a really hard decision. You think I want to leave you? My future's not here, just like yours won't be when you get older. Tears ran down Zoe's cheeks. Please, don't go. Please. Crystal pulled her into her arms and held her tight. Aw, sissy, don't cry. Crystal was crying now as well. She looked up to Ronnie for help. Ronnie, moved by her daughter's distress, said, Zoe, like Chris said, her future's not here. I don't care. Make her stay. Oh, stop being such a baby, Devon called out derisively. The room went silent. Zoe screamed with outrage, ran to where he stood and socked him in the face so hard he wound up on the floor. Sobbing, she ran for the exit. Ronnie, Reg, and Paula went after her. The laid-out Devon held a hand over his rapidly swelling eye and moaned in pain. Tamar said harshly, Get up! Someone get some ice and take him home. She hadn't anticipated this either, and was not pleased. How dare he spoil this? Jaws tight with anger, Lily went with Rocky to the kitchen for ice. Equally angry, Trent helped Devon sit up, and Crystal snapped, Why are you always such a dumbass, Devon? She hurried to the exit to see about Zoe. Amari ran his hands down his face in disbelief and turned to Preston, who cracked, Good thing she wasn't armed. Otherwise, this would be a crime scene. After Devon was taken out, Tamar apologized to Leah and Preston. I'm so sorry this went sideways. We'll celebrate you two at another time. It's okay, Leah said. You don't have to. Tamar eyed her. Young woman, I need you to learn to let your community celebrate how incredibly brilliant you are and to accept the love you deserve to be showered with. Hear, hear, her dad Gary shouted. Loud applause followed. Leah looked down at the floor, and when she raised her eyes again, they were shiny with tears. Yes, ma'am, she whispered. Preston hugged Leah close, and she smiled. Tamar then announced, This ceremony is over. I'm too angry, so I'm going home. Don't let this food go to waste. Stay and eat or fix a plate to take with you. And she walked out. At the July house, after his parents finally finished yelling at him, Devon sat on his bed in his room with an ice pack over his now swollen, closed black eye. Doc Reg instructed his parents to give him over-the-counter pain pills like Tylenol, but they didn't seem to be helping. His eye throbbed like a bass drum with each breath he took. A soft knock on his door made him look up, and with the movement, the pain worsened. He hoped it wasn't his parents coming to yell at him again, but it was Amari. Did you come to yell at me too? He asked sullenly. No, I figure Mom and Dad were better at it than I'd ever be. Just came to check on you. How's the eye? Hurts really bad. Should I tell you to stop being a baby? I thought you weren't going to yell. I'm not yelling, just asking a question. What do you want? To ask what made you think it was okay to say that to Zoe. You know how Zoe feels about Crystal. She's always been Crystal's mini-me. When we first came to live here, Crystal was the one who let the adults know Zoe was afraid of the dark. When Chris ran away that time, the only person she told was Zoe. Back when you lost your mind and stole money because you wanted to go down south, nobody told you to stop being a baby. Miss Bernadine put you and Mom and Dad on the jet and flew you down there. Or did you forget about that? Devon didn't respond. Amari wasn't done. And when your auditions didn't go the way you wanted, and you were sad, did Mom tell you to stop being a baby? Silence. What you said to Zoe was cruel, Devon. Real cruel. Angry and feeling defensive, Devon snapped. Mom and Dad made me go to her house and apologize, but she told me to get the F out of her face and that she was never talking to me again. His eyes started throbbing big time. I don't want to talk anymore. My eye hurts. Sure. He left. Alone, Devon stretched out on his bed, but the pain in his eye increased, so he sat up again. He wanted to cry. If he could go to sleep, maybe the throbbing would stop long enough for him to forget about what happened and that nobody in town liked him because of what he'd said to Zoe. Heaven. Lucretia said, as the young people say on the internet, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. And Devon just hit the lotto, Rachel replied. Daisy shook her head. Amari was correct. That was just plain cruel of him to say to Zoe. Everyone knows how much she loves Crystal, and my heart broke with her reaction when she realized Chris was moving. Mine broke too, Rachel echoed. How in the world is he going to redeem himself after this? No one had an answer. Chapter 8. Monday morning, Bernadine sat in her office sipping her first cup of coffee and scrolling through the stock reports. Some of her investments had risen overnight, while others stood pat. Nothing in her vast portfolio caused her concern, which made for a great start to her day and the week. A knock on the door diverted her attention. It was Genevieve. Morning, Bernadine. Morning. Morning. Can I interrupt you for a minute? Sure, come on in. Jen walked to the desk and handed Bernadine an iPad. Read that, please. At the top of the page was the Hollywood Reporter banner. Bernadine found that confusing. She glanced over at where Jen had seated herself for an explanation. But Jen said nothing. Farther down the page, Bernadine read, Disgraced animal actor Cletus the Hog has died. According to owner Riley Curry, the hog died in his sleep from natural causes. A light has gone out in Hollywood and in the world, said his owner. Cletus was one of a kind. The family asks for privacy as they grieve his passing. A memorial service will be held at a later date. No further details are available. Bernadine wasn't sure how to react. The family asks for privacy? What family? Riley, I suppose. A light has gone out in the world, my foot. How in the world did I ever consider myself in love with that irrational little bonehead of a man? Bernadine knew the question was a rhetorical one, so no answer was necessary. May Cletus rest in peace? Jen stood. Girl, please. Bernadine chuckled and returned the iPad. I wonder if he made good on the $10,000 check he gave to the city of Franklin that bounced. What? Remember his Christmas going-away parade? Yes. He wrote a check to cover the cost of cheerleaders and the band and the rest. Mayor Proctor stopped by a few days later wanting to know if I knew how to get in touch with Riley because it bounced. Jen shook her head in disgust. The lowest of the low. My goodness. Do you think Proctor might want to see this article? Probably. I'm on my way there to meet with one of my readers. I'll swing by his office when I'm done. Thanks. Okay, enough about Riley, Jen said. Do you know how Zoe's doing? I felt so bad for her. Bernadine sighed. I talked to Ronnie. Trent and Lily made Devon go over and apologize, but Zoe wasn't having it. She had some choice words for him, I'll bet. Very choice. She is Miss Miami after all. She spent the weekend at Chris's apartment. Chris said she's still sad, but handling it. For all of Zoe's swagger, deep down inside, she's still that skinny little girl in the green flip-flops who's scared of the dark, Jen pointed out. I know. I just wish Devon would get himself together. That, too. He's still a kid. He will eventually. Before or after he's old enough for Social Security. Jen showed a small smile. We'll keep loving him, even if we don't like him very much right now. I suppose. Lily walked in. Hey, ladies. Morning. Bernadine noted how tired she looked. How are you? I don't know. One part of me wants to shake Devon until he's turned into a bobblehead, and other parts can't believe I'm raising a child who'd do what he did. Trent and I are so disappointed and frustrated. Jen gave her shoulders a supportive squeeze. It'll be okay, Lil. I hope so. He couldn't go to school today because the messed up eye has his balance all off. He fell down the stairs coming down for breakfast this morning. Reg said he'd stop by and check on him in a little bit. Trent's home with him. The boy's eye looks like he went 5 rounds with Mike Tyson. Jen said, Zoe did light him up. Yeah, she did. I'm not mad at her, though. He earned that punch. Bernadine asked, Do you want to take the day off? No. If I'm home, I'll just spend the day wanting to yell at him some more. Being here will keep me from stuffing him into a reed basket and sending him down a river like baby Moses. Is Paula going to talk to him? Yes, hopefully today. Bernadine hoped their resident miracle worker could help. Is Tamar still taking him on the spirit quest? Lily shrugged. Who knows? She told Trent she'll talk to Devon in a few days. He wrecked a beautiful evening. Just thinking about it is making me mad all over again. Let me go to my office. I'll see you two later. And she exited. Bernadine said, For a boy who's supposed to be anointed, there's a whole lot of devil beneath that wig. Amen, Genevieve replied. Going to go start my day. Wanted to show you the Cletus article. Thanks, I think. Jen chuckled. I'll post the death notice on the town's website and let folks know if I run across any info about the memorial. I'm sure the whole town will want to attend. Have a good day, Jen. You too. Alone again, Bernadine thought back on Devon's mess and Riley and Cletus. As she turned her attention back to her desktop screen, she wondered why anyone thought living in a small town was boring. Are you Bernadine Brown? Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, Bernadine slowly turned her chair around to face the door. Standing there was a light-skinned woman who appeared to be in her mid-30s. She was wearing a pair of black pants, shiny with age, and a green blouse. Her short, unpermed hair was pulled back in a small ball, and her makeup-free face glared in Bernadine's direction. May I help you? Are you Bernadine Brown? She asked again. I am, and you are? Myra Keene. Please come in, Mrs. Keene. Nice to meet you. How can I help? You can start by firing that so-called teacher over at the academy. Bernadine was taken aback by the demand and the hostility accompanying it. Does this teacher have a name? Yes, Jack James. Bernadine studied her and the tersely set features. I don't control the academy. Have you spoken with Superintendent Jefferson? I have. And she said she was not firing the best teacher in the state of Kansas. So why are you here with me? I hear you own the town, so I assume you have the last word. What's your problem with Mr. James? This no homework nonsense. What kind of school are you people running here? According to our test scores, one of the best in the state, thanks to Mr. James. So you agree with this no homework decision? I do. And even if I didn't, I don't control the academy. I want my son to get the best education possible, and he won't if he isn't given homework. Did Mr. James explain his reasoning behind the no homework policy? He did. If the academy doesn't meet your goals, you can always find a school that's a better fit. I want James replaced instead. Not going to happen, Bernadine countered frankly. Where do you live? Franklin. They have a decent school system, but I want my son in this school. Find your son another school, Ms. Keene. I can't help you. You mean you won't? You can take my answer however you like, but Mr. James stays. Anything else? Lily walked in. Oh, Bernadine, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had... Well, if it isn't Ms. Keene. From Lily's tone and body language, Bernadine assumed the two women had a history that didn't emanate from mutual admiration. Lily asked Myra Keene, Are you here to chastise Ms. Brown for not volunteering at the school or lecturing her on Black student achievement? The formerly hostile Myra Keene now resembled a deer caught in headlights. You work here? She asked, viewing Lily in her killer blue suit and matching heels. Yes, I'm VP of Accounting and Procurement. Oh. Bernadine found this so interesting. Lily looked about 2 seconds away from snatching Keene bald. Keene kept shooting glances at the door as if hoping to escape before Lily did. Keene finally responded to Lily's question. I'm here because I want Jack James fired. Lily's smile reminded Bernadine of Tamar's. May I ask why? His no homework decision. Ah, well, it's his decision to make. If you don't agree, there are other schools. Lily studied her silently for a moment before adding, Your son impressed me as being a nice young man, and I believe he'd thrive at the academy. Jack's an amazing educator. If you don't want your son to reap the benefits of what our school offers, enroll him someplace else, or homeschool him. Bernadine was proud of Lily. Even though Keene was a piece of work, Lily set that aside to advocate for the son. Is there anything else we can assist you with, Miss Keene? Bernadine asked. No. Then have a good day. Giving them both one last displeased glare, she exited with a huff. Bernadine said to Lily, I take it this was not your first encounter with Ms. Keene. You're correct. While Lily related her meeting with Myra Keene, Devon was up in his room, sad and miserable. As promised, Doc Reg came over to check on his eye, and once done, he told Devon and his dad it might take 4 or 5 days for the swelling and discomfort to decrease, so he needed to be careful moving around. He also recommended another day just resting in bed. When can he go back to school? His dad asked. When he can see well enough and his balance is back. Devon sighed. Thanks, Reg. His dad said, I'll walk you out. When his dad returned a few minutes later, he asked, Do you need anything, son? Devon shook his head, but did it very gingerly because of the throbbing in his eye. Am I going to be on punishment? Having to deal with that eye is punishment enough, I think. Hoping this wasn't the lead-in to more lecturing about his behavior, Devon said, I'd rather paint the fence. He'd hated painting, but at least it hadn't been painful, and Zoe's help made the chore go faster. This time, she couldn't make things go faster even if she wanted to, which she didn't. Everybody hates me. Hate's a pretty strong word. Disappointed might be a better one. He wished he could go back in time and change things. "If you need anything, just give me a yell, okay? I'll be in my room working on the laptop. I'll bring you lunch in a bit." "Thanks, Dad." Alone, Devon thought back again on what he'd done. At first, ridiculing Zoe about her reaction to Crystal moving away made him feel like a boss, just as it had in the past. But the moment the words left his lips, he'd wanted to call them back. He knew how much Zoe loved Crystal, and had since the day they met. But for whatever reason, that hadn't mattered. Was this more of his whole anointed, entitled, and always wanting to be the center of attention thing, as Amari kept pointing out? The question was one he didn't want to deal with. Another part of the Wizard of Oz, man behind the curtain, inner conversation he'd had before. Having to look at himself through that lens was difficult, mainly because he didn't really like who that person was. Was it because he was getting older and now cared about how his actions impacted others when he never had to care before? He didn't know. He was just a kid, and all this thinking was making his eye throb and his head hurt. So he closed his uninjured eye and hoped he could sleep for a little while and forget about the mess he'd made. He spent the rest of the day praying for the pain to go away and to not be bored to death. With his messed up eye, he couldn't play video games or read to pass the time. His dad brought him lunch, but he didn't have much of an appetite. That afternoon, OG stopped by with his checkerboard. "How are you, buckaroo?" "Not doing too good. Eye hurts." "Let me see." Devon slid the ice pack aside. OG peered at it. "That's pretty ugly." "Feels ugly, too." "I brought the checkerboard hoping we could play in case you're bored." "I can't see good enough, but thanks." "You're welcome." He eyed Devon for a moment before asking, "Parents still yelling at you?" "No, at least not today so far." "I know what that's like. Got yelled at a lot in my life, too, as you probably already know." He did. OG had abused alcohol for many years, and more recently had stolen a lot of money, something he and Devon had in common. Deserved it, too. But we all screw up sometimes, so I'm not here to pile on, just to see how you are. Devon was thankful for that. "I think I may have to paint the fence when I can see again." He nodded understandingly. "Let's not worry about that now. You concentrate on healing up. Did Doc Reg give you something for the pain?" "Yes." "Good. Do you need anything?" "No." "All right, then. I'll swing by in a few days to check on you. Feel better, young July. And this, too, shall pass." He leaned down and placed a kiss on Devon's forehead. Tears welled up in Devon's eyes in response to the kindness. "See you soon." And he was gone. Devon wiped at his wet eyes. He was glad to have OG in his life. That evening after dinner, there was a knock on his door. "Come in." He was lying back against the bed pillows with a fresh ice bag over his eye. It was Reverend Paula. "Hey, Dev," she said softly. "Hi, Reverend." She came in and sat beside him on the edge of the bed. "How are you feeling?" "My eye hurts a lot. Doc Reg said it's going to be like this for a few more days." "Sorry to hear that. Is there anything I can do to help you cope?" "Maybe talk to God for me so I can feel better." "You can always do that yourself." "Everybody's mad at me. God, too, probably." "God always loves us no matter what we've done." He didn't feel very lovable. "I wish I hadn't said that to Zoe." "Do you?" "I do. The words just sort of came out before I could stop them, and then it was too late. We all say things we regret, especially when we're young. Your body's changing. Your hormones don't know if they're coming or going. You're trying to figure out who you are. It makes us feel all jumbled up inside. It's sort of normal, really, but admitting you were wrong means you're growing up. Looking back at a situation and holding yourself accountable instead of making excuses is a good thing. He hadn't thought about it in that way. You think so? She nodded. I know so. Have you spoken to Zoe? I tried. Mom and Dad made me go over and apologize, but she cussed at me and said she's never talking to me again. Maybe once the dust settles and you apologize from your heart, not because your parents made you, things may change. Forgiveness is a choice, as is kindness. The Zoe we know is capable of both. A part of him wanted to believe that. Another part was sure they'd never be friends again. I know your eye is hurting, so I'll let you go back to resting. If you need me for anything, just send me a text or FaceTime me, okay? Okay. Thanks for visiting me, Reverend Paula. You're welcome. How about we share a prayer before I go? I'd like that. She took Devon's hand and recited a short prayer asking God to look after his healing, to continue to guide his growth, and that the rift between him and Zoe be repaired. When she was done, they both said amen. After her exit, Devon's eyes still hurt, but his spirit felt a lot better. Maybe God wasn't so mad at him after all. Over the next couple of days, the swelling and discomfort diminished to the point where he could at least sleep through the night, and to his delight resume wearing his wig. He was also able to work on the school assignments Ms. Norrie dropped off, though she had made him promise not to do too much. He half expected or hoped that Lucas, Wyatt, and Alfonso would come see him, but they didn't. The Supremes didn't either, and Devon was left feeling abandoned and forlorn. By day 5, the swelling was all but gone, even though the skin surrounding the eye was still ringed with shades of purple and dark blue. Doc Reg said he could return to school on Monday if he felt up to it, but to be careful if he rode his bike. After Doc Reg left and Devon was happily checking out his eye in the mirror, he was startled to see Tamar reflected in the doorway behind him. His injured eye protested being opened so wide. This was his first time seeing her since he wrecked the welcome circle ceremony. He turned and faced her, shaken and shaking inside. She asked, "May I come in?" "Yes, ma'am." He couldn't tell her mood. He assumed she was still upset at him, however. "Your eyes better?" He watched her glance over at his wig for a long moment. "Yes. Doc Reg said I can go back to school on Monday." "Good to hear. I stopped by to see how you were and to let you know a couple of things." "Like what?" "At the next town meeting, I expect you to stand up and apologize to everyone for ruining the ceremony." "But Mom and Dad are making me write apologies to you and all the people we celebrated, and the notes have to be handwritten, not done on the laptop." "I'd appreciate your note, and I'm sure the others will too, but that's your parents' requirement. I have my own. Doing what you did to Zoe should never have happened in the first place." He wondered if the lectures and punishments would ever stop. "I know. Anything else?" "I'm putting off your spirit quest for now." He was stricken. "Why?" "You aren't mature enough, Devon. At least not yet, and you proved that Friday night." "But I tried to apologize to Zoe." He looked up into her eyes. "Please, Tamar, I really want to do my quest. Because Amari did his? No. Then why? It's hard to explain, but it'll make me a real July and not one who's adopted. She didn't respond at first, so he was unsure if he'd said the right thing or not. When she did reply, her voice and eyes were kind. Whether you're adopted or not, you're still a full-fledged, real July, Devon. But I won't feel like one, not inside. Please, Tamar, let me do my quest. Please? To have a successful quest, you need to be your authentic self, no artifice. Do you know what that means? He shook his head. Get your phone. She spelled the word for him, and while he typed in the letters, he wondered why everything was always a lesson with her. What's it say? There are two definitions. One means proficient, skill like a good craftsman. The other means trickery, scamming, or duplicitous. Which one do you think I'm talking about? The second one? She nodded. So for your quest, you need to be who you are at your core. No hiding behind anything. The real Devon needs to show up. Do you think you can do that? He nodded eagerly. Okay. If you can go without wearing that wig for 10 days, we'll do your quest. His eyes widened, and he screamed internally, No! She watched him before asking, Yes? No? He was too stunned to speak. Talk about trickery. If it takes you this long to decide, you aren't ready. We'll talk about your quest after your next birthday. No, he said quickly. I'm ready now. I can go without my wig. Are you sure? Positive. When do I start? Tomorrow morning, when you get up. His knees went so weak he thought he might faint. Okay. Do I need to say no cheating? No, ma'am. She smiled. Good. I'll let you get back to what you were doing. Glad your eye is better. Thank you. He watched her go. His eye was better, but the rest of him wanted to cry. On her drive home, Tamar smiled. Up in heaven, the three spinsters cheered and gave each other high fives. Saturday morning, Devon got dressed and automatically reached for his wig. Remembering his deal with Tamar, he paused. He wondered if he could get away with wearing it in the house, but knowing Tamar, she might have planted a hidden camera in his room and was watching him even now. He sighed. This was so unfair. Yes, he wanted to do his quest, but not at the price he was being asked to pay, and she'd been so sneaky with it. He felt played big time. Then again, that's why she was Tamar, and the rest of the people on planet Earth weren't. Jeez, he voiced dispiritedly. He'd been wearing the wig for years. How was he supposed to just stop, especially when he didn't want to? Standing in front of the mirror on his dresser, he checked out his wig-free self and wondered if anyone would recognize him. He barely recognized himself. He had no choice, though, so he brushed his hair and went to join his family for breakfast. Amari, seated at the table, saw him first. Whoa, who are you? Devon ignored him. His parents shared a smile like maybe Tamar had told them about his deal with her. Amari was persistent, though. Where's the wig? Let him be, Amari, Mom warned gently. But, did you hear your mother? Dad asked. Okay. Sitting silently, Amari replied, eyes still on Devon. Devon figured he might as well tell him. If I don't wear my wig for 10 days, Tamar will let me do my quest. Really? Yes, really, so leave me alone. I'm proud of you, Amari said. In fact, Kelly hired a new barber to replace Mr. Pig Owner, and the man has skills. I'll treat you to a fresh cut if you want one. Devon was stunned. For real? For real. Devon smiled. Okay. Their dad said, I love it when a family comes together. Now pass me a waffle, Lil. Showing her amusement, she sent the plate of waffles his way. And Saturday morning breakfast at the July house began. After finishing her breakfast, Tamar was seated on her porch scrolling through her tablet for the morning's news when a car pulled up. She didn't recognize the vehicle, so she watched silently. The man who stepped out was dark-skinned, gray-haired, and wearing a nice suit. He nodded a greeting. She nodded back, but his identity remained a mystery. Heading up the walk, he smiled. Are you Miss Tamar July? Depends on who's asking. Taken aback, he paused. Tamar knew some underhanded people made their living scamming senior citizens, and she was in no mood for shenanigans, so she waited. He cleared his throat. Well, ma'am, my name is Joel Newton, Jr., but I go by my middle name, Aaron. She couldn't believe her ears. Stop right there. You can get back in your car and head out. I've nothing to say to you. She now saw the strong resemblance. Look, I know. Anger rising, she stood. You know nothing except I want you off my land. Do you need a shotgun escort? I can give you one for free. His eyes widened. Ma'am, Tamar picked up the shotgun resting beside the chair. Raising it to fire, she announced, You're officially trespassing. Leave. When he hesitated, she sent a blast into the ground near his shoes, making him yelp and jump to high heaven. A second blast followed, closer this time, and he tripped over his feet getting back to his car. Once safely inside, he roared off. Wearing a smile that didn't meet her hawk-like eyes, Tamar set the shotgun aside, retook her seat, and picked up her tablet. Now, where was I? When Devon and Amari entered the barbershop, the place was pretty full. OG was seated in a chair waiting his turn, as were Mr. Bing, Mr. Clark, Chef Thorne, and Sheriff Dalton. Doc Reg was in the chair being tended to by the new barber, Justin, a tall, thin man with sleeves of dragons adorning the brown skin of his arms. On the ladies' side of the room, Ms. Bernadine and Major Payne were under the dryer hoods, and Ms. Gemma was in the chair getting her hair cut by Kelly. Baseball was on the big screen TV. Devon and Amari made their way to a seat, and he noticed the men staring curiously at his head. Bing asked, Hey, Devon, what happened to your wig? Did it time travel back to the 60s? Chuckles followed. Amari defended his brother. He's going for a new look. Well, welcome to the 21st century, Dev. They found 2 open seats, and Devon whispered to his brother, Thank you. No problem. Mr. Bing always comes with the jokes. You just have to go with who he is. OG got up and was making his way to where they were sitting when a man burst through the shop doors. He appeared angry and frazzled. The 911 dispatcher said Sheriff Will Dalton was here. He took a hasty look around at the people inside. Will stood. I am? What can I do for you? I want someone arrested for trying to shoot me. The shop went quiet. Kelly used the remote to mute the TV, but before Will could respond, Bing said, Now, he looks just like you. You have a twin we don't know about? Devon said to Amari, They do look alike. Yeah, they do. The stranger was shorter, skin a bit browner, and he carried a little more weight on his frame. But from their eyebrows to their mustaches, the resemblance was uncanny. "Who shot at you?" Will asked. "Miss July." Mal asked, "Tamar July?" "Yes." Mal walked over. "I'm Malachi July. What did you do to her?" "Nothing, other than try and introduce myself." "What's your name?" "Joel Newton, Jr. Friends call me Aaron." Mal sighed aloud. Oh, hell. Tamar was still on her porch when Will Dalton's cruiser pulled into her yard. She supposed Newton Jr. had snitched on her. She didn't care. He was trespassing, and when told to leave, he didn't. She'd had every right to send him packing. Will got out of his vehicle, followed by Newton Jr., and to her surprise, Mal. As the three men approached, she noted just how much Junior and Mal favored each other, which didn't help her mood. Will said in greeting, "Tamar?" "Well, what can I do for you?" "Mr. Newton here said you shot at him." "I did. I told him he was trespassing and he didn't leave." "You didn't give me a chance," he responded tightly. Tamar ignored him and turned to Mal. "Do you know who he is?" "I do." "Need you to keep better company." He sighed. "Now see, just for that, I'm going to have him over for dinner." She froze. "No, you're not." Will said, "Tamar, whatever your beef is with Mr. Newton, can it not involve firearms in the future, please? As long as he stays off my property." Will turned to Newton, who replied, "Don't worry, I won't be back." "Good," Tamar told him. "Have a safe drive home, wherever that is." While she looked on, Mal asked Newton, "You have time to talk? Maybe get something to eat?" He nodded. "I do." "Good. My treat." Tamar hoped Mal was just pulling her leg. She didn't want him doing anything with Newton except saying goodbye. Will asked, "Can I go back to Kelly's now before I lose my place in line, if I haven't already?" Mal said, "Sure." "Bye, Tamar. Talk to you later." She gave him a terse nod. She'd already expressed her opinion on Newton. She didn't feel the need to repeat herself. They drove away, and she watched until the cruiser was out of sight. Chapter 9. After her hair appointment, Bernadine drove home wondering how things went with Will Dalton and Tamar, because the sheriff returned to the barber shop alone. Joel Newton's surprising appearance had been just that, and that the two men bore such a startling resemblance was even more so. Biologically, they were half-brothers. That they favored each other was all about genetics. Sometimes siblings shared personality traits, too. Were the men alike in other ways? Had Tamar shot them both? Stay tuned, she told herself with a smile. After relaxing at home with lunch and her latest read, she checked her phone and found a text from Mal that read, "Taking Newton to dog. News at 11. Glad to have one of her questions answered, she looked forward to hearing his report. He came by that evening bearing popcorn. They were spending the night at her house. The popcorn was for the movie they'd planned to watch, The Sting, with Newman and Redford, one of her favorites. "So how'd it go?" she asked, as they took seats side by side on her couch. "Went okay. He's a nice dude. At least he seems to be. We exchanged numbers." "Is he still here?" "No, heading back home. He lives outside of Oklahoma City." "How'd Tamar react when you showed up with Will?" "Typical Tamar. Told me I need to hang out with better people. Good grief. Exactly. But he didn't choose his father, just like I didn't. I know she had the wedding day from hell, but that wasn't my fault, or Aaron's. You're right. What made him seek you out? Is your father still alive? No, he died this past Christmas. Aaron said he'd had dementia before that. Sorry to hear that. I was too. Would have at least liked to have met him. No disrespect to Tamar, but I spent my entire life wondering about him and halfway hoping he'd come see me. Never happened, though. She rested her head against his shoulder in sympathy. I'm sorry. Aaron said he didn't know about the wedding or me until his dad's funeral. One of his uncles told him the story. His mother never told him? No, I guess she divorced him right after the wedding mess with Tamar, and Aaron and his sister had very little contact. Aaron said after he found out about me, he wanted to meet. How do you feel? I don't know, doll. A part of me wishes he and I had hooked up earlier in life. I always did want a brother. I remember you saying that. Better late than never, I suppose. I'll give him a call in a few days and see where this goes. Sounds like a plan. Tamar's going to give me grief, though. Maybe not. He eyed her and chuckled. Right. Trying to be a positive voice here. He leaned over and gave her a kiss. Thank you. You're welcome. Ready for the sting? Popcorn and I are ready. Then let's go. While he brought up Amazon Prime on the big screen, she sensed how jumbled he felt inside over all this. She hoped everything worked out and that Aaron Newton would indeed be the brother Mal had always wished for. My goodness, Daisy gushed. Talk about an unexpected turn of events. Lucretia replied, The shotgun was expected, though. True, and we all know she's going to give Mal heck for wanting to know his half-brother, Rachel pointed out. Of course she is. She wouldn't be Tamar if she didn't. But I understand why him showing up like he did set her off. Agreed. Lucretia asked, Did our Henry Adams have all this drama back in the day? Rachel thought back. Well, let's see. We had Cara Lee and Chase and their grand passion. Daisy said, I will never forget him carrying her through town. So romantic. Rachel added, And during the Olivia and Neil years, we had Armstead Malloy tied to a flagpole on Main Street. Lucretia looked confused. Who? Daisy explained, You were already here by then. But Armstead Malloy was a little weasel of a man who gave Olivia all manner of grief. One morning the town woke up to find him gagged and tied to the flagpole in front of his store. Lucretia's jaw dropped. How in the world did he get there? Rachel said, It was never proven, but we're pretty sure Neil July was the culprit. It was quite the sight. Daisy added, A pretty hilarious sight, too, I might add. Sorry I missed that. You couldn't help it, Rachel said sympathetically. Lucretia had been the first of the three to pass away. Daisy then said, Oh my, take a look at Devon. They all stared with surprise. Who knew he'd grown so handsome beneath that wig? He looked so mature. Maybe he'll put that thing in the rubbish bin now. We can only hope. While Bernadine and Mal settled in with the sting, Devon was in his bedroom checking out his fresh haircut in his mirror. He really liked it, especially the 2 razor cuts above his ear. Amari was right about the new barber having skills. Mr. Curry could cut hair, but not with the style of the new barber, Justin. "What do you think?" Amari asked, stepping into the room. "I like it a lot. Told you, my man Justin is all that." Devon turned his head this way and that to view his reflection from all angles. He thought he looked great, but his eyes brushed his wig sitting on its stand. How did the new haircut compare to his look in his wig? He knew Amari wouldn't answer fairly, so he'd have to answer the question for himself. "Thanks for paying." "No problem." "Why you being so nice?" "Because Mom and Dad are paying me." Devon stared, stricken. Amari shook his head. "That's a joke, Devon." "I'm being nice because I'm your brother. How many times do I have to explain that?" "Oh, look, for the past few years I've been trying to make us grow closer. And just when I think you're down with the program, you go rogue on me and turn back into the boy I want to trade for Mr. Irrelevant." "Who is that?" "The last guy taken in the NFL draft." Devon was confused. Amari waved it off. "Never mind. What I'm trying to say is, can you not go rogue on me again, please? This whole back and forth thing you keep doing is exhausting." Devon met Amari's smile with his own. "Okay. Good. I'm going to go whip Preston's butt in chess. I know you don't want my opinion, but you'll pull more girls without the wig than you will with it. I'm just saying. That fresh cut makes you look like a baller. James Brown over there makes you look like a little kid praying dress up in his auntie's old wig. See you later." He exited, and Devon wondered if Amari knew that, in his own way, he was just as exhausting. His eyes strayed to the wig again. So far, he'd gone all day without wearing it. Amari's parting comment made him wonder how different he really looked, though. His parents were out on a date, so with Amari over at Preston's, he was home alone. He picked up his phone, took a selfie, and viewed it. If he ignored his still healing eye, he admittedly looked as good as he thought he did. He picked up the wig. Praying Tamar wasn't somehow spying on him, he put it on. And after making the adjustments to the fit and all that, took another selfie. He then studied the two Devons side by side. The comparison was stark. Blowing out a breath, he removed the wig, placed it back on the stand, and plopped down on his bed. The truth hurt. On Monday morning, Sheila stuck her head in Bernadine's doorway. "Just Zoomed with Paige from Dark Horse. How is she?" "She's good. She and her architect are coming Thursday to walk the site and have a sit-down with Trent and construction boss Kelly about permits and the rest. She wants to get everything in place so the groundbreaking can get underway as soon as possible. I take it Trent sent her the estimates she asked for?" "Yes." The amount of money involved took my breath away, but she didn't even blink. She's made up her mind that this is where she wants to be, and the cost doesn't matter, apparently. Good for us. Agreed. Did she say how long she'll be here? She's not sure, but said she'd play it by ear. She'll get a room in Franklin. I wish Tina's B&B was ready so we could put her up there. I do too. Tina's flying in about an hour from now for our tour of the Three Spinsters, and then the B&B. It's almost ready. Good to know. Paige is going to rent a car at the airport and drive here. Can we make sure TC's available in case the architect doesn't stay and needs a ride back? Of course. Just keep me in the loop. Will do. This is really happening, Bernadine. Bernadine was pleased that Sheila was pleased. She'd put in a lot of work. Yes, it is. And I have to admit, it's kind of exciting. Ditto. On my way to meet with some farmers about the windmills. See you later. She waved goodbye and headed out. In spite of Bernadine's continuing worries, about how growth might affect the town, she was looking forward to having Paige and Dark Horse as new neighbors. She was also looking forward to the tour of the Three Spinsters restaurant Chef Thorne would be treating them to once Tina arrived. After Bernadine picked up Tina from the helipad behind the wreck, they met up with the other investors, Rocky and Ronnie, and walked the short distance to the restaurant. It was still surrounded by the walls of plywood put up to hide the goings-on inside. The only people allowed access were the workers. Bernadine and the others hadn't been happy about being kept in the dark, but Thorne charmed them into giving him the benefit of the doubt. "This better be good," Rocky warned as they were let in by one of the security people. "I don't want to have to run Paula's boo over with my bike." And it was good. In fact, it was spectacular. With Thorne as their guide, they were shown the fully finished dining room with its floor-to-ceiling windows. Flanking the windows were beautiful aquamarine-colored panels embellished with thin, whimsical swirls of gold that surrounded a stylized cream-colored 3. According to Thorne, the 25 tables in the space would be covered with cream-colored table linens that were stain-resistant. "If someone spills red wine, we won't have to toss them." He showed them the flatware, and Bernadine loved how substantial but lightweight they felt in her hand. "These are lovely, Thorne." But the pièce de résistance was the breathtaking crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. "Imported from Italy," he explained. "It's one of a kind." The women were blown away by just how beautiful it was. "What do you think?" he asked, smiling. "How'd I do?" "Amazing," Rocky said, still looking up at the gorgeous chandelier. "The entire room is absolutely stunning." Ronnie asked to see the outdoor space where she and her musician friends would occasionally perform. They followed him out, and he gestured around at the intimate space, which held a small stage and glass walls that could be closed or opened to let in the night air. There was also a gas fireplace for the chilly spring and fall evenings. "We can put 10 tables out here, or about 35 chairs if we just want to do seating. Hope you approve, Ronnie." She took in the monitors and boards. "I do. This setup is fabulous. We won't know if we'll need to tweak anything until we do a rehearsal, but it looks good right now." Bernadine noted how pleased she appeared, and that the other women did too. Thorne walked them back into the main dining room, and she was again caught by the beauty of the chandelier. He explained, "My plan is to have an opening night for Henry Adams' people first, then the general public. My PR people will notify the local media and maybe the national outlets if they seem interested. But I want you all to dress red carpet because this is a special place for a special town." Bernadine's excitement flared, and the faces of the others mirrored hers. "Red carpet," Tina said. "That means I need to fly in a date." "Who's the boy toy of the month?" Bernadine asked. "A cute young soccer player from Venezuela." Ronnie and Rocky stared. Amused, Bernadine shook her head at her friend's choice of playthings. Tina added, "I have shoes older than he is, but he brings the magic." Bernadine laughed. "That's enough, Tina." "Can we see the kitchen?" Rocky asked Thorne, grinning Tina's way. The kitchen was 3 times the size of the dog's, and the stainless steel appliances sparkled like a diamond bangle. Once the tour was done, Thorne escorted them back to where they'd entered. "We'll take this plywood down the night before we open. Have anyone who wants to come opening night call the church office so they can be put on a reservations list and be given a time to attend. We can't seat everyone at once." "Got it," Bernadine said. The others nodded. Once back outside, the women shared their excitement, swooned over the beautiful interior, and talked about strutting on the red carpet. "This is going to be so much fun," Ronnie said. They all agreed. "I can't wait to show it off to the Dark Horse people. I'm sure they'll appreciate us having a fancy bougie place here." Bonnie and Rocky went back to their day, and Bernadine and Tina headed over to the construction site of her almost ready to open B&B. Like the restaurant, the B&B had its own beauty. It was a Victorian design reminiscent of the painted lady homes of San Francisco. Turrets and cornices and gingerbread trim. There was a widow's walk on the top of the 3-story structure, and the house was painted a gorgeous purple and indigo blue. It was built with the prototype material Trent and the construction crews used on all the new Henry Adams builds, and would supposedly withstand EF3 winds should a tornado decide to come calling. Checking it out from the outside, Tina took it in and said in a voice filled with awe, "It's so beautiful." And it was. It stood as a unique tribute to Henry Adams' 19th century roots. "Let's go in." Most of the interior work was finished. Bernadine and Trent had been keeping an eye on the progress made by the artisans and the interior decorator overseeing the project. There were 2 ensuite bedrooms per floor. Tina planned to keep the top, 3rd floor, for herself. In addition, there were fireplaces, a good-sized kitchen, and a laundry room and small movie theater in the finished basement. The common room off the spacious foyer held comfortable couches and a beautiful piano. Tina didn't play, but thought adding it was a nice touch. And who knew? Maybe she'd have a guest or two who did. Everything from the light fixtures to the furniture to the flooring was high-end. Tina had spared no expense. It would be a gem when it opened, and Bernadine couldn't be prouder to have the B&B added to her town. "Do you approve?" she asked Tina. "Oh, hell yes! I love it! It's even better than I imagined now that it's come to life." A small elevator had been incorporated into the design for guests unable to navigate stairs. So the 2 friends entered it and rode up to the 3rd floor. Tina had yet to furnish her personal space, but the walls were painted a lovely calming shade of pale gold. Bernadine opened the sliding glass door to the widow's walk, and they stepped out into the sunshine. They took in the panoramic view. "I'll bet we can see Russia from up here," Tina said. "Stop," Bernadine laughed. "How about Topeka, then?" The widow's walk, constructed of black wrought iron, circled the building. "I need one of these," Bernadine told Tina, even though adding one to her own home was neither possible nor practical. "I've always wanted a house that had one," Tina explained. "Who knew it would be in tiny town Kansas, though? Thank you for letting me build it here." "Thanks for wanting to. You're adding to Tiny Town's future." For a few more minutes, they silently savored the view of the surrounding plains before stepping back inside. "How about lunch? Hungry?" Bernadine asked. "Yes." "Then let's walk down to the dock." As they made the short walk, people driving down Main Street honked greetings at them, and Bernadine and Tina waved in response. Tina said, "I love how friendly everyone here is. Love all the flowers, too," she added. Everywhere they looked, there were flowers. The last of the late-season tulips and colorful irises accented the fronts of the buildings on Main Street, and the peonies by the church were showing their fat pink blooms. "We have Sheila to thank," Bernadine told her. "She planted them all before she was elected mayor, and we're glad she did. She's way too busy these days." When they arrived at the dock, The lunch hour was just beginning, so the place wasn't very crowded. Stevie Wonder's iconic As was playing on the jukebox. Bernadine waved at Bing and Clay, Jen and TC, and a few other familiar faces as she and Tina were escorted to an empty booth. A waiter arrived with glasses of water. Because both women were familiar with the menu, they went ahead and placed their orders. A turkey club and fries for Tina, and a fresh spinach salad topped with grilled chicken for Bernadine. Bernadine was seated facing the dog's entrance. Seeing her sister Diane come rushing through the door, she set her glass down, and the anger on her face caught Tina's attention. "What's wrong?" Tina turned around and figured it out. "Ah, Diane." Yes, Diane. Before Bernadine could tell her about the last time she and Diane had spoken, Diane was standing beside their booth. "Oh, good. Found you." She shot Tina a nasty look before turning her attention back to Bernadine. "I need a key." "What kind of key?" "One to your front door. My old one doesn't work." "Because I changed the locks." "Well, give me yours. I need to move my stuff in." Bernadine didn't believe this. "Do you no longer speak English? What did I tell you about moving in with me?" "You said no, but no is a complete sentence." Diane paused and studied Bernadine's sternly set face. "I figured once you remembered that I'm your sister, you'd rethink that." "I haven't." Bernadine saw no need to explain again why Diane was undeserving of her love and support. Tina said, "I'll go sit with Jen and let you two work this out." "Yeah, you do that," Diane responded dismissively. "Not necessary," Bernadine countered before telling her sister, "I'm not giving you a key." Diane appeared genuinely surprised. "But I don't have any place to go." "Have you started looking for another job?" "Not yet. I need a week or two to get over the trauma of being fired. Laid off first." The truth. "What would you do if you were an only child?" "I don't know." "Pretend that you are." Cold but necessary. Bernadine refused to be guilted into surrendering to more Diane-inflicted pain. She already had enough for 2 lifetimes. Diane snarled derisively. "Stop being such a fat black bitch. I'm your sister. Give me the damn key." Tina's jaw dropped, but Bernadine was unfazed. "You say that like it's a bad thing." "Bye, Diane." Their eyes battled for a few intense moments before Diane turned and stormed back to the exit and pushed through the doors. Once again, caught between rage and guilt, Bernadine's eyes brimmed with tears. Tina reached over and placed her hand atop hers. "You okay?" "No, but I will be." Tina gave her hand a squeeze. "How about we whip her ass the next time she comes calling?" Bernadine wiped her eyes and smiled. "Lily'll be mad if she isn't invited. Then we'll make sure we let her know when the time comes." "Let's." Jen walked over to their booth. "Was that your witch of a sister who just left?" "It was." "Was she looking to steal another prom date?" "Close." "She didn't look like she got what she wanted." "She wanted to move back in with me, and I told her no." "Good. That would be like me divorcing Terrence and letting Riley and that pig come back. Stick to your guns." "Will do." "Good seeing you, Tina." "You too, Jen." As Jen left to rejoin her husband, their waiter arrived with their orders. Once all the plates were set before them, he left them to their meal and the 2 friends settled in for a good time. Tina wouldn't be flying out until later that evening, so they had plenty of time to catch up on things. Over at the academy, Devon wasn't having a good time. It was his first day back after missing the past week because of his eye, and he wished he could have stayed home for the rest of his life. None of his friends would talk to him. When he entered Ms. Norrie's class to begin the day, the room went silent, and he didn't know if it was because of his wrecking the welcome circle or from being wig-free. He received a sincere-sounding welcome back from Ms. Norrie. Wyatt and the boys in his crew greeted him with brief nods, but that was it. The Supremes and Zoe, who had a rap on her hand, ignored him. At lunch, he went over to their table to join them. They didn't say he couldn't sit with them, but he might as well have been a ghost. No one said one word to him, except when he asked Zoe about her wrapped-up hand, and she said, "I heard it on your face. Happy?" When he arrived home, his mom was in the kitchen. She took in his gloomy features and asked, "How was your day?" "Terrible. Nobody talked to me." He shrugged off his backpack and sat at the table. "Sorry to hear that. I know it's my own fault, but it really hurts. Things will get better. They always do. I'll be OG's age before that happens. What am I supposed to do, Mom?" "Ride it out is all I can suggest." "Did you know Zoe hurt her hand when she hit me?" "Yes. Miss Ronnie told me. She bruised some bones. She'll have to wear the wrap for a week or so." "How come nobody told me?" "It wouldn't have mattered, would it?" "No, I guess not. She probably can't play her instruments, which means she's even madder at me now than she was before." His mom didn't respond. He sighed aloud. She did add, "I hate to pile on, but have you started your apology letters?" He stilled. He'd hoped she'd forgotten about them, but knew she hadn't. "No." "You might want to get going. Now that you can see out of both eyes again, no video games or electronics until you finish." "But Mom..." Hadn't he been punished enough? "But Mom, what?" "Nothing," he answered resignedly. "Once you finish them, I'll drive you over to the Franklin post office so you can put them in the mail." "The post office? Do you know how to mail a letter?" He shook his head. "If the internet suddenly vanished, your generation would be in a world of hurt." "Why can't I just give people my letters?" "Because you need to know how to mail a letter. Killing two birds with one stone here, Devon." He sighed again. "Why does everything have to be a lesson?" "So you can function as an adult and take care of yourself when you get older. You and your brother aren't living here with me and your dad for the rest of your life. You can forget that." The way she said it made him smile for the first time that day, and she smiled in reply. "I'm just saying," she added. "Okay. Will you show me what to do at the post office?" "Of course. I also have a list of addresses of everyone you need to send a letter to. Do you need help remembering who was in the circle?" "Probably. Then we can do that after dinner." She walked to the fridge and took out a juice box, which she tossed to him, and a bag of carrots that she emptied into a pot. "I do like the new haircut." "I do too. Honestly, you look so much better without the wig." "I know." "Really?" "Yeah, I wasn't sure which me looked the best, me with the wig or without the wig. So I took some selfies and put them side by side. And I look like a doofus in that wig. I can't believe I thought it was sick." She smiled. "I know everybody tried to tell me, but I didn't want to be me, I guess. I wanted to be a preacher, and I wanted to be Amari, because who doesn't want to be like him, but mostly..." He stopped and looked away. Pain and tears welled up. She asked softly, "Mostly what, baby?" He swiped at the moisture and searched for how to express himself. "Mostly, I didn't want to be the kid without my grandma, or the one who might grow up and hurt somebody, like that man hurt my mom, Rosalie." Oh, sweetheart. She walked over, took him in her arms, and hugged him tight. Finding comfort in the protection of her love, he let the tears slide down his cheeks. Since learning of the monstrous circumstances surrounding his birth, he'd been terrified at the prospect. "You're never going to be that person," she whispered. "Ever." Eyes glistening, she viewed him and asked, "Have you talked to Reverend Paula about this?" He nodded. "A little. She said we can talk some more when I'm ready." "Good." She eased him close again, and they held on to each other in the silence. After a few more moments, she placed a solemn kiss on his forehead, stepped back, and reached for the box of tissues on the counter. She handed him a few and pulled out some for herself. "Why is growing up so hard?" he asked. "I don't know, babe, but we all go through it and somehow survive. You will too, especially having Rev Paula to talk with." He desperately wanted to believe her. "Your dad and I are here for you too." "Are you going to tell him about what I said?" "Yes, because he loves you and he'd be hurt knowing you're going through something and no one told him. Also, he's a guy and can maybe help you figure stuff out from a guy's perspective. Reverend Paula and I can't do that." He thought he understood. "I won't tell your brother, though. What you share or don't share with him is up to you." He appreciated that and thought maybe one day he and Amari would be able to talk about such serious things. Something else had been weighing on his mind. "Do you think the police will ever find the man that did that to Rosalie?" "I don't know. We all know she's owed justice, but it's been 13 years. However, anything is possible. I keep hoping." "There's nothing wrong with that. Can I ask you one more thing?" She smiled affectionately. "Sure. Did you ever want to be somebody else?" "Yes. Right after my mom died of cancer." She paused for a moment as if thinking back. "I was in high school, so just a little bit older than you are now. Losing her was just so awful, and I didn't want to be the girl with no mom. I wanted my life to go back to being the way it used to be. Then I moved to Henry Adams to live with Ms. Marie because she and my mom were best friends and I didn't have any other family. Just like me. Yes, just like you. I became friends with Ms. Norrie. I joined the track team and met your dad and started winning meets all over the state. And my attitude about myself changed. And do you know what I learned?" He shook his head. "The only person I could be was me, and it was okay. Of course, it took years for the pain of losing my mom to soften, and it still hurts. But we can only be ourselves, Devon. Everybody else is taken. Does that make sense?" "It does. You have a bright, wonderful future ahead. That doesn't mean it will be perfect. You'll hit a bunch of speed bumps on the way, like this Zoe mess, but there'll be tons of joy, too. And that joy is what's going to get you through." He really wanted to believe that, too. "Anything else on your mind?" she asked, her voice kind. "No, I think I'm okay. Thanks for talking to me, Mom." "Any time." Feeling better than he had when he first arrived home, he gathered up his juice box and possessions and climbed the stairs to his room. Henry Adams, Heaven. Had the ghostly spirits of the three spinsters been capable of tears, they would have wept for Devon. "Oh, my word," Lucretia whispered emotionally. "Imagine having to come to terms with the violence that caused your birth and then wonder if you'll grow up and commit the same heinous deed. That's an awful heavy burden for a young person to carry Daisy pointed out. Who knew he had all that roiling inside? Rachel asked. It makes you want to set aside the drama he's been causing and hold him close and tell him over and over how much he's loved. Daisy concurred. So true. My heart just aches for him. Lucretia added, and Lily responded well. Using her own life experience to offer him guidance was a godsend, as were her words on finding joy. Rachel offered her opinion. With the passage of time and the help of Reverend Paula and his parents, I think he'll eventually sort things out and be okay. What he's carrying inside isn't something he'll ever get over, but he will get through it. Daisy and Lucretia agreed. After dinner, Devon began the work on the letters. First, he and his mom made a list of all the people he needed to send apologies to. There were a lot of names. So what do I write? He asked. What are you apologizing for? Wrecking the ceremony. How did you wreck it? What words would you use? He didn't want to revisit that night. I don't know. Yes, you do. Think about it and be truthful. Were you rude and disrespectful? Shame rose. Yes. Write those words down. He was making notes on what his mom called a legal pad because it had lines on the paper that would help him write straight. He wrote down the 2 words. You need 1 more word. Why? Because 3 words are best. He didn't understand why, but knew better than to argue. Plus, he really needed her help with this to keep from being on punishment for the rest of his life. She asked, how did you being rude and disrespectful make Zoe feel? Mad? Why? He thought back and his shame increased. I hurt her feelings. Exactly. So write down hurtful. He did. You have your 3 words, rude, disrespectful, hurtful. The truth made him feel bad all over again. Last things. What do you want the letter to accomplish, and what expectations do you have for yourself for the future? After all he'd been through, that question was easy to answer. I want everybody to forgive me, he replied sincerely. OG said I need to do better, so I guess that's what I want too, because I never want to do this again, Mom. Ever. That's a great goal, Dev. He was glad she agreed. Do the letters have to be long? No. 3, maybe 4 sentences, and you can use the same words for them all if you want. Okay, good. She explained how to write the salutation before adding, and you end the letters by writing yours truly or sincerely at the bottom and then sign your name. Let me see your rough draft before you write them out to make sure everything's okay. Any questions? I don't think so. If anything comes up, let me know. Okay. Thanks, Mom. You're very welcome. Devon went back to his room. He wasn't looking forward to all the work the letters required, but knew it would be worth it if his friends would talk to him again. He took a seat, sat at his desk, and thought about what he wanted to write and the best way to say it. He wrote a few lines but didn't like them, so he crossed them out. After a few more starts and stops, he took his rough draft to his mom to get her opinion. She was in the living room watching baseball with his dad. This is perfect, Devon, she said, and handed what he'd written to his dad, who looked it over. Good job, son. Devon was relieved. His dad added, I know you want to hurry and finish the letters, but pace yourself. You're not used to writing by hand for long periods of time, so if your wrist and fingers start to get sore, stop. You don't want to get to the point where you can't write at all, okay? He hadn't thought about that. Okay. Grateful for their blessings, He left them to the game and returned to his room to begin. Devon spent the next few days after school writing his letters. He also made peace with the fact that the mess he'd made of his friendships was entirely his fault, no one else's. He thought back to his talk with Reverend Paula and her saying that acknowledging your mistakes was a good thing. He wasn't sure her take meant anything to anyone other than him, however. Each day at lunch, he wanted to apologize to his crew and ask if they'd ever speak to him again, but was too scared to do so because of how they might respond. So, rather than torture himself with wanting to make amends while his friends continued to act as if he were one of OG's favorite cartoon characters, Casper the Friendly Ghost, Devon made a decision. Seeing the new kid, 10-year-old Ellis Keene, sitting alone in the cafeteria, he decided to have lunch with him instead. "Can I eat lunch with you, Ellis?" Ellis's eyes brightened, and a grin spread across his face. "Sure." He seemed so excited, Devon couldn't help smiling as he took a seat. Removing his lunch from his backpack, he asked, "Why are you over here by yourself?" Ellis shrugged. "I'm the new kid. Nobody wants to sit with the new kid." Devon felt bad. He'd been so focused on his friends both before and after the Zoe mess that he'd never noticed Ellis sitting alone. "Sorry for not noticing before now." "It's okay. I'm used to it because I'm always the new kid." Devon stuck the straw into his juice box. "What do you mean?" "My mom and I move a lot. This is the third school I've been in since September." "Why do you move so much?" "She can't find a job she likes. Sometimes it's the hours she has to work. Sometimes she doesn't get paid enough money. Sometimes the people she works with get on her nerves." Devon thought back on how mad she'd made his own mom at the audition. "That has to be hard on you." He shrugged. "I'm used to that too, I guess. I like this school, but I've learned not to make friends because Mom and I usually don't stick around very long." Devon felt sorry for him. "Maybe she'll like Henry Adams and you'll get to stay. Then we can be friends." "I'd like that, but we'll probably just move again. Sorry I couldn't be in your band." "I am too. Are you still trying to start one?" Devon shrugged. "I'm putting it off for now." "Why aren't you sitting with your friends?" Devon knew he could lie, but went with the truth instead. "I dissed Zoe really bad, and they aren't feeling me right now. Hoping that will change, and when it does, you're welcome to sit with us, even if you and your mom don't stick around long enough for us to be friends." "You mean that?" Devon nodded. "Okay, thanks." "You're welcome." In the days that followed, Devon ate lunch with Ellis and worked on his letters in the evenings. When they were finally finished, addressed, stamped, and taken to the post office, he was excited. Maybe now he'd get his friends back. Chapter 10. Late Thursday morning, Bernadine drove out to the site where Dark Horse planned to erect their building to meet up with Sheila and the company's small crew of Paige, Abby, and Felicia. She was looking forward to seeing the women again, but she would only be staying for a few minutes. Upon arrival, she saw them gathered in the middle of the grassy field with Trent, construction boss Kelly, and a short young man she assumed to be the architect. She parked Baby and walked over to join them. "Hey, everybody," she said in greeting. The Dark Horse crew offered their hellos and smiles and introduced their architect, Ben Karamoto. "Pleased to meet you," he said. "Same here." Bernadine hadn't joined them earlier because, as she'd noted before, this was Sheila's baby, and she didn't want to give the impression that she was hovering. She knew Ms. Mayer would keep her in the loop. Her showing up now was all about support. "How long are you all staying?" she asked Paige, whose glasses were now black frames with a thin line of dark blue crystals across the top. "Sadly, not long at all," Paige told her. "I have to be in Berlin for a conference the day after tomorrow. My sister's getting married this weekend, so I can't stay either," Abby replied. Bernadine turned to Felicia. "I'll be here until Monday. It's Alfonso's birthday, and I've been invited to dinner." Bernadine was glad to hear that Luis and his family had extended the invitation. It meant the relationship was going well. The Dolly Levi and her couldn't help but wonder if a wedding announcement was on the horizon, but she was saddened that Paige and Abby had other plans. "I just drove out to say hello and hope the next time you come, you can stay longer and take advantage of some Henry Adams small-town hospitality." Paige said, "I'd like that." "Then consider yourselves invited to our August 1st celebration, which hopefully you'll be able to attend. Sheila can give you the details. I'm going to let you all go back to work. It was great seeing you. Paige and Abby, travel safely. Felicia, I'm sure I'll see you around this weekend. Enjoy the birthday dinner, and it was nice meeting you, Ben." They gave her their goodbyes, and she walked back to her truck. As she engaged the engine, she looked out over the land, and melancholy rose. Once construction got underway, she and Mal would never be able to fly their kites on the site again. In the scheme of things, it wasn't a big deal. As he'd pointed out to her, they'd make more memories elsewhere. But she knew that in the future, every time she drove by, her heart would remember the fun and laughter and how much the spot meant to their love. The week leading up to the opening of the Three Spinsters had arrived, and excitement spread across the area like wildfire. People called the church to make their reservations and then spent time deciding what to wear for their red carpet moment. Men broke out their fancy Western boots and hats, and a number of women drove to Topeka to get just the right dress. Everyone wanted to look their best, especially if the television cameras decided to show up. To help with the food prep, Chef Thorne flew in some of his old West Coast crew members, and with Rocky's blessings, added Big Texas and the dog's waitstaff to weigh in where needed. Initially, the restaurant would only be open Friday through Sunday evenings. For the first few weekends, Chef Thorne and the investors would keep track of the number of diners served before deciding if additional hours of operation were warranted. "You look fabulous," Mal told Bernadine as she led him in the door to her place. They had a 6 p.m. dinner reservation at the opening. She was wearing an elegant dress of emerald silk designed by the same young woman who'd created her wedding gown. The hem fell just below her knees, and the snug fit showed off her ample curves. Her wrap was a black and emerald pashmina shawl she'd purchased in Mumbai a few years back. With emerald jewelry accenting her throat and adorning her ears, she just knew she was all that. "You look very handsome too, my outlaw husband." He was dressed in all black, from his fancy Stetson to his Western dress boots and gold-tipped bolo tie. His well-cut suit showed off his tall, lean frame, and she swore he was the finest man around. "Are you ready to roll?" he asked. "I am." She picked up her black beaded clutch, and they stepped outside. It was mid-May, so her wrap was perfect for the early evening temperature. Mal handed her into his freshly washed truck before joining her inside. He started the engine just as the other adults in the subdivision began heading to their vehicles. All were dressed to the nines. "This is pretty exciting," he said, backing the truck down the driveway. "I agree. I can't wait to get there." The short drive only took a few minutes, and upon arrival they found a parking place in the lot and got out. Mal offered her his arm. She accepted with a smile and, walking confidently in her black brocade stilettos, let him escort her toward the building. The plywood that had surrounded it during construction was gone, allowing a view inside the sparkling windows as they approached. She thought Thorne had been speaking figuratively about the opening being a red carpet event, but lo and behold, there was an actual red carpet. She laughed. There was also a cameraman and a newswoman with a microphone who Bernadine recognized from the TV station in Hayes. They were filming the arriving diners and asking questions about reactions to the new eatery. "As one of the investors, Ms. July, do you believe this place will be popular?" Bernadine was asked. "I hope so. We have a world-class chef in charge, and we'd love to have people come and celebrate their life milestone events like anniversaries, engagements, birthdays." "Thank you, Ms. July." Inside, Bernadine and Mal waited in the line for a table. Ahead of them were Jen, Marie, and T.C., and Ronnie and Reg. She'd be performing next weekend at the opening for the general public. The Paynes were there as well. Luis Acosta entered with Dark Horse exec Felicia Cisneros on one arm and a glammed-up Ana Ruiz on the other. Rocky, looking elegantly fierce in a black leather pantsuit, stood with her husband Jack. Seeing them made Bernadine wonder how Ms. Keene's crusade to have Jack fired had gone with the state superintendent of education. Probably not well, she'd bet. Standing in front of Jack and Rocky were Gary Clark and Nori. Bernadine wondered if Nori still planned to stop teaching at the end of the school year, and if the answer was yes, if Marie had begun the search for a replacement. She then reminded herself she was at the restaurant to have dinner and a good time, not to be turning the world. So she set all those thoughts aside for a more appropriate time and place. The maitre d' soon led them to a table, and as Mal settled her into her seat, she was again blown away by the overall beauty of the interior, especially the gorgeous crystal chandelier. "This place is something," Mal said as he sat down and looked around. "And that chandelier, wow." "I know. Thorne said it's imported from Italy and one of a kind." As soft jazz playing through the audio system added to the ambiance, she spent a few moments telling him about the tour they'd been treated to by Thorne and kept an eye on the other diners entering. She was waiting for Tina to arrive with her magic soccer player. To her delight, her friend entered a few minutes later on the arm of a very handsome, dark-haired young man. As they were led to a nearby table, Mal chuckled. "I'll bet I have ties in my closet older than he is." Bernadine laughed. "Shh." Tina, wearing a slinky black number, introduced her date as Miguel Bolivar. Pleasantries were exchanged along with a brief conversation before they returned to their table. Mal added, "Shoes older too." Bernadine shot him an amused glance just as their waiter arrived with water, menus, and a promise to return shortly to take their order. She decided on the scallops and was about to ask Mal what he planned to choose when she froze at the sight of Clay Dobbs entering the dining room. With him was a well-dressed Myra Keene. Bernadine stared. She quickly looked over at Lily seated on the far side of the room and saw her equally stunned face. After meeting Bernadine's eyes, Lily shook her head and went back to reading her menu. Keeping her voice down, she asked Mal, "What in the world is Clay doing with Myra Keene?" He shrugged. "All I know is they met about 2 weeks ago at Clark's. Do you know her?" "I only met her once. It wasn't the best of introductions, is all I can say. Wanted me to fire Jack." Confusion lined his face. Why? She explained. Good grief. Okay. Good to know, I think. What a turn of events, Bernadine thought. After putting her menu down, her eyes strayed over to where Clay and his date were seated and found Myra staring back sourly. Bernadine offered a short nod of greeting, only to have the woman quickly turn away. The food was excellent. The scallops melted in her mouth. Mal swore his steak was the best he'd tasted in a long time. Everyone else in the room seemed equally impressed, except maybe Myra and Clay. Thorne was standing by their table. A conversation was taking place. When he departed, he took Myra's plate with him. Bernadine wondered if the woman was allergic to something or simply not happy with the food. As he returned with another plate and set it before Myra, Bernadine made a note to ask him about the encounter when she got the chance. On the drive back to Bernadine's home, she said to Mal, "What a great evening." "Ditto." "I didn't see Tamar, though." "Trent said she wanted to wait for all the hoopla to die down first so she could enjoy the place in peace." Bernadine understood. "I hope she'll like it as much as we did." "Me too." "What's up with you this weekend?" she asked. They planned to spend the weekend apart. "I'm going to drive up to Oklahoma City and see Aaron." "That's nice." "Yeah, do some fishing, hang out, get to know each other." "Sounds like a plan. How long will you be gone?" "I don't know. Depends on how it goes, but I'll text you to keep you posted." "Okay." He pulled into her driveway. "When are you leaving?" she asked. "Probably mid-morning." "Okay. Well, be safe on the road." "Will do." He paused and took her in for a silent moment. "Crystal still leaving for Denver tomorrow?" She nodded, but couldn't hide her sadness. "You know she's going to be okay." "I do, but will I, is the question. For the first time since we became family, she won't be within hugging distance. I've been wearing my big girl face, but inside, I'm a mess." "It's just a measure of how much you love her." "I know. Still hurts, though. I can go see Aaron some other time, if that'll help." She shook her head. "No, you go on and go. I'll get over myself sooner or later." "Are you sure?" "I am." She saw his concern and loved him for it. "Give me a kiss, pretty lady." She obliged. "Love you," he said. "Love you back. Give Aaron a hello from me." "Will do. Call me if you need to." "Will do." Bernadine got out, let herself in the door, and waved goodbye. He gave her a short beep with the horn and headed back to town. Inside, she changed clothes and tried to shake off the melancholy. But even after such a spectacular evening at the Three Spinsters, it was difficult. She knew she needed to get over herself. Chris was on her way to her future and didn't need her mom's moping weighing her down. She knew she'd eventually make peace with her child moving away, but it wouldn't be that evening. Her phone buzzed. It was a text from Tina letting Bernadine know she and her soccer player were at Tina's place in Chicago and would be heading to Miami in the morning. "Night of Magic on tap," Tina wrote. Bernadine smiled and typed back, "Travel safe. Have fun. Don't hurt that young man. Going to do my best." Up in heaven, the spinsters were ecstatic. "I love our restaurant," Daisy said excitedly. "Did you see that chandelier?" Rachel added, "Chef wasted no expense. I'm so pleased he moved here." "I am too," Lucretia said. "The food, the ambiance, the beautiful surroundings. Everyone dressed so gorgeously. We couldn't have asked for a better tribute." I hope it will be around for a long time to come." They raised their small glasses of brandy. "To the three spinsters! Hear, hear!" Early the next morning, Tamar was seated on her porch scrolling through her tablet for the day's news when Mal drove up. Smiling, she set the tablet aside and waited for him to join her. "Morning," she said as he stepped onto the porch. "Morning. Did you sleep well?" "I did." She hadn't had any nightmares since the one with Jimmy Redding being whipped, and she was grateful. "How was the big to-do last night?" "Pretty awesome. Everything about the new place is fantastic. You'll like it." "Good. And what's up with you this morning?" "I wanted to stop by to let you know I'm leaving town for a few days." "Where are you headed?" "Oklahoma City. Going fishing with Aaron Newton." Her lips tightened. "I told you how I feel about him." "You did." "So why are you going?" Exasperation crossed his face, but he replied simply, "I want to get to know him." "Why?" "We're blood, Tamar. Tainted blood." "That's not fair. We had nothing to do with your wedding day or in picking our father." "But you have a say now." "What's that mean?" "It means you can respect my wishes." "My connecting with Aaron has nothing to do with disrespecting you, Tamar." "It does. Joel made me look like a fool that day." "Joel did, not Aaron." "Same thing." "No, it's not." "Yes, it is," she countered testily. "Aaron favors Joel so much just seeing him makes me furious all over again." "And seeing me?" The ramifications of responding caught her so off guard, words failed her. "That's what I figured," he replied quietly. "No, you're wrong." "No, I'm not. Even as a kid, I knew something was off about how you felt about me." "I'm your mother. I loved you." "But not enough to let me call you mama the way other kids did theirs. It was always, call me Tamar." "Why was that? And why did I spend more time hanging out with Nana and Papa than you? Why were you always too busy to read to me, to play with me, to just damn be with me?" "Now, he shook his head. "It's okay. I'm no longer that little boy reading in my room alone every night. I still love you as much now as I did then." Hearing and seeing his pain broke her heart. "I'll text you when I get to Aaron's and when I'm headed home. Take care of yourself." He stepped off the porch and walked back to his truck. As he drove off, tears stung her eyes, and she was left wondering how to make him understand why she felt the way she did about Joel Newton and how that betrayal impacted her role as his mother. Yes, she'd initially resented his birth, but he hadn't asked to be born, so as he grew older, she'd convinced herself that she'd set the resentment aside. Truthfully, she hadn't. For over 6 decades, she'd lied to herself and to him, never imagining he knew the truth. Now, guilt warred with shame, yet she still clung to her personal pain. She'd been the one humiliated on her wedding day. She'd been the one who'd had to bear the gossip and shunning tied to bearing a child out of wedlock. She wanted nothing to do with any Newtons, and yes, she expected her son to respect that decision and act accordingly. A small part of her questioned the fairness of that, but she ignored it because she was Tamar. Before Mal's visit, her plan for the morning had centered on planting zinnia seeds in the flower beds by her front porch, so she headed to the shed to get the gear she needed, hoping the work would take her mind off quarreling with Mal. She loved zinnias. The tall, colorful blooms did well in the Kansas summer heat, required very little maintenance, and the hummingbirds, bees, and butterflies loved them just as much. She used her battery-powered tiller to loosen the soil, added some compost to give the soil a boost, then knelt on an old bed pillow covered with a black trash bag and began placing the small seeds in the ground. They came packaged in a variety of sizes and colors, but she always chose the giants, which she placed in the back of the beds, and the little thumbelinas that would line the front. Last year's giants grew over 5 feet tall, and she hoped this year's crop would equal that. Once done, her old bones protested as she gingerly tried to get to her feet. Her first attempt failed. She didn't have the strength in her thighs anymore to propel herself off her knees. Cursing old age, she looked around for something to brace herself with so she could stand, and was reaching for the tiller when she heard Marie's voice call out, "Hold on, Tamar. Let me help you." She wanted to deny the need for assistance, but she was grateful Marie had shown up. Marie soon had her on her feet. "You really should have somebody doing your planting for you, Tamar. You're going to hurt yourself one day out here alone." Getting old was bad enough. Being fussed at by the young'uns only made things worse. "Just help me over to the porch," Tamar said. Marie went silent just as Tamar wanted and escorted her over to the steps. Seated, Tamar caught her breath. "Thanks, Marie." "You're welcome. I picked up your mail at the post office. It's in the car. Let me get it." When she returned, Tamar took the small cache of envelopes and spoke to the lingering concern on Marie's face. "I'm okay. Just had trouble standing up." "And where's your cane?" "Up by the door." Marie shook her head as if Tamar had no sense at all and retrieved the cane. Handing it over, she said, "You sit. I'm going to get you some water and then put all this stuff back in the shed." "I can do it, Marie." Marie ignored her, vexing Tamar even more. Once everything was stored away, Marie came back and sat beside her. "I meant what I said about you getting help. You know we'd not mind. Hate being dependent. You'd rather hurt yourself and be lying out here on the ground until Paula or Kelly and Bobby come home, I take it." Tamar made a face. "You're as much a pain in the butt as your mother was." "I'll take that as a compliment. The rest of these folks around here may tremble when you roar, but I don't. You are no longer allowed to do physical activity alone, Ms. Matriarch." "Says who?" "Says me. And if I have to rope your family into helping me lay down the law, I can do that." "You're no fun." "Neither is breaking a hip. And that cane isn't an accessory. It's a necessity." "So now you're spitting bars." Marie smiled. "Whatever it takes to keep you alive and well and in one piece." Marie's phone buzzed. She pulled it out of the back pocket of her jeans and checked the display. "Text message from Mal. He's on his way to OK City. He told me." Marie apparently heard the tartness in her tone. "You have a problem with him leaving town?" "No, I have a problem with why he's leaving town." Marie studied her for a moment before asking, "Is this about Aaron Newton?" "It is." "I heard you pulled your shotgun on him." "I did. He was trespassing. I asked him to leave, and he didn't do it fast enough." Marie's confusion was plain. "What do you have against him? Had you met him before?" "No, but he's Joel's son." "And?" "I don't want anything to do with any Newton, and I told Mal that." "They're half sibs, Tamar. Their wanting to know each other is perfectly normal, and, honestly, has nothing to do with you." Tamar turned stormy eyes Marie's way. From behind her blue cat-eye glasses, Marie stared right back. "You can give me the stink eye all you want. It doesn't change things. Joel Newton hurt you, not Aaron. Besides, Mal has always wanted a brother. He and I are only children. We both wanted siblings. Tamar didn't respond. I can't believe you're really trying to tell Mal who he can have in his life at his age. He's not 9, Tamar. Good grief. I'm his mother. He should be supporting me. Marie threw up her hands. You wouldn't even let Mal call you Mama growing up. You don't get to play that card now. Tamar swallowed her guilt and looked away. Marie continued. I will never forget the day we beat the Franklin Little League baseball team. We might have been 10 or 11 years old. They showed up in their fancy white uniforms, new gloves, and cleats. Some of us didn't even have gloves, and we definitely didn't have cleats. Mal was our pitcher, and when the game was over, we whipped them 7-0. Mal struck out all their batters, and he was so geeked that when we came home, he ran through your front door yelling, Mama! Mama! He was so excited to tell you what happened. And do you remember what you said? For the life of her, she couldn't. No. The first thing out of your mouth was, how many times do I have to tell you? Don't call me Mama. Call me Tamar. And the look on his face. He was so crushed. He said softly, Sorry, I forgot. He left us all standing there in the kitchen and went to his room. I felt so bad for him, I wanted to cry. Emotion filled Tamar's throat. Tamar had known Marie since birth, and she was the only person in Henry Adams with the guts to call her out when needed. Recognizing this as one of those moments, Tamar replied quietly, I'm going inside now, Marie. Thank you for the help. Sure. Marie stood and returned to her car. After watching Marie drive away, Tamar went into her room, sat on the edge of her bed, and wept. Up in heaven, the spinsters shook their heads at Tamar's hubris, but empathized with her pain. Chapter 11. In her office on Monday morning, Bernadine was still a bit blue. She'd spoken with Crystal Saturday evening, and she and her friend Mona were ecstatic about their new apartment. Crystal's happiness and excitement did much to salve Bernadine's sense of loss, but she still missed her child. Deciding she needed to stop wallowing and begin her day, she booted up her desktop. But then she heard, Morning, Bernadine. Seeing Louise Acosta in the doorway brought on a smile. Morning, Louise. Come on in. How are you? I'm well. What brings you by? Had to see Lily about ordering gear for a new volunteer. Her name's Gail Howell. She'll be our first woman team member. She just moved back to Franklin from St. Louis to take care of her dad. She was a firefighter there for 6 years. Would love to meet her. I'll let her know. Have a question about something else, though. Okay. Is anyone moving into Crystal's old place? Not yet, as far as I know. Is someone interested? Yes, Felicia. Bernadine was taken aback. Really? Yeah. She likes Henry Adams a lot. Bernadine thought back to the times she'd seen them together. Seems as if she might be liking more than just Henry Adams. He smiled. Okay, I'm going to be nosy. Are things getting serious between you two? Let's just say we're exploring the possibilities. He paused, and as he focused on something only he could see, he gave the impression that he was thinking about her. She's an amazing lady, he said quietly. Is she getting along with Anna and the kids? Yes, After losing my Lissa, I didn't think I'd be able to open my heart again. She's changed that. He'd lost his wife and the mother of Maria and Alfonso in a house fire. I'm so happy for you, Louise. How about you tell her that if she's serious about the apartment, it's hers, and for her to let me know when she wants to move in so we can talk about the lease and all that. Great. Will do. Thanks, Bernadine. You're welcome. After his departure, her spirit felt much lighter. She looked forward to the unfolding of another Henry Adams love story. A few minutes later, Lily entered her office. Did Louise stop by? Yes. He told me about the new lady firefighter and that Felicia Cisneros wants to move into Crystal's old apartment. Lily's jaw dropped. What? He told me about the firefighter but didn't say anything about Felicia. Are they hooking up? Exploring the possibilities is how he explained it. And she was invited to Alfonso's birthday dinner a couple of weekends ago. Wow, good for them. Did he say when she's coming? No, but we'll see. Love it. Trent picked up the mail. Here's yours. Bernadine took the 2 pieces Lily handed her and stared curiously at an envelope with Devon's name as the return address. What is this from Devon? Go ahead and open it. Curious, Bernadine complied, and after unfolding the piece of paper inside, she read, Dear Ms. Bernadine, I'm writing to apologize for my actions during the welcome circle. My conduct was rude, hurtful, and disrespectful. I hope you will forgive me. I promise to do better in the future. Sincerely, Devon July. Bernadine smiled and set the note aside. I'm impressed. Tell him thank you. Why is it handwritten? Trent and I didn't want it to be easy. After the stunt he pulled, we wanted his apology to be memorable. He had to write one to almost everyone there that night. Lily explained the rest about the stamps and the post office. Bernadine chuckled. Now I'm really impressed. She read over the note again. His cursive is pretty good. Thanks to Jack and Nori. Unlike some schools, the academy still teaches it and makes the kids use it. I wonder if Myra Keene has a problem with that, too. Never mind. Talking about her will ruin my morning. Although I do wonder what the heck she was doing with Clay at the restaurant opening. Mal said they met at Clark's. That's all I know. That's more than enough for me. Good grief. Bernadine saw that Lily had her purse and was holding her car keys. Where are you headed? To pick up Jen. We're going to Franklin. She wants to talk to their library board about a grant she's found that funds books for literacy programs in small towns. I'm tagging along to get up to speed on the ins and outs in case we need to play a part in the process. Sounds like a worthy project. We'll see. I'll be back by lunchtime. Okay. Before Bernadine could settle back in, Marie knocked on the open door. Morning, Bernadine. Do you have a few minutes? Hey, Marie. I do. Come on in. Have a seat. How are you? Not bad. She sat. How about you? Honestly, missing Crystal. Marie nodded understandingly. I think we'll all miss Big Sister. Bernadine agreed. What can I do for you? Just a few things, and I'll be out of your hair. First, Nori hasn't changed her mind about leaving at the end of the school year. I figured she wouldn't. People retire for a reason. Grateful to her for stepping up, though. So am I. I've been advertising for her replacement. Any nibbles? Just a couple. I'm going to give it another week to see if anyone else is interested before I start interviews. And if we can't find anyone, then I'll go back into the classroom until we do. Bernadine was surprised by that, but then again, knowing Marie's commitment to education, she shouldn't have been. Number 2. Got a call from the state superintendent about Myra Keene's issue with Jack. Bernadine shook her head. Myra the menace. What did he tell her? The same thing we did. The academy is a private school. Find another district if she's unhappy. Good. So unless she plans to petition the Supreme Court, we should be done fooling with her. Bernadine considered that good news. I was surprised to see her with Clay Friday night. I was as well. They both enjoy complaining. Hope they'll be happy. Lord. Marie grinned and got to her feet. That's it for me, other than me having to tell Tamar to get over herself about the whole Mal and Aaron thing. I can't believe she's trying to keep them apart. Bernadine wished she'd been a fly on the wall for that. How'd she take it? Marie shrugged. Not really my concern, frankly. Mal and his brother's relationship has nothing to do with her. She needed her chain yanked, and since that seems to be my job, and we love you for it, hopefully she'll act accordingly. Pigs will fly first. What's going on with the natural gas folks in your land? It was recently discovered that the Jefferson ancestral land was sitting atop a huge deposit of natural gas. The company has their equipment in place. The extraction, or whatever it's called, will begin soon. The money they say I'm going to make took my breath away. I'm still going to Gamblers Anonymous, so no worries on that level. I'll be putting every penny away for Henry Adams and my grandkids. They spent a few more minutes discussing her beloved granddaughters before Marie exited with a wave and a smile. Dear Zoe, my parents made me write the short letter in this envelope to all the people I dissed during the welcome circle, but I wanted to write you a longer one, too. I'm so sorry for what I said to you about being a baby. We have been friends ever since we met, but I didn't act like one. Instead of having your back, I hurt your feelings, and I was mean. I miss hanging out with you and making music with you and the band. I'm also sorry you hurt your hand. I hope one day we can be friends again, but I understand if you don't want us to be. Sincerely, Devon July. After another lonely day at school, Devon was in his room wondering if his parents would let him go to school in Franklin since he was so miserable at the academy. He was enjoying having lunch with Ellis but missed his old friends. He'd learned a lot about life these past few weeks, and one of the things that stood out the most was the importance of friendship. The old Devon had taken that for granted and been dumb enough to think he had the power to tell everyone what to do and how to think. But sitting with them at lunch and being ignored while the conversations and laughs flowed around him made him realize just how inconsequential he really was. His opinions and input weren't needed or missed. He also saw that Zoe was the real leader of their crew, and that she had a way of letting everyone have their say without hijacking the conversation to make it all about her. He hadn't noticed that before, because he'd been too busy acting like the king. A soft knock on his open door interrupted his pity party. His eyes widened with surprise, seeing Zoe standing in the doorway. Zoe? Can I come in? I need to talk to you. Still stunned, he nodded. Yeah, and wondered what she wanted. Thanks for the letter. She held up the envelope. It came today. You're welcome. An awkward silence rose between them, so he did his best to fill it. And I meant what I said. I'm really sorry. I didn't act like a friend. No, you didn't. You hurt my feelings bad. Shame grew. I know. I'm sorry for that, too. I need you to stop being such a dumbass, Devon, she said emotionally. I need that too, because I don't like not having you as my friend. And I mean that. We've been best friends since we were little, and I keep messing it up. She sighed audibly. I'm sorry for trying to take over the band and you hurting your hand, everything. I just want us to be friends like we used to be. The silence rose again. He asked quietly, Can you accept my apologies? She studied him for a few long moments, then responded with a tight nod. Thank you. He was so relieved. You're welcome. But let's not do this again, okay? Please? Okay. He had one more question, and it was a big one. Can I be in the band again? She scrutinized him silently, hoping against hope. He waited tensely for her reply. As long as you don't act like you run stuff. I won't. I promise. She acknowledged his pledge with another tight nod. I'll see you tomorrow. After her exit, he thought back to his conversation with Reverend Paula when he'd been laid up with his black eye. Forgiveness is a choice, as is kindness. The Zoe we know is capable of both. Reverend Paula had been right, and he was glad. That night before going to bed, Devon got down on his knees to say his prayers. He thanked God for making things good with Zoe and asked for blessings for his family, friends, and his new friend, Ellis. As always, he asked that his mom, Rosalie, stayed safe and that God continued to wrap his arms around the nurses where his mom lived. After telling God to say hello to his grandma and to bless her best friend, Ms. Myrtle, he got into bed, turned out his nightstand lamp, and slept his first untroubled sleep in weeks. In the days that followed, his life returned to normal. At school, his crew thanked him for his letters of apology, as did Ms. Norrie, and he was allowed to weigh in and enjoy the conversations at lunch. They accepted Ellis as a member of their crew, and he liked that. Devon was also invited to do backup vocals on Zoe's latest demo, and not once did he try to take over or act like he was running things. By midweek, Bernadine was still missing Crystal. The feeling of loss wasn't as sharp as it had been initially, but it still plagued her. Rather than showing how desperate she was by calling Chris every day, she settled for sending her a good morning text. She was also missing Mal. The cell phone coverage in the area where he and Aaron were fishing was spotty at best. On Wednesday morning, she received a text from him saying he was on his way home and had had a great time fishing with Aaron. Reading it put a smile on her face, and when he appeared at her door that evening, she embraced him like he was returning from war. "Oh, I've missed you," she said, hugging him tightly. "Missed you too, Miss Lady. How are things?" He came in and took a seat on her sofa. "Things are good." "Anything jump off while I was away?" She told him about Devon's letters and his being back with the band, which made him smile and say, "Our buckaroo's going to be okay." "Looks like it. Did you catch anything?" "Got a cooler full. How about we invite a few people over this weekend and throw a fish fry?" "I'd love that. Do you want to have it here?" "If that works for you." "That works." "Good. What else did I miss? Marie told me she had a come-to-Jesus talk with Tamar." "She told me the same thing. Hopefully she'll stop hassling you about Aaron." "We'll see." Bernadine noticed a sadness cross his face, but it disappeared so quickly she thought she might have imagined it. "You and Tamar okay, babe?" He shrugged. "As okay as we've ever been, I suppose. She and I had a come-to-Jesus talk, too. The truth is painful sometimes, but it can also set you free." Meaning? Do you really want to hear this? In sickness and in health, in good times and sad times, so yes. He gave her a soft smile, then told her about the conversation with his mother. Bernadine was heartbroken for him. She wouldn't let you call her mom? No, and now I know why. Oh, Mal. Only took us 60-plus years to admit it, but as I told her, I loved her back then and still love her now. Lord, Bernadine whispered emotionally. He eased her closer and placed a kiss on her brow. It's okay, baby doll. I know better than to judge someone else's pain, but it's okay, he echoed. We can't change the past. All we can do is go forward. So that's what I plan to do. That and keep loving her, if only for all the love she poured into Trent. He'd not be the outstanding man he is today were it not for her. Rita Lynn's people returned him to us like a pair of two left shoes, and she stepped up big time. I owe both her and him the world because I was absolutely useless back then. Between them, they kept me alive long enough to get sober. Had she not raised Trent to be such a caring and responsible person, I'd probably be still useless to this day. Or dead. She recalled the stories of the teenage Trent spending his Friday and Saturday nights driving all over the county, looking for Mal, to take his keys and bring him home, to keep him from killing someone or maybe himself while driving drunk. She was grateful for Trent, too. Mal wouldn't be the man she'd come to love had it not been for him. Enough about me, he said. How's Crystal? Enjoying her new place and loving Denver. And her mama? Amusement lit her eyes. Mama is okay. I'm still adjusting, but okay. Good. Do you know what your sister ended up doing? Did she go back to Topeka after showing her behind at the dog? I got a call yesterday from my nephew in Hawaii, bless his heart. He and his partner flew her down so she'd have a place to stay while she figured things out. She shook her head with disbelief at the rest of the story. What happened? No good deed goes unpunished? Pretty much. As I told you before, she's never accepted the fact that he's gay. So she meets a young woman at a restaurant and invites her over to her son's place to meet him. What? In her mind, he's gay only because he's never met the right woman. Never mind the fact that he and his partner have been together over a decade and have adopted 2 kids. Lord, Mal said. So when the woman arrives and figures out what's going on, she apologizes to my nephew and leaves his house quick and in a hurry. Nephew is furious and done. Puts Diane on a plane to Detroit the very next day to go stay with my banana pants cousin, Connie. I've never met her, right? No, and probably never will, if I have anything to say about it. Seeing his confusion, she explained, Connie's a self-appointed evangelist who preaches out of a church that used to be a liquor store on the city's west side. Never met a conspiracy theory she didn't lap up. She's a mess. Diane's a mess. I hope they live happily ever after. Amen. He chuckled. That's a lot. No kidding. My nephew was so angry. Had good reason. At least the woman Diane brought over read the room and got the heck out of there. I know. Too bad Diane doesn't know reading is fundamental. It might save folks from wanting to throw her in a trash bag and bury her in a landfill. They were both smiling as she gazed into the eyes of the man she loved. Missed you. Same, he said, and slid a finger down her cheek. A lot. He leaned in and kissed her. How about we go upstairs and I show you just how much? I thought you'd never ask. He stood, and she followed. He grinned. "Race you," and he took off for the stairs. "Cheater!" she screamed, laughing. "Say my name," he called back. Still laughing and vowing to love him forever, she ran to the stairs to join him. The next morning, Bernadine awakened to see Mal already dressed, moving soundlessly around the dark room, aided by the soft light from the partially open door of the adjoining bathroom. "Hey, doll," he called quietly, his voice filled with the affection that always made her heart do flip-flops. She sat up, dragging the bedding with her. "Hey," she replied sleepily. "Are you headed out?" The illuminated face on the nightstand clock read 4:30. "Yes, my turn to open today." He sat in one of the chairs to pull on his boots. "Dinner at my place tonight?" Yes. She'd missed him while he'd been away in Oklahoma and looked forward to making up for lost time. Last night had been a great start. He stood and walked over to the bed. He bent down and she took in the light scents of his shower and aftershave as he placed a kiss on her forehead. "I'll see you later. Be good." "You too." A second later, he was gone. Setting the alarm on her phone for 6, she settled back beneath the covers and closed her eyes. Later, enjoying her usual summertime breakfast of Cheerios loaded with walnuts, raisins, and pecans, her thoughts strayed back to the situation with Mal and Tamar. She wondered how many people knew about his upbringing besides Marie. Everyone worshipped the town's matriarch, and Bernadine was among them. Tamar was oftentimes testy and tough, but could always be counted upon to be both truthful and straightforward in her interactions. And now? Bernadine supposed it was normal to be caught off guard upon learning that someone you'd placed on a pedestal had feet of clay, and honestly, she was a bit blown away by that, even as she reminded herself that everyone on the planet had baggage in their life, so why not Tamar? According to Mal, she'd been hurting a long time, and yet, so had he. That he'd been a little boy forbidden to call his mother Mom due to circumstances beyond his control was equal parts angering and heartbreaking. She wondered how Tamar dealt with him when he came home from Vietnam and turned to alcohol to fight the demons and horrors the experience left inside. Had she been supportive or distanced herself even more? She had no answers and no idea if it was her place to ask him. She supposed she should go with his plan to leave the past alone and concentrate on the future. She'd continue to adore and honor Tamar, but thinking about the man she loved as that little boy would be a shadow on her heart for some time to come. Her first visitor at work that morning was Sheila. "We need to have the August 1st meeting." "When?" Bernadine asked. "I know it's short notice, but maybe tomorrow evening at the rec?" She shook her head. "That's going to conflict with the Three Spinsters opening to the public, so some folks will be busy. What about Sunday after church?" "That's a good compromise. I'll let everyone know." "How are the plans going?" "Going well. I have most of the boxes on my list ticked off. I just need to get the volunteers signed up and talk to the people like the Supremes who want to submit ideas. Can't wait to see what they have in mind." "Me too. Did the restaurant do well last weekend?" "On the surface, I'd say we did very well, but financially, not so sure. We're meeting this afternoon to look at the numbers. You're welcome to sit in if you have time." "Can't. Meeting with Lyman Proctor to see what kind of room rates the Franklin hotels can offer for August 1st. When is Tina's B&B opening?" "Ribbon cutting is planned for next week. She'll only have a few rooms for people to access, though." I know. But the more we have, the more people can stay. True. Okay. She then viewed Bernadine seriously for a moment and asked, "How are you handling Crystal leaving home?" Bernadine shrugged. "Doing the best I can, I suppose. Why'd you ask?" "Preston will be leaving soon, too, and I'm doing my best to be a big girl about it. But Lord, I'm going to miss him." "How's Barrett handling it?" "He's being all Marine drill sergeant on the outside, but inside, I think he's more of a mess than I am. Our kids have come to mean so much." "I know. Without Preston, there'd be no new Sheila, and my marriage might have fallen into deeper darkness, too. Not sure how we'll deal without him around to keep Barrett and me balanced. You two have come a long way." She nodded in agreement. "And I don't want us to backslide into the way we used to be." "I think you're past that." "I do, too. But Preston has been sort of the glue that makes it all work. Give yourself some credit. You and Barrett have put in the time and effort, and you should be proud. And maybe talk to Paula about this. Lord knows I'm no expert." Sheila smiled. "I didn't mean to lay all this on you." "No worries. You're fine. Like I said, our kids have become our world. It's probably natural for us to feel some kind of way at them no longer being with us 24/7. You're probably right." She got to her feet. "I'll talk to Paula, but in the meantime, I'm heading to Franklin. We'll talk more about August 1st on Sunday after church." "Sounds good." Sheila left, and Bernadine reflected on just how much the kids had impacted the lives of their parents, the residents, and the town. Their presence had changed things for the better. The three spinsters, investors, Rocky, Ronnie, and Chef Thorne, arrived promptly at 11 while Tina zoomed in from Miami. Because the meeting in the conference room was taking place at lunchtime, Rocky provided sandwiches, salads, and beverages. Once the small buffet was set out, everyone grabbed what they wanted and made themselves comfortable around the table. Tina asked the first and most important question. "How'd we do financially, Chef?" He opened his laptop and brought up a screen. "We did okay. I didn't expect us to make a killing, and we didn't, but we didn't go too far into the hole. I'll send the numbers to everyone's emails." Rocky asked, "Did we at least come out even?" "Almost." Bernadine blew out a breath. Thorne said, "No discouragement allowed. You have to remember we served only our people last weekend, and I kept the prices low because of that. This weekend will give us a truer picture. Now, will we ever make enough to justify what we've invested? I think we will, but it may take some time." Bernadine wasn't sure if that was a positive or not, but she was in this for the long haul, so she'd just have to remind herself to be patient. Thorne turned to Ronnie. "I'm pretty sure your idea to have live entertainment will go a long way to even out the bottom line." She replied, "I think so too. I'm doing some bookings now. I'll kick things off in a few weeks, then start bringing in the other acts." "Good. We'll see where things stand in a month or so. We have tons of reservations set for this weekend. Even took a call from the governor's office. He and his people may want to visit as soon as he has some free time." Bernadine was impressed. Lily stuck her head in the door. "Hate to interrupt, but Bernadine, we have a situation." "What kind of situation?" "Riley's back." "What? Why?" "And?" "Jesus, there's an and?" Lily nodded. "There's a statue of Cletus involved." Bernadine's head dropped. She prayed for strength. Rocky asked, "How big is it?" "Think a balloon in the Macy's Thanksgiving parade big." Bernadine ran her hands down her face. "Good Lord. Do I need to deal with this right now? I'm afraid so. He wants to put it on Main Street. Sheila can't handle it because she has a meeting with Lyman, and after that a Zoom with the windmill suppliers. So Bernadine sighed and got to her feet. Okay. My apologies, everyone. Go ahead with the meeting. I'll catch up on everything later. She looked to Lily. Let me get my keys. I'll be right there. Chapter 12. The small crowd gathered on Main Street near the dog drew Bernadine's attention as she drove up. A large flatbed truck was also on the scene. On top of it stood a huge, carved, white stone hog that she estimated to be at least 7 feet tall. It was decked out in a toga, of all things, and sunglasses, and sported a woven circlet of laurel leaves as if it were some kind of piggish Roman emperor. She was not amused. She parked Baby and got out. Riley, dressed as always in his signature black suit with a fake red carnation pinned to the lapel, stood near the truck talking with a man wearing a red Kansas City Chiefs t-shirt and jeans. From his angry face and exaggerated hand gestures, he didn't appear amused either. 2 other men got out of the truck and joined the discussion. Ignoring them for the moment, she spotted Mal among the people viewing the statue. She walked over. Have to admit this isn't something you see every day, he said to her as she stood beside him. She eyed the statue critically and wondered what the price tag might have been for such a monstrosity. Do you think Cletus's corpse is inside? Mal asked. I don't even want to think about that. With Riley, anything was possible, though. This was not on my list of things to deal with today. Riley certainly makes life interesting around here, if nothing else. I'd settle for him leaving town again and never coming back. If wishes were horses, doll. She sighed. I suppose I should go find out what he thinks he's going to do with it, because it's not staying here. Tell Barrett if there's any dynamite or plastic explosives in town to keep them away from Genevieve. She'll blow that thing up and not think twice. He smiled. Will do. The crowd of onlookers continued to swell. Folks who'd had lunch at the Dog walked up to see what was going on, as did people coming from the coffee shop. People driving down Main gawked at the statue, parked their cars, and got out to get a better look. Most were left speechless. Why is it wearing sandals? Bernadine heard Bing ask T.C. as she walked by. It's not like pigs wear shoes. T.C. replied, Who knows? They don't wear sunglasses either, but here we are. Bernadine paused at the sight of a car emblazoned with a decal from one of the Topeka television stations as it pulled up to the curb and parked. A blonde woman holding a microphone got out and made a beeline over to where Riley stood, talking with the men from the truck. Bernadine didn't put it past Riley to have called the press to tout whatever his plans were. The Topeka reporter was soon joined by others from stations in Hayes and Wichita. You either pay me now, or I dump the hog in the street, the man in the chief's shirt shouted at Riley as she walked up. Riley yelled back, I told you I need to switch my banking to a bank here before I can write a check. I'll send payment ASAP. I'm scheduled for a press conference right now, so unload my statue. I don't want to keep these good people waiting. The agreement was payment on delivery, Curry. Bernadine wasn't surprised to learn what the arguing was about. Non-payment was Riley's middle name, and if the trucker believed he'd be paid, she had a lake in the Sahara she'd like to sell him. Excuse me, gentlemen. Hello, Riley. What are you planning on doing with this statue of Cletus? I thought we'd put it in front of the wreck, a place of honor for Henry Adams' most famous resident." "No." "What do you mean, no?" "No as in you're not putting that statue anywhere in Henry Adams." The reporter from Topeka stuck the mic in Bernadine's face. Bernadine politely but firmly pushed it aside and punctuated it with a look that dared her to do it again. The woman backed off. "And you are?" the trucker asked her. "Bernadine Brown, town owner. He told me the town commissioned this." Veracity is not Mr. Curry's strong suit. He glared at Riley before asking, "So I'm assuming you aren't paying me either." She shook her head. "Sorry, but no." The crowd had now encircled Bernadine and the others standing near the truck. The huge replica of Cletus loomed over everyone, and the more Bernadine saw of it, the more she hated it. An up-close inspection showed one ear higher than the other, and they were two different sizes. The snout was too small for the face, and the front legs were off-center. Whoever created it needed to be arrested. It was not well made. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Genevieve talking on her phone. But she refocused on Riley when he called out in a loud voice, "I want to thank the members of the press for coming out. After the passing of our town's beloved Cletus, I thought this statue would be a fitting memorial to someone who meant so much to everyone here." Bernadine wondered if she should step aside to avoid the lightning about to strike Riley for lying so blatantly. "If everyone would follow me over to my RV, I'd like to introduce you to someone who will one day eclipse Cletus in both talent and charisma." She'd been too focused on the statue to notice his RV parked across the street. He'd purchased it at Christmas last year with a portion of the lottery money he'd won. It no longer appeared brand new. The left front headlight had a huge dent that matched the damage to the wheel well. She hoped he hadn't been involved in a hit and run. Instead of following the press and some of the crowd over to the RV, she stayed where she was, as did the fuming men from the truck. Riley emerged from the RV and held up a tiny brown and white piglet for all to see, as if he were recreating the scene from The Lion King. It was wearing sunglasses and a camo onesie. Some people stared in awe, others like Bernadine sighed and shook their heads at this new chapter in Riley's never-ending story. Riley called out, "Meet Albert, named for the brilliant Albert Einstein. He's Cletus's grandson and destined for greatness." The truck guy turned to Bernadine. "He's kidding, right?" "I wish." The press people made their way to where Riley stood holding Albert. He answered their questions with the aplomb of a seasoned politician. Bernadine wondered how slow a news day it must be for them to be present. He was answering questions and posing for pictures with Albert when two county sheriff cruisers arrived on the scene. Sheriff Will Dalton stepped out of one, and Deputy Sheriff Davita Ransom exited from the other. Will walked over to where Riley was holding court and said, "I have a warrant for your arrest, Mr. Curry." Appearing genuinely confused, Riley asked, "What for?" Bernadine hadn't seen Franklin's mayor, Lyman Proctor, arrive, but he suddenly appeared seemingly out of nowhere and shouted, "For that $10,000 check you bounced, you bum." Chatter swept through the onlookers. The trucker beside Bernadine asked, "Is it always this exciting here?" She tried not to smile and failed. Will added, "There's also an active arrest warrant for you from the state of Texas for theft of property." "I didn't steal anything." "You don't know a woman named Eustasia Pennymaker?" Davita asked. "She said you stole a piglet. Is that it?" The now terrified-looking Riley quickly hugged the piglet against his chest, as if to protect it. I didn't steal Albert. He's the grandson of Cletus, and by all rights, mine. Will said, "You have the right to remain silent." When he finished reciting Riley's Miranda rights, Davida said, "Hand me the piglet, Mr. Curry." "Why?" "So it can be looked after by the Department of Agriculture people while the court sorts this out." "No! He's too young to go into foster care. He needs to stay with me." Will said, "He can't go to jail with you, Mr. Curry." "Jail?" "Yes, jail." "I'm not going to jail." "Yes, you are." "I demand a lawyer." "You can call one once we get you booked. Now hand over the piglet so I can cuff you and take you in." "No." "You don't have a choice. Now turn around." Rather than be involved in an all-day negotiation session, Davida held out her hand. Her stern face said it all. So Riley handed over Albert, then turned to be cuffed. "I'm going to sue you all," he promised. "Just you wait. I know some very powerful lawyers in Hollywood." Will didn't appear impressed. He marched Riley over to the cruiser and helped him into the back seat. Moments later, he and Davida were on their way out of town. The sound of the winch on the flatbed drew Bernadine's attention, and at the sight of the truckers slowly guiding the statue down the ramp, her eyes widened. "What are you doing?" The man in the chief's shirt was in the cab and behind the wheel. He leaned out the window and yelled over the sound of the ramp gears, "Leaving this with you." "No, take it back where you got it. We don't want it." "Sorry, ma'am. Just talked with my boss. He's going to sue Curry. Told me to leave the pig here." Bernadine was furious. She didn't want a badly rendered 7-foot-tall hog wearing a toga on her main street. A microphone was stuck in her face. "What do you have to say about all this, Miss Brown?" "No comment," she snarled. The hog was left near the curb in front of the refurbished Henry Adams Hotel. As the truckers drove off, she was so angry she wanted to cuss and punch something, mostly Riley. Bernadine, Lily, and Sheila spent the rest of the day on the phone and online trying to find a way to either donate the thing or destroy it. Of course, no one wanted it, and the local landfill people simply laughed before hanging up. Trent and construction boss Kelly called around for an industrial-sized crane to at least move the thing off Main Street to a spot less visible, but there weren't any available for hire until the end of the upcoming week. "I like your idea of the dynamite or the plastic explosives," Mal told her over dinner at his place that evening. "Just blow the sucker up and call it a day." "Don't think I haven't considered it. Barrett told me the government frowns on private citizens owning plastic explosives, though, and ordering a bunch of dynamite might get us a visit from Homeland Security." "Which is not what we want." "No, we don't. I hate Riley so much. That damn statue is going to give me nightmares." He smiled. "We'll get it figured out, babe. At least we have Genevieve to thank for getting Riley out of our hair for the time being." "What do you mean?" "She called Lyman Proctor about Riley being back in town, and he called Will. She said the warrant for his arrest has been in the system since February, but he wasn't picked up because no one knew where he was." "Apparently in Texas at some point. I wonder if the piglet will be sent back to Eustasia." He shrugged. "We'll have to wait and see." "Did he make bail?" "Not yet, as far as I know. Bing won't help, but Clay probably will when he gets back from his trip with Myra. He's the only real friend Riley has here." "Where'd they go?" "To visit one of her cousins in Topeka. They should be back sometime tomorrow." He paused and studied her. "Do you still want to have the fish fry this weekend?" "Yes. Maybe it'll help me let go of some of this anger. I want to shake Riley until his head pops off and rolls around in the street. Okay. I'll let everyone know we're still on. Did you invite Tamar? I did. Sent her a text. Got no response, though. If she doesn't show, I'll drive over afterward and see if we can't get this whole Aaron thing ironed out. I don't like it when she's unhappy, and something tells me she still is. You're a good son. Doing my best. And you're an excellent husband, if I haven't told you today. Doing my best with that, too. Happy wife. Happy life. Wifey has no complaints. None. Good to hear. Up in Henry Adams' heaven, the three spinsters were also unamused. Rachel said, "Can they find one of the old dugouts and just bury Riley inside?" Daisy agreed. Poor Bernadine. That awful statue looks like it was made by a bunch of drunk ground squirrels. Did you see the ears? Lucretia, who'd empathized with Riley in the past due to his poverty-stricken childhood, was as outdone as her friends. How dare they leave that awful hog near our beautiful restaurant? No one should have to enjoy a meal with that atrocity in view. The piglet was cute, though, I must admit. Stolen piglet, Cretia. Eustasia is probably furious. But we don't know the circumstances. Daisy said, "They don't issue arrest warrants for simple circumstances. And we do know the check he wrote to Franklin bounced like a rubber ball. I hope they lock him up long enough for him to learn his lesson." "They probably won't," Rachel said sadly. "He'll get a slap on the wrist and go back to flim-flamming folks." Maybe we'll be wrong. Maybe. But none of them believed it. After watching the news coverage of Riley's latest fiasco, Tamar turned off the TV and tossed the remote onto the couch. No one got on her last nerve like Riley Curry. No one. She was still angry about Trent being arrested and handcuffed in front of the entire town a few years ago when Riley stole his identity to buy a car. He offered no apologies nor shown any remorse. Now Henry Adams was forced to endure the presence of his ugly hog statue. She hoped Bernadine and Sheila had it towed to the dump, because that's where it belonged. The doorbell rang. She went to answer it and smiled at the sight of Trent standing on the porch. She opened the door, and when he stepped inside, they shared an affectionate hug. It had been a few days since they'd seen each other. "How are you?" he asked as they parted and he took a seat on the couch. "Doing good. How about you?" "I'm good. I came by to check on you and to see if you've picked out a time for Devon's quest." "I haven't, because at this point he doesn't need me." "What do you mean?" "Think about all he's gone through this last month or so. He's dealt with a lot. And he's come through the other side a different boy. It's as if life decided to lead him along the path in its own way. It didn't need me." "I never thought about it that way, but you're right. That's interesting. The wig, how he deals with his friends, how he carries himself now as opposed to how he did before. All different. And different in a good way." "Exactly. But he's still going to want to do what he considers his quest." "I know. Have you shared your journey with him?" "No, and I'm pretty sure Dad and Amari haven't either." "Good. Then he won't have anything to compare his quest to. He and I can hang out, talk, and do things, but he doesn't need me to guide him the way I did with you and Mal and Amari. Zoe let him back into the band, too. Apparently, he wrote her a different letter than the one everyone else received. It must have impressed her. Zoe has a big heart, even when she's mad. Glad they're on the same page again." So am I. I'll call him and set up a date for us to get together. I know how important this is to him. Okay, thanks. Are you going to Dad's fish fry? I can swing by and pick you up if you don't want to drive. She shook her head. Thanks, but I think I'll just hang here. He studied her. Are you feeling okay? No better or worse than usual. Her heart had been jumping around a bit more than usual, but as always, she kept it to herself. The boys would love to see you. I'll see them at church on Sunday. He quieted again before asking, You avoiding Dad? She didn't reply. The answer must be yes, which means you're still upset about him and Aaron. Can I just spend my day the way I want without getting the 3rd degree? If your reason held water, yes, but it doesn't. You've never turned down going to a fish fry invite since I've known you. She smiled at that. You really need to let this Aaron thing go. That didn't make her smile. Let me run my life. So you can continue to break Dad's heart? What? Did he tell you I didn't let him call me Mom? No, but Marie did. Dad has never said an unkind word about you ever. Well, maybe that time you shot the lights out at the dog when Uncle Thad and the Oklahoma clan came for my wedding, but other than that, never. He continued, and speaking of clans, since when did the Julys start putting up barriers about who's family and who's not? What do you mean? I consider Aaron to be my uncle, whether you want me to or not, because he shares blood with my dad, just like first Tamar considered Diego and Shafts her sons, even though she wasn't their mom. It's not the same. Why not? She didn't reply. Just because you say it's not doesn't make it so, Tamar. Your beef is with Joel Newton, not Aaron. And Joel is dead. You can't wage war against a dead man. Are you trying to make me mad? No. Just trying to get you to see that you're bringing drama that isn't necessary, and it's hurting the bond between two of the people I love the most, you and Dad. From the look on her face, he must have surmised that she wasn't buying what he was trying to sell. So he got to his feet. I love you. And if you change your mind about the fish fry, let me know. Have a good night. He left, and she remained seated until the sound of his truck's engine faded away. Alone again, she stood and walked to the kitchen and stepped out onto the back porch. It was dark, breezy, and the moon had risen. Over the night songs of the insects, she heard the distinctive hoots of an owl. Turning to the shed, she saw the familiar feathered figure posed on it in the moonlight. It hooted again, but not wanting to buy whatever it was selling either, she ignored it. After deciding not to think about the futility of waging war against a dead man, she walked back inside. The following morning, Bernadine came downstairs to have breakfast with Mal. She expected him to be still in his pajamas, but instead saw that he was fully dressed. Morning, doll. We'll probably have to take a rain check on the fish fry today. Why? Got a text from Bing a little while ago. He and I have to make a run to Topeka to pick up Clay. That surprised her. Is he okay? No. He's in one of the hospitals. According to the doctors, looks like he was given one of those date rape drugs. A maid at the hotel where he was staying came to clean his room and found him passed out on the floor. She called 911. What? Where's Myra? Good question. She's disappeared along with his wallet, his keys, and his car. Her eyes went wide. Oh, my God. I know. I have to go pick up Bing. I'll fill you in on what I learn later. Okay? Okay. Go. Go. And keep me posted when you can." He gave her a kiss on the cheek and hurried out the door. Bernadine dropped into a chair, speechless. It was almost dark when Mal returned. As he came in the door, she asked, "How's Clay?" "Home. Has a bad headache, but the doctors say he'll be okay sooner than later." "Did they find Myra?" He shook his head. "The police had him look through some perp books. But none of the photos look like Myra or whatever her real name is." "This is crazy." "Tell me about it. She took his phone, too, so the police helped him touch base with his credit card companies, and he's had all his cards turned off. Who knows how much she spent before that." "Is her son with her?" "No one knows. Clay couldn't tell them where the cousins lived because he doesn't know Topeka well enough to remember where they went. She gave him the directions to get there, so he didn't use his GPS. Poor Clay. I feel sorry for him." "Me too. He has to set up new accounts with his bank and lock down his credit. Just a whole slew of things to do. But he did file a police report, so finding her is now in their hands. I hope they catch her quickly." "So do I. Police said he's probably not her first victim and that there are people who do this for a living. Tell Clay if there's anything I can do to help to let me know." "I will. How was your day?" "Spent it worrying about Clay, but glad to know that physically he'll be fine, even if writing his accounts will probably be a nightmare." "I don't envy him that, for sure." "Oh, and Bing received a collect call from Riley wanting to know when someone is coming to bail him out. And Bing told him Clay had his identity stolen and has no access to his bank account. He won over $1 million in the lotto. Why can't he make his own bail?" "Knowing Riley, he's probably broke or just doesn't want to tap into his own funds. Either way, he's going to be chilling in the county jail for a while if he's counting on Clay." "Good. Have you eaten?" "We picked up something on the way home. All I want to do is watch the game and cuddle with my wife. I've had about all the adventure one man can handle for a day." "Then that's what we'll do. You know I'm not a big baseball fan. Do you mind if I read while you watch?" "As long as I get a kiss at the end of each inning." She laughed. "You are such a mess. And I love your kisses like I love breathing." Dazzled by him as always, she went to get her book. Chapter 13. After church on Sunday, Devon and the kids joined the adults to help plan the activities for the August 1st celebration. He'd been unaware of the meeting until Zoe sent him a text about it the night before. She said she wanted his ideas, and that made him happy. Mayor Sheila opened the meeting by talking about what she'd done so far. There'd be 6 food trucks, a Ferris wheel, 15 crafters, and she wanted to show a movie after dark. Wyatt asked, "What about fireworks after the movie?" "I couldn't find a company out this way that had our date open. Maybe next year." Amari asked, "What about drones? All the big cities are using them." "They cost big city money, too," she replied. "Sadly, we don't have enough in the budget." All the kids turned to Bernadine. She chuckled. "Why are y'all looking at me?" They smiled. She knew the answer, because they knew how much she loved making them happy. "Okay, Tina and I will spring for the drones if we can find a company that can accommodate us." The kids cheered. Mal said, "You are such an easy auntie Moneybags." Mayor Sheila said, "Thanks, Bernadine." She talked next about parking. Dad's ink would be riding point on that. Trent and Louise promised to submit a plan for her approval by the end of the week. Now, she said, since I know nothing about entertainment, I'll let the Supremes present their ideas. Wyatt asked, sounding offended, Why them? Because we asked if we could, Maria replied drolly. That okay with you? Yikes, Amari said, sounding amused. Crystal would be so proud of you, Maria. Louise said, Speak your piece, baby girl. She blushed a bit. Thanks, Papa. Bernadine glanced over at Anna, who was viewing her granddaughter with pride. Zoe said, You first, Jasmine. I want to have a catwalk. Which is? Gemma, her adoptive mom, asked. It's where the cats dress up and walk down the street like models. It'll be during the parade. They'll have to be on leashes, though. The adults seemed confused. Devon waited for someone to shoot down the idea, but no one did. Sheila said, Okay, sounds interesting. Submit me a plan and we'll add it. Next, Zoe said, I want the boys to sing Lift Every Voice and Sing and have Alfonso accompany them on his violin. Alfonso's surprise was plain. Really? She nodded. I think the voices and the violin will go good together. He smiled. Then let's do it. Sheila asked, What do you think, gentlemen? Preston said, I'm no Bruno Mars, but I like that idea. Zoe asked, Devon, what do you think? I'm good with it, too. I don't think we've ever done anything like that before. Zoe looked to Amari and Wyatt. Both voiced support. Anything else? Sheila asked. Zoe said, Leah? Leah replied, Since the boys are going to sing, I think the girls should recite Bury Me in a Free Land. There are enough of us to take a verse apiece, and we can do what's left in unison. Sheila asked, Zoe, when do you want to do all this? Right before the parade starts. Devon should be the MC. We all know how good he is at that. He perked up. Thanks, Zoe. You're welcome. Lily said, smiling, Why are we adults even here? We should be at home with our feet propped up, letting them handle everything. Great plans, ladies and gentlemen. They spent the rest of the meeting talking about posters being created and placing notices in the newspapers and more of the ins and outs to make the event special. When Sheila closed the meeting, everyone was excited to get the plans underway. As Devon and the family were leaving, Trent said, Tamar told me she'd be here today, but she didn't show up. I want to go by and check on her before we come back to the dog to eat, because she hasn't texted me back or answered her phone when I called just now. Okay, Lily replied. They drove over. The door was closed. Trent rang the bell. When she didn't appear, he knocked. Lily said, Maybe she's out back. Amari and Devon, can you go look, please? They complied and returned. No Tamar. Trent used his key, and when they entered, he called, Tamar? They found her on the floor in the kitchen. They rushed to her side, and Trent placed his ear against her chest. She's breathing, but barely. Lily called 911, then Reggie. Devon was scared. He never imagined seeing Tamar this way, and he felt like he'd been turned to stone. A part of him kept expecting her to get up, but she didn't. He had no idea how long it took Doc Reg to arrive, but he was suddenly there, kneeling beside her and giving her a shot. OG came in at some point, too. Everything seemed to be moving in slow motion, and what was being said sounded long and drawn out, as if the words were coming through a tunnel. A helicopter landed in the open field behind Tamar's house. A man and a woman in uniforms rushed in with a gurney and gently placed her on it. OG and his dad followed them outside. Then Devon was watching the chopper take to the sky. He saw tears in his mom's eyes and in Amari's too, so he let his own flow down his cheeks. At home, Devon was in his room when his brother came in. Amari's eyes were red from his tears. "Came to check on you. How are you doing?" "Scared she's going to die? I think everybody is. I know I am." Devon was glad to learn he wasn't alone in that. "Do you think they'll let us go to the hospital to see her?" Amari shrugged. "I don't know. I can ask if you want me to." "Will you? My grandma died without me getting to tell her goodbye, and I don't want that to happen with Tamar, too." "I understand. What's Mom doing?" "She's on the phone talking to the family in Oklahoma. Thad and Griffin will be coming tomorrow." Devon looked at him. "How are you doing?" "Trying not to lose it. I love her a lot. Can't imagine her not being in my life." Devon knew Amari was closer to Tamar than he'd probably ever be, but although he was still a bit afraid of her, he loved her too. Their mom joined them. "Dad just called. They'll be doing surgery first thing in the morning. There's a blockage in the main artery in her heart." Devon asked, "Will surgery fix it?" "The doctors are hoping so, but at her age it might be risky, so we'll pray everything will be okay." Amari asked, "Can we go see her?" "Not right now. She's in the ICU and they limit visitors. Your dad and Mal are already there, so no one else will be allowed. At least for the time being. Your dad will keep us posted, and what I know, you'll know too. Promise." "Okay. I've talked to everyone I need to talk to for now. You guys need anything?" They shook their heads. "How about a couple of hugs? I could certainly use one." She hugged them. They hugged her fiercely in return. "Thanks. I'll probably be up for a while, so if you need me, let me know. And don't forget, tomorrow's Monday. You have school. Sticking to your routine sometimes helps with things like this, so don't stay up too late." They nodded. She left them, and Amari said to Devon, "Like Mom said, if you need anything, just come get me, okay?" "Same here." Amari smiled. "Thanks." Tamar made her way through the thick tropical forest with its towering palm trees and waist-high grasses, and knew exactly where she was. She'd visited this place a few years ago in the dreams leading up to her cousin Eula's death. She was walking on a narrow dirt path, littered with stones and bisected by thick tree roots. Although she was without shoes, she felt nothing on the bare soles of her feet. Was she dreaming again? Dead? She didn't know. Off in the distance, she heard the faint sounds of drumming, accompanied by voices chanting in the old tongues, but was unable to pinpoint the source or the location. In the Eula dream, she'd been urged forward by a large harpy eagle that became her ancestor, first Tamar, the July clan's matriarch. Now, she journeyed alone. The tropical jungle soon gave way to a wide-open plain of rocks and boulders, and ahead of her, gray mountains loomed. They had been in the previous dream, too. As she journeyed toward them, the drumming and chanting grew louder and more distinct, as did the scent of cook fires. A lone tree, its bare branches resembling bones, stood on the plains like a sentry. On it perched the owl from her shed. It eyed her silently as she neared. After a long moment, it raised its wings and took flight. It circled high above, then flew toward the mountain. She instinctively knew to follow. When she reached her destination, night had fallen. Unlike last time, there was no cave filled with raptors. Instead, at the base of the mountain, a woman, dressed in outlaw leathers, knelt in the darkness beside a cook fire. She was tending a rabbit on a spit. The scent of the meat evoked memories of Tamar's childhood and cooking rabbits over an open fire with her mother. The woman looked up at her from behind the wavering flames. Her eyes were the shape and color of the owls. "Hello, little T. What are you doing here?" Tamar immediately knew her identity. "I'm not sure, Aunt Teresa. Am I dead?" "No, at least not yet." She wasn't sure how to interpret that. "It's not your time. You must go back. The longer you stay here, the harder it will be to reclaim the you who walks the earth. Time moves differently on this plane." "Are you my owl?" Teresa smiled. "You always were a curious child, and I see that hasn't changed." Tamar noted that she hadn't answered the question. "You must go back and remove the stone that is in your heart." "What stone?" "The one you placed there because of Joel Newton. Its presence blocks the flow of your love to your son Malachi." Tamar stilled. "He's lived with that stone since the day he was born, and yet he would still give his life for you." Tamar looked away in shame and guilt. Teresa continued, "You and I know that you secretly blame yourself for Joel's perfidy, and after all these years still believe you somehow missed a sign or a warning, or something that should have alerted you to the truth about him. You blame your brother Thaddeus, which is where some of the blame truly lies. Blaming yourself has kept you from fully loving your son. Malachi didn't choose to be sired by his father, and neither did Aaron. Let those two live out their last years together as brothers with your blessings. Forgiveness is a choice, little T. You don't have to forgive Joel, but forgive yourself. The only thing you are guilty of is loving a man who was unworthy of your heart and soul." When Tamar opened her eyes, she was so tired and weak she wanted to slide back into sleep. But she didn't know if she was dreaming or where she was. Looking around the unfamiliar space, she saw Mal asleep in a chair. Forcing herself to stay focused, she slowly glanced around the room's interior, and seeing all the machines and the IVs in her arms, she wondered what she was doing in what appeared to be a hospital room. On that thought, her eyes slid closed again. The next time they opened, Mal was standing by the bed looking down at her. "Welcome back," he said quietly. He appeared as exhausted as she felt. "Where am I?" she asked in a voice barely above a whisper. "Hospital. You had a heart attack. Helicopter brought you here." "Oh, I don't remember." "I do remember talking to Aunt Teresa." "When was this?" "Today? Yesterday? I don't know." "What day is it?" "Today's Thursday. You've been here almost 5 days. You had surgery Monday morning, and it went well. You're groggy because of the pain meds you're on. How's Teresa doing?" Her reply was soft and wavering. "She wants me to take the stone out my heart that's blocking my love for you." That was as far as the conversation went before Tamar drifted back into sleep. Tina's ribbon cutting for the opening of her B&B was supposed to have been the day of Tamar's surgery, but she postponed it because she and everyone else in town was worried about Tamar. By Thursday, when word got around that the surgery appeared to have been successful, the feeling of dread everyone had been experiencing turned to cautious joy. The plans for a Tamar Day were also postponed for another time. Riley found a bail bondsman in Hayes willing to take a risk and was scheduled for a preliminary hearing in mid-August. Judge Amy Davis, who was more familiar with Riley's antics than she cared to be, agreed with the prosecutor that he was a flight risk. So she confiscated his driver's license and made the unprecedented decision to put a boot on the wheels of his RV, too. His court-appointed lawyer called foul. She didn't care. Riley had gone on the lam before, when Cletus sat on and killed the old con man, Morton Prell. She was not dealing with that again. The lawyer threatened to have her removed from the case. She smiled and said, "Please do." By the end of Tamar's 8th day in the hospital, she was ready to go home. She was having difficulty moving her right leg, though, so her doctor wanted to send her to a local rehab facility to help with that. But the nurses were having a problem finding her a room. The day after this decision, a male surgeon came to visit her and brought with him a small group of first-year interns. Instead of introducing himself or his crew, he asked which of them wanted to evaluate her zipper-like stitches. The kids jumped up and down, trying to be the one picked for the honor, while Tamar watched with silent disdain. The winner, a red-headed young woman, who looked to be all of 12 years old, reached out to open Tamar's gown and got her hands slapped like a toddler. The girl instantly drew back. Tamar said to the surgeon, "First of all, who are you?" The man stared as if he was surprised she was speaking to him. "Why?" "Because most people with manners introduce themselves to a stranger they're about to interact with. And I've never seen you before in my life." She turned to the students. "Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tamar July. And you are?" They stared too, then, because they seemed afraid she was going to do more than speak if they didn't answer. They each quietly offered their names. She responded with a cold smile. "Now, that wasn't so difficult, was it?" They collectively shook their heads. "So, second lesson of the day. There's this thing called consent. Do you know what that means?" They stood frozen. The surgeon appeared furious. "Consent means after you introduce yourself to your patients, you ask them if it's okay to check their stitches or whatever else you've come to do. Your patients are people just like you are. They are not animals in a zoo." The surgeon's face turned bright red. "Remember that when you become full-fledged doctors. Patients will respect you if you treat them with respect and not like you were raised in a barn." The redhead's name was Virginia Werner. So Tamar said, "Ms. Werner, proceed." "Hi, my name is Dr. Virginia Werner, and you are?" "Tamar July," she replied with a smile. "May I check your stitches?" "Certainly." It took them only a few minutes to do the exam, and as the surgeon explained to them what to look for and all that, he never made eye contact with Tamar. She didn't care. A nurse who'd been in the room during Tamar's lesson clapped when they left. "Can we keep you?" she asked. "He's the biggest jerk on staff." She definitely had made an impression, but couldn't decide if it was good or bad. She was transferred to a rehab facility 2 hours later. She spent 10 days in rehab, and by the time she was released, her leg was in better shape but not totally healed. She was advised to continue the therapy at home and that it could take as little as a few weeks to up to 3 months for her to feel like her old self again. On Tamar's release day, Mal drove over to the rehab place to bring her home. He helped her out of the wheelchair and into the front seat of his truck before placing the chair in the bed. He waited while she thanked the aides for taking such good care of her, and he did the same. Once he joined her inside, he asked, "Ready for home?" "Yes," she replied with emphasis. "I can't wait to sleep in my own bed." As he merged onto the interstate for the hours-long trip, she debated how to tell him what she wanted to say. After the way they'd parted the day he left to visit Aaron, she had no easy answers for herself. So hoping the words would come, she asked instead, "Did I tell you I spoke with Aunt Teresa?" "You did? You fell asleep before you could finish, though, but that's okay. I don't need to hear the rest. But I need to tell you the rest. How far did I get?" "Something about a stone in your heart." "Yes." She paused for a moment, once again stymied by what she wanted to say and, more importantly, needed to say. He was her son, and she'd spent multiple decades secretly resenting his presence in her life. He was owed so much more than words, but they were all she had to offer. So she proceeded to tell him as much as she remembered about her dream state visit, the owl, the mountains, and that it was the same place she'd visited when Eula was dying. Teresa was cooking a rabbit on a spit. She told me to go back to my life on this plane and remove the stone in my heart because it was blocking my love for you. Ah, and she was right. I'm so sorry to have failed you all these years, Malachi. No apologies needed, Tamar. Yes, they are. And I need to own this. Trent told me I was waging war against a dead man, meaning Joel, and how futile it was, and he's right. Smart boy, that Trent. He is. I wish I'd figured that out on my own before we had that argument on my porch. I was wrong, Mal. You and Aaron aren't responsible for what happened on my wedding day, or for my hurt and pain. She went silent for a moment as she mentally recalled Teresa's words. You and Aaron have a right to know each other, and I have no business interfering. Who knows? Maybe I'll get to know him, too. I'd like that. Would you? I would. He's a pretty nice guy. I owe him an apology for shooting at him. Yeah, you do, but I think he'll be open to accepting it. Once I'm stronger, maybe the three of us can get together and go fishing or something. Sounds like a plan. And Tamar, how about we lay this whole thing to rest and just enjoy life like it was meant to be enjoyed in the time we have left? That sounds great. I really do love you, Mal. I know. I love you, too. While Mal drove Tamar home, Bernadine and the rest of the ladies' auxiliary were together on a Zoom call, making sure Tamar would be looked after once she returned. Marie volunteered to take the job. Marie said, "She's going to pitch a fit about me moving in with her until she gets back on her feet, but I don't care. Mal, Trent, and I already discussed it. She'll need some assistance, whether she acknowledges it or not, and I do have home care experience." Bernadine said, "Thanks for volunteering, Marie. Now, do we still want to have Tamar Day?" "Yes," they all replied in unison. Lily asked, "How about we have it on July 4th? That's a month and a few days from now. That should be enough time for her to be mostly recovered." Ronnie added, "And strong enough for her to turn that shotgun on us for our efforts." Everyone laughed, Bernadine liked the idea of celebrating on that day. During the 19th century, Black people didn't celebrate July 4th. It made no sense to pay tribute to the nation's independence when there were millions of the race enslaved in the South. Choosing to celebrate Tamar instead worked for her and for the rest of the group, so they began to plan. When Mal arrived at Tamar's place, she checked out the familiar structure with loving eyes and smiled. "So glad to be home." He shut down the engine. "You stay put and let me get the wheelchair out of the back." She wanted to argue that she could make it up the steps with the aid of her cane, but she knew that was a lie, and he would too, so she sat and waited. He helped her into the chair, and she asked, "Do you have a plan on how to get the chair in the house?" "Yes, ma'am, I do," and pushed her forward. As they traveled around to the side of the house and toward the back, she noticed how smooth the ride was. She looked down at the cement walkway. "Is this fresh cement?" "Yes." Puzzled and confused, she asked, "Where'd it come from?" "Sidewalk elves." "Sidewalk elves," she echoed, giving him an amused side eye. "Yeah, they work for Santa in the summertime. They're members of the same labor union as the ramp elves." By then, they'd rounded the house and were in the backyard, and that was when she spied the ramp leading up to her back porch. A sturdy wooden beauty that hadn't been there before her heart attack. Her jaw dropped. "Oh, my goodness," she whispered in awe. "You can thank the head elf, your grandson." Marie stepped out onto the porch from inside. "Welcome home." Still marveling at the ramp, Tamar said, "Thank you, Marie." Mal asked, "Are you ready to begin your ascent, Your Majesty?" Teary-eyed with gratitude for Trent's gift, she chuckled. "Yes." Inside the house, Marie showed Tamar the new exercise bike Bernadine bought for her use. She also made arrangements for a physical therapist to come 3 days a week to help you with your leg. Once again, Tamar was thankful. "And I'm moving in to take care of you for a while," Marie announced. Tamar stiffened. "Why?" "Are you strong enough to be on your feet long enough to cook a meal?" Silence. "How about laundry? Can you strip your bed and put the sheets in the washer?" Tamar knew she couldn't do any of those things, at least not yet, so there was no sense in lying about that either. She sighed. "Point proven." "Good. I won't be here any longer than necessary, I promise." "Okay." Pleased that there'd been no arguing, Mal said, "I'm going to get your suitcase out of the truck and then head home. Do either of you ladies need me for anything before I leave?" Neither did. He returned with her suitcase and placed it in her bedroom. "I'll check on you two later." He gave them both a parting kiss on the cheek, then left. After his departure, Marie asked Tamar, "Are you hungry?" "Starving." "I'll fix you something. After you eat, you can lie down. Will that work?" "Yes." After eating, Marie helped Tamar into bed. "I'm not letting you have any visitors for a few days. I want you to rest up." "Okay." So thankful to be home, Tamar didn't argue. She knew she and Marie would lock horns eventually, but at the moment, she was too exhausted for a fight. So she closed her eyes and slept. Chapter 14. Bernadine drove to Mal's place for dinner that evening, and he pulled into the lot right behind her. "Hey there," she called as he stepped out of his truck. "Tamar get home okay?" "Yes, She's now under Marie's eagle eye, and she loved the ramp Trent built. Bernadine noted how tired he appeared after the long drive there and back. Did she fuss about Marie being there? Together they climbed the stairs to his front door. No, I think she was too happy to be home and too exhausted to put up a fight. The fussing will probably come later, though. They entered his place, and as always, she was immediately soothed by the interior's vibe. The jewel tones on the walls and furniture were lovely and the complete opposite of the beiges and creams she preferred in her own home. But their tastes in decor mirrored their personalities. Before she could ask more about Tamar, his phone chimed. He looked at the face. I need to take this. It's Clay. She nodded. Yeah, man, he said. She stepped out onto the balcony to give him some privacy. A few minutes later, he joined her. How's he doing? She asked. She couldn't imagine how much work he'd had to put in to get his life back on track after Myra's dirty deeds. Better today. He called to tell me the police found Myra last night. Yay! Hopefully she's in jail. She is. In Wichita. She got into a fender bender in a grocery store parking lot. A policeman was there picking up a shoplifter and saw the accident. When Myra tried to flee, he jumped into his cruiser and pulled her over. He ran her plate, saw that it didn't match the car she was in, then ran the VIN number. When it came back stolen, he arrested her. Was she still driving Clay's car? Yeah, but had switched a plate to one registered to a Ford Explorer. Was her son with her? Yes. Bernadine didn't like hearing that. He's probably with protective services now. That poor boy. I never met him, but Lily said he impressed her as being a nice kid. Clay said the same thing. If she makes a living scamming people, she may wind up losing custody. I hope she has a family member who's good people and can take him in while the court system decides what to do with her. Otherwise, he'll probably end up in foster care. We'll keep a good thought that a family member steps up. Fingers crossed. How about we get a carry-out from downstairs? It's been a long day and I'm too pooped to cook. Sure. While they ate, Bernadine shared the plans for Tamar Day. I like that, Mal told her when she finished the telling. She probably won't, but we're going to give Tamar her flowers while she's alive, whether she wants them or not. Especially considering we almost lost her. Thad and the Oklahoma clan will probably want to come. I'll contact him tomorrow and ask Clay and Bing if they'll donate some ribs and steaks. You ladies can handle the rest of the victuals. That works. After they were done eating, she saw him yawn and knew it was time to go, so he could rest from his long drive. I'm going home. You go to bed. It's still a little early for that, but it's not a bad idea. Give me a kiss. She did so gladly, and after they parted, said, I'll see you tomorrow. I'll walk you back down to the lot. Not necessary, love. Get some rest. Love you, baby. She smiled. Ditto. At the July household, the family was watching the local evening news when a familiar face appeared on the screen. Devon gasped. That's Ellis's mom. Why's she on the news? Oh, my goodness. They caught her, his mom said excitedly. Great, his dad replied. Confused, Amari said, That looks like a mugshot. What did she do? Devon was curious, too. Quiet. Lily grabbed the remote and raised the volume. As they listened to the anchor tell the story, Devon stared with wide eyes. The anchor revealed that the woman they knew as Myra Keene was arrested in Wichita. She was wanted in at least 3 states for preying on mostly older men while using a slew of aliases. "She's a con artist?" Amari asked, sounding shocked. The anchor continued. Her most recent victim was a man in nearby Henry Adams. When arrested, her 10-year-old son was with her. Police have no idea if the child plays a role in the fleecing, so for now, he's been turned over to Protective Services. Devon said, "Is that why Ellis hasn't been in school? I figured he was either sick or he and his mom had moved again." He shared what Ellis told him about the 3 schools he'd been in and why his mom moved so much. "If he's going to be in foster care, can he come live here with us? You still have your foster parents' license, right? He can share my room. If he stays here, he won't have to change schools again. Zoe and my crew like him a lot, too." His parents passed a surprised look between them. "Miss Bernadine brought me here all the way from down south. Wichita is way closer. Please, Mom and Dad, he's my friend. He's not happy about having to move so much, and he's probably really scared with his mom being arrested." His dad said, "Well, son, please, Dad." Devon turned to his mom. "You met him, Mom. You know he's nice. He needs a safe place." Amari said, "And Henry Adams is the safest place around. If I get a vote, I vote yes." Devon wanted to kiss him. His parents passed another look between them. Devon wondered if married people communicated telepathically, because that's what they appeared to be doing. His dad finally spoke. "Okay, Devon. Mom and I will get with Bernadine and see what's what. If we can help, we will." "Thank you." All smiles, Devon and Amari shared a brotherly fist bump. "You have a big heart, Dev," his mom told him. "Proud of you." A short while later, Amari and Devon were in Devon's room talking about the surprising turn of events when their dad joined them. "Hey, guys. Your mom and I spoke with Bernadine. She thinks Dev's plan for Ellis is an excellent one. She'll start making phone calls first thing in the morning." A grin spread across Devon's face. "Great." Amari asked, "The guy on the news said the latest victim was somebody in Henry Adams? Do you know who it was?" Devon saw his dad hesitate. He and Amari waited. He finally replied, "I'm sure the name's going to come out sooner or later, but it was Clay Dobbs." Both boys' jaws dropped. "Wow," Amari said softly. "That's terrible." "Mr. Clay is so nice," Devon said. "Yes, he is," their dad concurred. "Okay, just came up to let you know where we are on the Ellis plan. Going back down to hang out with Mom. See you later." Devon and Amari stared at each other, and once again Amari said, "Wow." As Trent predicted, Clay's name was leaked the next day by one of the region's newspapers, and the news spread through Henry Adams like a fast-moving flood. From the school to the dog to the hair salon, it was all people talked about. Many had questions about Myra. Was that a real name? Where else was she wanted? And how long had she been on her crime spree? Bernadine's biggest question was, why was Myra so adamant about the academy's curriculum if she had no plans to stick around? She posed that question to Lily as they sat in her office. Lily shrugged. "I have no idea. Maybe she really cared about Ellis's education. Or maybe it was just a ploy to embed herself into the community while she sniffed around for her next victim." Bernadine didn't know either, and wondered if they ever would. that the woman was cooling her jets in jail mattered the most. That and rescuing Ellis from foster care. The people at Protective Services are going to email me later today. They seemed pretty open to letting him come here. He'll be one less child for them to have to provide for. Like most agencies, they're overwhelmed and underfunded. Devon offered to share his room, so I'm looking at bunk beds in case we get the okay. I'm liking the boy he's becoming. So are we. His wanting to offer Ellis a home was the last thing we expected. Devon's had quite the journey this year. Yes, he has. In the week that followed, the buzz tied to Myra Keene was soon eclipsed by the opening of Tina's B&B. The ribbon cutting took place a few days after Keene's arrest. She was being held without bond due to being declared a flight risk, and everyone in town lined up outside the beautiful B&B to take the tour of the grand interior and help themselves to the fancy hors d'oeuvres provided by Chef Thorne. The first reservations were placed by Franklin Mayor Lyman Proctor for a few family members coming to town the following weekend for his daughter's wedding. Tina was pleased. Barrett finally found a home for the ugly Cletus statue. The county fairgrounds wanted to put it at the entrance and sent a crane to lift it and a truck to haul it away. Bernadine was pleased that she no longer had to see the stone atrocity every time she drove down Main Street. Over at the courthouse, Judge Amy allowed Eustatia's representative to take the piglet back to Texas. She also told Riley to either make good on the bounce check or spend 30 days in jail. He wrote the check. It didn't bounce. He and his busted-up RV supposedly left town, but no one had enough interest to verify it or cared enough to ask where he might be heading. The Three Spinsters was now open to the public and doing box office business. People all over the region were descending on the place to celebrate birthdays and engagements, have wedding rehearsal dinners, and honor family members graduating from the local high schools and community college. The investors hoped the number of diners would continue to rise. As the week ended, Bernadine and the Julys continued to wait for word on Ellis from Protective Services. The agency was reportedly searching for a relative to take him in, but so far, no one had been found. After her return home, Tamar spent the time savoring sleeping in her own space and being surrounded by her own walls. Despite the ongoing therapy, she still had issues with her leg, which made moving around a hassle. But there were no nurses waking her up in the middle of the night to take her blood pressure or give her pills to help her sleep. Having Marie with her 24/7 didn't help her mood, but she knew how up a creek she'd be if Marie weren't there to cook her meals, do her laundry, and assist with all the rest of the chores that went along with life, like getting back and forth to the restroom. So she counted her as a blessing and didn't complain. On Saturday morning, she was seated on the old sofa on the back porch, enjoying the sunshine, when Marie opened the screen door to say, "Someone here to see you." "Who?" Marie stepped aside to reveal Devon. He was the last person Tamar expected to see, but she was delighted. "If you don't want any company, it's okay," Devon said. She smiled. "No, I'm glad you came. Come, sit." "Thanks, Marie." He took a seat on the top step of the porch. Marie left them alone. "How'd you get here? Did your dad drop you off?" "No, I rode my bike. I know Amari and Brain used to do it all the time. I just never knew it was so far, though." She chuckled. There's lemonade in the fridge. Go get you a cup. Thanks. Do you want any? He asked, rising to his feet. No, I'm fine. He went inside, then returned with a red plastic cup. Do your parents know you're here? Mom does. Dad and Amari are visiting a college in Colorado, so Amari can see the campus. I thought he'd chosen Morehouse. He has, but Dad wants him to see a few more places to be sure. Makes sense, I suppose. So what brings you out here? Did you come to see if I'm well enough to do your quest? No, I came to make sure you're okay. The quest can wait until you feel better, but if you don't want to do it, that's okay too. Really? He nodded before taking a sip of his lemonade and setting the cup down beside him. Can I ask you a question? Yes. Do quests always have to be led by a person? She studied him. I'm not sure what you mean. I feel like life has been leading me on a quest because of all the stuff I've been going through. Amari told me that you're supposed to be a different person afterward. And I am different, or at least I feel like I am. She understood now and thought back on the conversation she'd had with Trent about the same subject. How so? I've grown up. I used to want to be the boss of everything and everybody. I didn't know how awesome friends are, and I didn't want to be me. And now? I'm trying not to be the kid who's always trying to run stuff, as Zoe calls it. When my friends stopped talking to me, it hurt so much. Now I know how great it is to have good friends. And I'm doing my best to be okay with being me. No artifice. She smiled at his use of the word she taught him. It sounds like life really has been leading you. I think so too. But I still want to spend time with you. Amari said the most valuable thing he got out his was his relationship with you. I want that too. But if you don't, I'll understand. Tamar felt tears sting her eyes. How could she resist getting to know more about this remarkable boy? I'd love for us to be closer, Devon. Very much. You would? She nodded. Yes. I'd like to be as close to you as I am with your brother. So, can I come spend the weekend when you think it's okay? Just you and me? Yes, just the two of us. We can go fishing, make a pie, fly kites, play checkers, or whatever else we've a mind to do. His smile brought out her own. Deal? She asked. Deal. He went quiet for a few moments. What are you thinking? She asked. That you making me stop wearing that dumb wig helped me a lot. Really? Yes. I think it was keeping me from thinking better, if that makes sense. So, thank you. You're very welcome. I heard about you wanting to have your school friend join your family. That's a sign of maturity, too. He nodded. His name is Ellis, and he's real nice. His mom is in jail for being a criminal. She stole Mr. Clay's car and a bunch of other stuff. I heard that, too. I'm worried about him. He must be really scared by all this. I agree. You offering a hand should make him feel better and safer. I hope so. We haven't heard from Protective Services yet, though. Mom said they're trying to find his family, but we don't know if he has any. These things take time, I guess. Remembering his mother cautioning him not to visit too long with Tamar because she still needed lots of rest, Devon stayed only a little while longer, then stood. I'm going home so you can rest up. He picked up his now empty cup and stood. Tamar asked, Do you want Marie to give you and your bike a ride? No, I'll use my bike. I need to make my legs stronger so I can come see you more often. Understood. Thanks for the visit. I'm looking forward to our weekend. Me too. Come give me a hug before you go. He did, and she placed a kiss on his cheek. Be careful riding home. I will. Promise. Bye, Tamar. Bye, Dev. After his departure, Tamar, smiling, sat back, content. When Devon arrived home, his mom had good news. Ellis is coming on Monday. One of the social workers is going to drive him here. Yay! I already placed the order for the bunk bed. It's coming on Monday, too. Devon was so excited. Do you think Ellis will be happy being with us? Maybe, maybe not. Hard to know. His world is upside down right now. His mom's incarcerated, and he has no way of knowing if or when he'll see her again. That has to be difficult for him. He'll have to adjust to how we do things here, what we eat, our family dynamics, all that. I hadn't thought about it like that. That's okay. He'll be safe here, and that's the important thing for now. I want you to keep some things in mind, though, and you should share them with your crew. Try not to ask insensitive questions like, how's it feel having your mom in jail? Did you help her steal from people? How many people did she scam? What did she buy with the money? Are you ashamed of her? Those kinds of questions won't help him adjust to the new life he's going to be navigating. Devon nodded. I'll let Zoe and everybody know at lunch on Monday. Good. We need to show him lots of grace and give him space. Making fun of him is not allowed. Okay. Now, let's go up to your room to start moving things around to see where's the best place to put the new bed. Do you mind having to sleep in a bunk bed? He shrugged. I think I'll be good. Then we'll break down your old bed, wrap it and the mattress in plastic, and store it in the basement or maybe the garage. We'll see where your dad thinks it should go. He and your brother should be back sometime tomorrow afternoon. Upstairs in his bedroom, his mom visually evaluated the space. She thought placing the bunk bed against the wall where his bed was now would be the best spot for it. They discussed closet space and adding a dresser for Ellis and a desk and chair. Do you know if he has any hobbies? No, I don't. Okay, we'll ask him. You and Amari are going to have another person sharing your bathroom, so keep that in mind, too. His clothes are really old, Mom. I don't think he has a lot of them either. Well, good to know. We can order some things online and maybe take a trip to the mall after he gets settled. Devon liked that idea. Once they were done in his room, they went back downstairs. Are you ready for dinner? She asked. Yes. Do you want to order something? Can I get a burger and fries? Yes. She called in the order, and after they drove to the dog to pick it up, they sat in the kitchen to eat. How was your visit with Tamar? It was good. We talked about my quest. Is it still on? Yes and no. Meaning? He shared their discussion about life leading his quest and what they were going to do instead. She said she wants to be as close to me as she is to Amari. So when she feels better, we're going to have a weekend together. Just the two of us. That sounds good. My leg muscles are sore, though. Riding way out there is a lot harder than riding to school or to the dog. I'm sure it is. You'll get stronger. I hope so. At lunch on Monday, Devon told his friends about Ellis's upcoming return and what his mom wanted them to keep in mind. They listened and agreed to be mindful of their questions and to assist Ellis with his transition as much as they could. When he got home, Ellis hadn't arrived yet, and his mom was wearing her angry face. His dad, seated at the kitchen table, was watching her with amusement as she stomped around making dinner. Devon was almost afraid to ask what was going on, but if it concerned Ellis, he needed to know. "Why's Mom mad?" he asked his dad quietly. She answered instead, "Because your dad won't let me go to the furniture store that was supposed to be delivering the bunk bed and burn the place to the ground." Devon's eyes went wide. His dad, still looking amused, said, "Now, Lil." She looked his way and growled. He chuckled. Devon asked, "Did it not come?" "No," she said, "because they sold it to somebody else over the weekend and sent us a twin bed instead. And this was after your father broke down your bed and stored it and the mattress in the garage." "It's no big deal, Lily." "It is. You went to all that work just to have to put the bed back together again." "We plan. God laughs." She growled again. Devon asked, "So do both beds fit in my room?" "Yes," his dad said. "It's a little tight, but it's fine. Go up and look." Devon did as he asked. The beds were placed on opposite walls facing each other. His desk had been moved, but there was still enough room to move around without bumping into anything. It was almost like he had one side of the room and Ellis had the other. He agreed that the bunk bed would have given the room more flow, but he thought the new configuration worked just fine. Back downstairs, he told his mom, "The room is okay." She paused over the skillet, holding the fried chicken they'd be having for dinner. "Are you sure?" "Positive. Ellis and I will have plenty of room." The doorbell rang. His dad went to answer it. A moment later, he returned with a tall woman with thinning red hair who was wearing a really wrinkled light blue suit. Beside her stood Ellis, holding a black trash bag that Devon guessed held his belongings. "Hi, Ellis," Devon said happily. Ellis gave him a smile in reply. "Hi, Devon." The woman introduced herself as Lois Pruitt. She was a social worker. She asked to see the room where Ellis would be sleeping, so his parents took her upstairs. While they were gone, Devon said, "I hope you like staying with us." "Me too. It'll only be for a little while, though. My mom said this is all a big misunderstanding, and as soon as everything's cleared up, she'll be coming to get me." Warning bells went off inside Devon, but he kept the smile pasted on his face. "That's good to know." The adults returned, and Ms. Pruitt told Ellis, "I hope you'll enjoy being with the Julys. If you need to get in touch with me, here's my card. Just give me a call." He took the card. "Thank you." She turned to Devon's parents. "Mr. and Mrs. July, thanks so much for opening your home to Ellis. I wish we had more families like yours. Have a good rest of your evening." Devon's dad escorted her back to the door before returning. His mom said, "Ellis, we're glad you're here. Dev, how about you take him up to the room you two will be sharing?" Still troubled by Ellis's words about this being a misunderstanding, he said, "Come on, Ellis. Let me show you our room." "I like your room, Devon," Ellis said, looking around. "This is your room, too. That bed over there is yours." Ellis went to it and sat down. "Is that bed your brother's?" "No, it's mine. He has his own bed in his room." "You had this room all to yourself before I came here?" "Yes." "Oh." He looked around again. "Does that TV work?" "Yes." "Do your parents let you watch it?" "Yes." My mom said TV is the devil. I've only watched one a few times. As long as it isn't adult stuff, we can usually watch what we want, especially on the weekends. He found the questions surprising and a bit troubling, too. Where can I put my clothes and stuff? Devon pointed out the new dresser by his bed. That one's yours. He opened the top drawer. Is this new? I think so. Your family must be really rich. Devon had no idea how to respond to that. If you need to wash any of your clothes, let me know, and we can put them in the washer after dinner. I should probably wash everything. It's been a while since my mom and I went to the laundromat. Then we'll do it after we eat. Come and let me show you our bathroom. Once there, Devon said, Amari and I share this one, so now you will too. There's more than one in this house? He nodded. My parents have their own. There's also a little one downstairs and one in the basement. Wow. Okay. As they left the bathroom, they ran into Amari in the hallway. He'd just gotten home from working at Clark's grocery. Hey, you two. Welcome to House July, Ellis. Glad you're here. Thanks, Amari. Good to see you. Same here. Devon giving you the tour? He nodded. Mom said to tell you it's time to eat. Thanks, Devon replied. We'll be right down. At the dinner table, Ellis's hunger was made obvious by how much he ate and how fast. Devon's dad had to say, Slow down, son. Ellis looked embarrassed. Sorry, sir. I'm really hungry. That's okay. Eat as much as you want. There's plenty. I just don't want you to make yourself sick from eating so fast. He nodded and helped himself to another piece of fried chicken. Amari told him, I ate that way coming out of foster care, too. You never get enough to eat, ever. Ellis paused. You were in foster care? Every day of my life until I moved here at age 11. Really? Amari nodded. So was I, Devon told him. Only I was 8 when I moved here. Deb and I and a few of the other kids here were all in foster care before we were adopted. These are your adoptive parents? He asked, indicating the 2 adults seated at the table. Yes, and they saved our lives, Amari said solemnly. Right, Dev? Right. It was difficult to determine what Ellis thought of this revelation, but Devon assumed it gave him something to think about, because he returned to the food on his plate and had no further questions. Later, after Devon put Ellis's threadbare clothing into the washer and then the dryer, it was time for bed. Ellis took a shower and put on the new pajamas he was presented with, then crawled into bed. Devon was ready for bed too, but told Ellis, I need to go say goodnight to my parents. Do you want to come? He said, okay if I don't. Sure. Be right back. He was glad Ellis declined, because what Devon had to tell them he didn't want Ellis to hear. They were watching TV. What's up? His dad asked. Devon shared what Ellis said about his mom and the misunderstanding. His dad said, That's not something I wanted to hear. Me either, his mom replied. I get the feeling this is going to be a lot more difficult than we imagined. Thanks for letting us know. You're welcome. Good night. After the lights were off, Devon lay in bed thinking about Ellis and his many questions. Like his mom, Devon also thought this might be more than they imagined it would be. He made himself comfortable beneath the bedding, then went still upon hearing Ellis crying softly. He wanted to ask him if he was okay, but the obvious answer was no. Not wanting to intrude or embarrass him, he tried to ignore it, But the sounds continued to the point that Devon felt so sorry for him. Hot tears stung his own eyes in sympathetic response. 10 days later, Sandra Cunningham, a.k.a. Barbara Green, a.k.a. Myra Keene, a.k.a. Patrice Wade, was sentenced to 5 years in prison for theft and embezzlement. Because she was also tried and convicted in the states of Georgia and Illinois, she was deemed a habitual criminal and stripped of her custody rights to her son, Ellis Cunningham. Chapter 15. On July 4th, Tamar awakened to what sounded like drumming and the distinctive voices of Native Americans raised in song. She thought she smelled meat cooking, too. Puzzled by all this, she dragged on her robe and, aided by her cane, made her way to the kitchen, where the sounds and smells were much more pronounced. She opened the back door, and the first thing she saw when she stepped out onto the porch was her brother, Thad, dressed in white and seated on his sparkling white and gold-trimmed motorized scooter, parked in the middle of the field. The 2 long braids flowing down his back were laced with gold ribbon. His grandson, Griffin, stood by his side. Thad called out, "Hey, little sister! How are you on this beautiful July morning? What the hell are you doing here?" A short distance away sat a circle of singers, their voices piercing the air, and farther away were 2 huge grills manned by Bing Shepherd and Clay Dobbs. They waved their long meat-tending forks at her in greeting. "Thad, what is this?" "Why, it's Tamar Day, a day of celebration and tribute to the most honorary matriarch west of the Mississippi. We're here to give you your flowers while you're still with us, even if you don't want them. And everyone is coming, so go get dressed and come join the party. And if I don't want to participate, then I'll have my kids dismantle your precious Olivia piece by piece and hide the parts from here to the Carolinas. Think I won't?" She blinked. Grumbling under her breath, she went back inside and got dressed. Even she had to admit she had a great time. When Thad said everyone was coming, he wasn't kidding. Mabel Franklin came, as did Trent's mother, Rita Lynn, and her husband, Paul Babcott. Eli James drove from California in the new Jeep he'd purchased with the fat check he'd earned from the sale of a piece of art. And to Bernadine and Tamar's delight, he swung through Denver to pick up Crystal on his way. Aaron Newton showed up, and Tamar offered him a sincere apology, which he accepted. The Dark Horse ladies came and stayed at Tina's B&B. People Tamar hadn't seen in years came to add to her day and put tears in her eyes. There was a bid whist tournament, one for the Uno players, and another for the horseshoe pitchers. Mid-afternoon, there was a baseball game, Henry Adams against the Oklahoma Julys. Even though Leah hit 2 home runs and Devon successfully stole home plate in the 3rd inning, Henry Adams lost, as always. The score was 15-5. There was a ton of food. Ellis got his first taste of homemade ice cream and his first real look at the community he now lived in. He was meeting Rev Paula weekly, and her gentle counseling seemed to be helping ease the pain of missing his mother. The gathering played musical chairs and Simon Says. Zoe sat things out because the last time she played, her cussing earned her fence-painting duties. And of course, there was lots of music and dancing, both native and non. As the sun went down and cleanup began, those who had long drives home gave Tamar parting hugs before leaving. At the end of the celebration, the only person who remained was her brother Thad. "Did you enjoy yourself?" he asked, as they sat on her back porch watching the fireflies blink on and off against the darkness. "I did, very much." "Good. People love you, Tam. I'm one of them. I'm glad the spirit didn't take you out of my life." "I am too. Hopefully we'll stay in each other's lives a bit longer." "I hope so too. Going to the RV now for the ride home. I'll be back for August 1st. "I'll be here." "You'd better be." He turned on his scooter's headlights and drove down the ramp. With her heart full and free of stones, she watched him disappear into the night. The morning of August 1st, Henry Adams woke up to blue skies and abundant sunshine. The day was originally celebrated to commemorate the end of slavery in Britain's colonized islands, with the hope that freedom would follow for the millions enslaved in the United States. In those early years, America's abolitionists of all races attended parades, rallies, lectures, and church services. After the Civil War, the date continued to be one of gatherings. As time passed, it became little more than a memory, but in Henry Adams, August 1st still held the power to bring people together. Attendees were already lined up on Main Street, from the dog to the power plant, when Bernadine parked Baby in the dog's parking lot. The breeze carried the enticing scents of the food trucks, and there was music in the air. There were people in lawn chairs and people standing shoulder to shoulder on the sidewalks, while others, mostly kids, sat on the curbs waiting for the parade to begin. The opening ceremony would take place near the dog. Risers and a small stage had been set up for those who wanted to be up close. So she parked, waved good morning to Reg and Louise, overseeing the parking lot, and found a seat on the risers. She was soon joined by Tina, Anna, Paige, and the Dark Horse crew, and the ladies from the auxiliary. Tamar opted to stay home due to her still healing leg. It didn't take long for the risers to fill up with people from all over the county and some of the larger cities like Wichita and Topeka. From the conversations with those sitting nearby, Bernadine learned that many had attended Henry Adams' last August 1st and were eagerly looking forward to another great time. At 9 a.m., Devon appeared on the stage to a round of applause. "Welcome, everyone, to Henry Adams' August 1st celebration. Please welcome Los Hermanos to the stage for the Black National Anthem, Lift Every Voice and Sing." Applause greeted the boys of Henry Adams. All dressed in black, they filed in and took their places. Devon joined them. The last to appear was Alfonso Acosta with his violin. As the applause faded, he began to play a beautiful opening refrain. His talent was readily apparent as his notes rose. The boys soon began to sing, their young male voices carrying in the stillness. Bernadine couldn't decide which was more moving, their singing or Alfonso's outstanding playing. His solo at the end of the first verse was so perfectly rendered. She, like his abuela, Anna, had tears of pride in her eyes. He expertly led his friends into the second verse, and when he was done, his final notes were so pure and sweet, people were shouting their praise and applauding like mad. He bowed with his companions, and they solemnly left the stage. Next, Devon introduced the girls, also wearing black, for the recitation of Frances Ellen Watkins Harper's iconic poem, Bury Me in a Free Land. Leah had the first verse, Make me a grave where you will, in a lowly plain or a lofty hill. Make it among earth's humblest graves, but not in a land where men are slaves. In the power-filled silence that followed, her sister Tiffany spoke the second verse. Zoe stepped to the mic for number 3. Jasmine lent her 10-year-old voice to the 4th, and Maria proudly recited number 5. Leah stepped up again for verses 6 and 7, and the girls recited the 8th and final stanza in solemn unison. I ask no monument, proud and high, to arrest the gaze of the passers-by. All that my yearning spirit craves is, bury me, not in a land of slaves. It was another moving moment. Devon returned to the mic. Let's give them all another round of applause. The audience complied enthusiastically. And now, the Henry Adams August 1st Parade. Let's go! The Franklin High School Band kicked things off with a jazzy version of Sir Duke by Stevie Wonder. As the trumpets blared, the drum major strutted, and the cheerleaders dressed in the school colors of gray and green shook their pom-poms and led the horns, clarinets, and drums up Main Street. They were followed by the waving, walking, and smiling Sheila, Lyman Proctor, and other local politicians who'd come to be seen by their constituents and members of the press. Behind them came Jasmine's catwalk. Costumed cats dressed up as everything from sharks to tutu-wearing ballerinas walked on leashes held by their owners. One cat was dressed up as a Frenchman, complete with a red and black striped t-shirt and a black beret. There were cowboys in jeans sporting miniature Stetsons, a Darth Vader, and a bat. The crowd marveled at all the great costumes, but Mr. Redding's cats, Levon and Benny, stole the show. They walked beside Paula outfitted as rappers in black hoodies and dark glasses and with heavy fake gold chains around their necks. They walked as if they knew how cool they looked. The crowd went wild. Tina said, "If they start hissing bars, I'm going to lose my mind." Bernadine had already lost hers. She was laughing so hard she had tears in her eyes. Needless to say, the cat parade was a hit. The parade continued with members of the area Farmers Association, church choirs, one rocking Kirk Franklin's stomp on a beatbox, and the city of Franklin's bookmobile. There was also another group of animals that included geese, dogs, a hedgehog on a leash, and 2 llamas dressed up as a bride and groom. Felicia Cisneros said through her laughter, "You country folks aren't playing." Lily replied, "No, ma'am, we are live and in living color." Fire trucks from all over the county streamed by next, along with cruisers driven by local law enforcement departments. The parade ended with the appearance of the uniformed and mounted Buffalo Soldiers Group. Mal, holding the United States flag, led the way. With him were 30 other men and women decked out in blue. Devon announced, "If you are a veteran, please fall in behind the riders. We want to salute you too, and thank you for your service to our country." A dozen or so attendees added themselves to the parade and were applauded and saluted by the crowd, much to their delight. For the rest of the day, the large crowd rode the Ferris wheel, stuffed themselves with the offerings from the food trucks, and visited the tables of the crafters. In the afternoon, they sat in their lawn chairs or spread blankets on the ground to sit and enjoy the entertainment, which included the choirs, Zoe's band, Exodusters, Franklin's Taylor Swift wannabe, still off key, and to everyone's delight, Ralph, the singing dog. As dusk fell, the big drive-in size screen was set up for a showing of Jurassic Park, and after, fireworks. Seated next to Mal on the risers and watching the drone-controlled display, Bernadine couldn't have been more content. Her little town had come so far since the day she arrived as its new owner. There'd been highlights and lowlights, gains and losses, but most importantly, the sense of community and the residents' connections to one another continued to soar as high as the fireworks overhead. Henry Adams held many blessings, and if she lived to be 100, she'd never be able to count them all. Tamar sat on her porch and watched the fireworks flare overhead. Through the grace of the ancestors, she'd lived to see another August 1st. How many more she'd see was beyond her ken, and she was okay with that. Her year so far had had its ups and downs. She'd lost Jimmy Redding and would probably miss him for the rest of her life. She had a brush with death, talked with her outlaw aunt, Teresa, and because of Teresa, made much-needed amends with her son, Malachi. Devon was on the road to becoming his true self, and she looked forward to their upcoming weekend together. Because of her beloved Amari and the kids, she knew how to make pizza, a memory that made her smile. No matter how much more life she'd get to see, she knew that each day was precious and tomorrow wasn't promised. A hoot drew her attention. She reached for the flashlight beside her on the old sofa, flicked it on, and directed the beam of light toward the shed. There sat the owl. The vibrant gold eyes turned her way and focused on her for a few seconds. The big raptor lifted its wings and flew off into the darkness. "Good hunting, Teresa," she said softly, then sat back and watched the rest of the fireworks show. Epilogue. Heaven. Rachel said, "That was quite the episode. Wouldn't you agree? Devon is on the straight and narrow. Bernadine and Mal are making their marriage work. A home was found for that awful statue of Cletus, and Reverend Paula will heal Ellis's heart with compassion and grace. All's well in our little town. So, with that being said, I think we can go back to resting in peace." "We agree," Lucretia and Daisy said in unison. "Then let's go." Lucretia took Rachel's right hand, and Daisy took her left. Linked now, as they had been in life, the three spinsters floated up to reclaim their place as twinkling points of light in the starry night sky above their beloved Henry Adams. Dear reader, every day is a journey, and the journey itself is home. This quote by revered Japanese poet Matsuo Basho is a fitting description of how I feel about the Blessing series. Each visit took us on an adventure of hope, renewal, found families, forgiveness, humor, and more, then ushered us home to our beloved Henry Adams. What a ride it's been. There are so many people to thank. Chief among them is my agent, N. Yost, for planting the seeds of this series, my former editor, E. Tsang, whose wise guidance allowed the first 11 books to blossom and grow, Book 12 editor, T. Woodward, whose deft suggestions helped me tie things up and send it off with love. My biggest thanks, however, go to you, dear readers. You embraced this series from day one. When Bring On the Blessings debuted in 2009, foster parents and adoptive parents sent me pictures of themselves and the children they'd opened their hearts and homes to. One foster mom in Florida was convinced she was raising the real-life version of Crystal, bad gold weave and all. A teen with dyslexia emailed me to let me know that B.O.B. was the first book he'd ever read, cover to cover. And then there was a Marine drill sergeant who hadn't considered himself a part of my demographics, but loved the story anyway. Thank you for sharing Henry Adams with your congregations, book clubs, friends, family, and neighbors. Your enthusiasm for our little town on the plains of Kansas will always fill my heart. Sincerely, Beverly Jenkins. This is Kim Staunton. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Calling All Blessings, a novel by Beverly Jenkins, presented by William Morrow and Harper Audio. This program was recorded at Tapeworks, Inc. in Hartford, Connecticut. Produced by John Marshall Media. Executive producer, Abigail Marks. Text copyright 2025 by Beverly Jenkins. Production copyright 2025 by Harper Collins Publishers. Without limiting the exclusive rights of any author, contributor, or the publisher of this publication, any unauthorized use of this publication to train generative artificial intelligence, AI, technologies is expressly prohibited. HarperCollins also exercise their rights under Article 4.3 of the Digital Single Market Directive, 2019/790, and expressly reserve this publication from the text and data mining exception. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.